We ain't handing out apologies. I make my rounds all across the league. When they hate, it's like I'm blind. Quick pause, give me time to breathe. I keep my eyes on my lane too often. We let the road kill a prodigy. Got old trusty on the side of me. Come there, Vic, you out your property. And when they act like they don't wanna leave, come on, man, you know you gotta leave. Tear the roof off. Tear the roof off. If you wanna get down, we get down today. If you wanna get down, we get down today. If you wanna get down, we get down today. If you wanna get down, we get down today. If you wanna get down, we get down today. If you wanna get down, we get down today. If you wanna get down, we get down today. If you wanna get down, we get down today. Tear the roof off. Tear the roof off. Tear the roof off. Tear the roof off. Tear the roof off.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 POSA 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 VOXY 是其中一个助力。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Cobra,
Your Honor?
what brings you to my courtroom today?
Well, you know me. I'm a man of many talents. I'm just picking up the odd job here and there. I gotta say, you look a little changed.
I'm going for something a little retro. Does it?
I mean, listen, I think the color looks nice on you, but more importantly, we've got an interesting group coming today, Your Honor, so please take your seats. Well, Your Honor, as you can see, we have 6 representing the jury and themselves here today, so if you don't mind, we'll just do some quick introductions.
どうもこんにちは。Zetaビジョンの XQ です。
こんにちは。DHMのボルトです。
Hello, Alex from PaperX.
안녕하세요. DRX 터미 감독입니다. 안녕하세요. T1 KDG입니다. Hello, I'm Cruz from Full Sense.
And there you have it, Your Honor. Now it is your court.
Court is now in session. We are here to determine what the meta is going to look like for stage one. Look, we're the best region in the world, so I think we can get this figured out today. Mr. Chobra.
All right, Your Honor, the first case I'd like to present to you is actually going to come from none other than DRX Termi.
편하게 해도 되는 거죠, 답변.
Mr. Termi, you have the stand. You are well known for running a lot of double initiator, even in kickoff. So we have a new agent, Mix. The court would like to hear your opinion.
이번에 믹스는 사실 보여지기에는 좋아 보이지만 팀적으로는 활용하기가 굉장히 어려운 요원이라고 저는 생각을 하고요. 그래서 많은 팀들이 사용하지 않을 거라고 저는 생각을 하고 요루가 너프되면서 이번 스테이지 1은 어떤 메타가 될지 모르겠지만 많은 팀들한테 굉장히 큰 변화가 있을 것 같습니다. 네.
Okay. Do any of the other jurors have an opinion on this?
Nope. No opinion. I would like to point your attention to Mr. Alex. Your team is notorious for playing things that other people don't. You also have a player who's trying to fill out the encyclopedia. Do you see a chance of, one of your players picking up Mix?
He's going to play it. It's just I don't know whether it's going to work.
If someone like Forsaken were to bring it out, what would that look like from an opponent's point of view?
믹스보단 포세이큰이 더 무서울 것 같고요. 그리고 포세이큰 선수가 스턴을 굉장히 잘 써먹을 것 같습니다.
XQQ, you do seem to have an opinion on some of these players using Mix.
僕たちのチームのそのシュガーゼロがすごいミックスをやりたそうなんですけど、今は僕は必死で止めるようにはしています。
I'd like to veer this direction a little bit differently. What kind of player would be good at utilizing an agent like Mix?
I'll probably say someone more a bit passive, more of like an IGL who is a controller, because he'll probably know where to place his stuff and to utilize his ult for the team.
Just want to note, passive controller, IGL, there might be someone in the room that has some experience with that, but we'll just leave it at that. We'll leave it there.
All right, it seems like it's the opinion of this court that Mix maybe won't see a ton of play except for one suspect in Forsaken. Otherwise, maybe he hasn't quite found a place in the meta yet. Okay, next up, the court calls Mr. Vors of DFM to the stand.
You may take your seat.
Okay, so we have Lotus and Fracture coming back. We'd like to hear what Mr. Vors thinks of that.
自分たちには、合ってる2マップだなとは思っています。ただ2デュエルだったり2イニシだったりいろんなメタが出るかなとは思っているので、これからは1週間に1度試合があるリーグ戦なので、やっぱそのたんびに相手のことを対策とか自分たちの練習でそういう部分を考えていかなきゃいけないなとは思っています。
If I may, and I'd like to kind of open up the floor, Your Honor, to see if we have any other opinions on will some teams benefit or maybe struggle with the new map pool.
약해질 것 같은 팀은 솔직히 아직 잘 모르겠고요. 새로운 패치가 좀 있다 보니까. 근데 코로드랑 어비스 맵을 싫어하던 팀이 제 생각에는 퍼시픽에 두 팀이 있거든요. 저희 팀 T1이랑 PRX가 싫어했다고 알고 있는데 그럼 이 두 팀은 아마 좋아하겠죠?
I'd like to turn our attention to Alex then. Do you think this map pool will change the meta overall for the entire scene?
I mean, I don't think it's the map pool that changes the meta much. I think it's the agents. I don't think it's cool that like Sky has a flashback because I think it makes her more like a duelist again. So now you can go away from double duelist and have Sky inside and you can still play like a duelist, So playing Yoru with more flashes basically.
Seems like the opinion here of our jurors doesn't really change too much with the new maps coming in terms of the meta. Might still see a lot of the double duelist coming through again. So the court looks forward to that. Next up on the docket, we have Mr. Cruz from Full Sense. Mr. Cruz, if you could take the stand, please.
Well, before you get started on that, Your Honor, we do actually have a piece of evidence I'd like to present. If we could all take a look at evidence A.
I think I just have a different task from like most of the coaches because I was the IGL of the team and I think the team listens to my call more than I think any other team would to a coach in terms of in-game. I would actually pause and make calls for them.
All right, so Mr. Cruz, look, your team is accused of being all aim, no brain.
Objection, Your Honor. That's a little rude, don't you think?
No, never. What do you think of Jitboy's IGLing during the stage and, the progression of your team?
I think he was handed a big task and he really did his best, but with the amount of time, that's all we could resort to.
Well, I think I would like to also perhaps give a chance for Mr. Cruz to explain what exactly or why you might need an IGL, or perhaps you can get to a point where you might not need one.
The IGL on the team is probably very important because I think it kind of leads everybody in one direction. And then even though it might not be the best call, but at least we have the same ideas, I think it's much better for the team.
IGL에 대해서는 제가 한 번은 없어도 괜찮겠다라고 생각한 적이 있었거든요. 근데 그런 거보다는 뛰어난 IGL 한 명이 팀원들을 잘 이끌어주는 게 제일 베스트라고 생각을 하고, 그리고 짙보이 선수도 태국 선수를 잘은 모르지만 보여지기로는 굉장히 좋은 인품을 저는 가지고 있다고 생각을 해요. 시간을 주고 기다려주면 잘해질 거라고 저는 생각을 하고 있습니다.
I think I know exactly who might have caused Termi at one point to think that IGLs weren't necessary, and it's none other than Mr. Alex here from KRX. Do you care to explain how that works on your team?
I think it would be better if you had a single IGL. What happens is we split the role into many people, right? Some people are more active early round and some people are better at moving the team around in the middle of the round. It's just because that the team has been around for so long together, it's easier to just trust and let the leadership role change in between the round. The problem with this system is that if one guy cracks, everyone dies straight away. I think you can see that against Nongshim, just made mistake after mistake and it just compounded with the pressure.
I would also actually like to know, now that we've heard these opinions, just overall how these coaches feel about the IGLing in Pacific, if there is anyone that they think stands out.
僕たちのチームを除くとしたらやっぱり接戦ですかね。
No.
アルビー選手の IGL がすごい、シュガーゼロもすごくリスペクトしてますし、攻撃的な IGL としてすごく勉強になるところはあるなとは見てて感じますね。
1人を選ぶのは難しいんですけど、マンチキン選手かクレイジーガイ選手かオセイ君選手あたりが自分としては。
It should be this guy, but but I think Munchkin is the one that I have most problems understanding how he thinks.
I'd still say Crazy Guy or Munchkin. They gave me the hardest times.
퍼시픽에서 지금 가장 뛰어난 IGL은 먼치킨 선수라고 생각을 하고요. 게임을 읽는 속도가 굉장히 빠르다고 생각을 하고 그 라운드를 이기는 방향으로 잘 이끌어 나가는 것 같고 엄청난 승부욕이 있기 때문에 가능하다고 생각을 하고요.
각각의 메타마다 아이즈들의 성향이라던가 혹은 본인들이 갖고 있는 생각, 팀의 스타일이 들어간다고 생각을 하는데 이번 메타에 한해서든 KRX 팀과 그 다음에 농심 팀이 가장 잘했고 그 다음에 이번 메타에 가장 적합했다라고 생각하고 있습니다.
All right, very good. Next up on the docket, the court would like to see Mr. Alex on the stand.
Hello?
First, the court would like to remind you that these are the court's desks and any inappropriate banging on them may find you in contempt of court.
Got it.
So, your team has a performance coach, is that correct?
Yep, we do.
And is this your performance coach?
Hey, come on, Dave. Come on, 3, 2.
So, explain yourself.
I got caught.
Yeah. Excuse our judge, he's getting old in age.
Part of being a head coach, you know, you're responsible for everything, right? And I find that it's very difficult to split yourself into every single role. And nowadays, I look at it as him taking over a part of my job that I don't have to think about as much anymore. He develops a lot of routines. He's their safety net. He's also someone outside the system, right? So if people have problems with how I address them and stuff, they can go to him, right? Basically a feedback loop that's necessary for the team.
So I'd like to actually get a little bit of a consensus because performance coaching still isn't universal across all teams and try to get some thoughts. And I'd like to start with XQQ from Zeta Division, Your Honor.
ゼータにパフォーマンスコーチはいたことはないんですが、海外のチームだったりパンダコーチの活躍を見てると年齢層が若いゲームなので、そのメンタルケアだったりとか試合のルーティンとか本当その経験じゃなく科学的根拠を持っていろんなコーチングをできる存在っていうのは、すごく重要なんじゃないかなとは思っています。今後日本でそういうことをやってみたいとかできる人がいたら、ぜひ一緒に働いてみたいですね。
저도 퍼포먼스 코치에 대해서 오늘 알렉스 감독이 처음 이제 얘기를 해서 알게 됐는데 굉장히 팀에 필요한 코치라고 저는 생각을 하고 발로란트의 인기가 많은 만큼 그만큼 많은 압박을 느낄 수밖에 없기 때문에 각 팀의 멘탈을 케어해줄 수 있는 코치가 있으면 좋겠다는 생각이 듭니다.
Seems to be the opinion here of everyone that, at least in some respect, a performance coach is involved, even if maybe the methodologies might differ on how you view that particular role. So, very good. Next up, the court would like to call XQQ to the stand, please. So in particular here, since Laz and Deb have left Zeta Division, we haven't seen quite those same heights. How do you plead?
そうですね。彼ら2人は本当に僕らにとってすごくいいパフォーマンスを出してくれたんですが、ラズが脱退した時はいないんですが、彼は本当にそのチームを背中で語るじゃないですけど、パフォーマンスを常に高く、それこそルーティンだったりメンタルトレーニングもしっかり受けた上でみんなのお手本になるようなプレイヤーだったので、今でもそれを見てきたシュガーゼロが引き継いでるので、それはいいところかなと思ってるのとですが、今年のロスターは彼らに匹敵するかは分かんないですけど、それに及ぶぐらいのポテンシャルは秘めてると思うので、彼らが残した実績と同じぐらいの結果を見せられたらいいなとは思ってます。
That's fair. All right, look, the court is pretty biased towards Laz and Deb, so you know, it'd be like that.
Okay, so hopefully, to come in his defense, I'd like to hear from Coach Cruz on his thoughts on how necessary a veteran is on the team.
For me, I think I'll talk from my own past experience because I've been in a team with a lot of veterans at the beginning of my career, and losing them one by one, I think it makes it harder for me to play. I think the synergy that was built is very important. We don't even need to talk as much sometimes, like we know instantly what the other person will want to do. But as time goes by, I think we tend to build those kind of synergy, but it does take away how at ease you feel at the beginning.
좀 다른 의견이긴 한데 발로란트라는 게임이 나온 지 아직 6년 정도밖에 되지 않았기 때문에 지금 베테랑이라고 불려지는 선수들에 대해서는 아직까지 베테랑이라고는 생각이 들지 않고, 사실 신인 선수와 경험 차이가 4, 5년 정도밖에 차이 나지 않기 때문에 그 격차가 크다고 생각하지 않습니다.
そうですね、ゲームだけで考えたらあまり影響はしないのかなと思うんですけど、やっぱり昔からプロをやってる人たちはそれなりに経験も積んできてますし、それこそメンタリティの部分だったりとかマインドセットとか、そういうところをやっぱ若い世代の子たちにこう教えていける、引き継いでいけるのはやっぱそういう部分では影響してるかなとは思います。
All right, well, I just want to confirm. Let's get everyone's verdict. Can a team win a trophy without a veteran? Whoa, whoa, whoa. We've got some objections here.
We've got some splits.
For me, I think I will have a problem when Davai retires. Because I think he brings a lot outside the game, you know. So people look at him like an older brother. I also remember specifically there was a moment in Toronto. Before he played the finals, I think Pat, full rookie, right, went to Davai and he asked him, you know, first time here, I need advice, you know, tell me what to do. And he was able to give that, you know what I mean? I think it's a good peace of mind to have, you know. And I think that while you can grow into it, you know, it's easier to just have one.
So while we might have a split, Your Honor, but give the man a chance, give him some time, and they'll grow into their own. They just need a little, you know, couple more matches, couple more scrims, and they'll slowly build their own synergy, and perhaps they'll be to your liking by the end of the season.
All right, all right. We did see some improvements there. So for now, XQQ is off the hook. I think we can agree on that.
All right, thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, we have one more coach to get through here today. Coach KDG.
And yes, Your Honor, what curiosities might you have about Coach KDG and T1?
We're looking to see what he thinks about people calling his team a super team.
저희가 슈퍼팀이라고 불리는 데는 분명히 그 팬분들의 기대치가 밑바탕이 돼 있다라고 생각을 하고요. 저희가 아직 증명을 못 해냈기 때문에 좀 과대 평가돼 있다고 생각을 하지만 기대를 많이 받고 있고 저희가 잘할 수 있다는 건 알고 있습니다.
Let's move away from the term a little bit. However, this is a team full of superstars. How does someone like KDG handle that group and make sure that they're going all towards the same direction?
이번 마스터즈를 통해서 조금 아쉬웠다라고 생각을 하는 게 저희가 이성적인 플레이와 감정적인 플레이, 예를 들면 뭐 감정적인 플레이라고 하면 뭐 이고 피킹이라던가 아니면 너무 패시브하다던가 이런 플레이들이 있고, 이성적인 플레이라고 하면은 조금 더 약간 매크로적인, 저희가 약간 이런 플레이들이랑 밸런스를 잘 잡았다라고 생각을 하는데 이번 마스터즈에서는 저희가 이 밸런스가 안 좋았다라고 생각을 하고요. 그리고 사실 거기에 대해서 제가 좀 그걸 많이 컨트롤하는 역할을 했었는데 제가 컨트롤을 못했고 그 다음에 선수들도 제 생각에는 너무 저희가 감정적으로 플레이를 많이 하지 않았나. 그래서 저희가 플레이가 이성적인 플레이와 감정적인 플레이에 대한 밸런스를 잘 맞춰야 될 것 같다라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
perhaps a slightly different example, want to ask Coach Vors, having to now coach a player that was known as a superstar within the Japanese region for so long.
一応メイは自分のチームでプロを始めてるので、そこは特に久しぶりだねみたいな感じで、期待するところはやっぱりプレイでも声掛けとかのその他の選手を巻き込むマインドっていうんですか、そういうところでもやっぱチームを引っ張っていけるように昔よりはなってるなっていう部分に感心しつつ、それをなんかもっと続けてチームを引っ張っていってもらいたいですね。
So, Your Honor, I mean, overall, terms like Superteam, Superstar obviously puts on a lot of pressure, but there is some value, and that oftentimes that these terms come from the community and the fans because there is an expectation that the teams and players have already proven.
Absolutely. Well, Superstar, Super Team, it doesn't matter. It's all about what you do out in the game.
So, Your Honor, I know you had a lot of questions coming in today about how do we maintain Pacific as the best region, but hopefully you were a little bit satisfied?
Very satisfied. I think overall we've got some pretty good answers.
But before we wrap up, I'd also just like to get a peace of mind of what it was like to defend their cases in front of Your Honor today.
去年に引き続き2回目で、なんかいろんな意見が聞けてすごい楽しかったので、ステージ1に向けてまた練習して、同じグループではない人もいますが、またそのステージ上で会うことを楽しみにしています。じゃあクルーズ選手にミックスの使い方を教えて。
今日はとても楽しかったです。いろんなコーチとちょっと仲良くなれたのかなとは思っています。
Yeah, I thought the judge was kind of toxic.
Guards, this man over here.
Objection, Your Honor. I agree.
I mean, I think it's nice to hear like every time the coaches speak. It's a perspective that I can learn a little bit from every time.
1년 만에 이렇게 감독들이 모여서 재밌는 시간을 보낸 것 같은데 너무 즐거웠던 것 같고요. KDG 감독님이 말씀하신 피킹과 절제에 대한 밸런스에 대해서 좀 말씀을 해주셨는데 저희 또한 지금 밸런스를 잡아가고 있는 과정 중이라서 굉장히 공감이 많이 되는 내용이었던 것 같습니다.
저는 이런 자리가 처음인데요. 되게 재밌었고요. 신기했습니다. 각각 다 가지고 계신 생각들이 저에겐 다 처음이라서 다 신선하고 좋았던 것 같습니다.
I think it was fun and I got a lot of great insights from a lot of great minds and it's for me to learn and improve on myself as well.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, Your Honor, I think we can rest our case, and Stage 1 will be starting very soon, so hopefully everyone tunes in to see exactly how this all comes to fruition.
Absolutely, and it's going to be so exciting because our finals will be in Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam, something very much to look forward to. But without further ado, court is adjourned.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything. This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything. This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
I'm from the bottom, the struggle, it made me a demon. Hungry to win like it's my rookie season. My sins and give us something to believe in. Straight off the block and just rocking arenas. I cannot quit. Hop on my jock or I'm popping the clip. Dropping the top, living on paparazzi like pocket 96. Who can stop me now? Who can stop me now? All I gotta do is hit him with the stiff arm. Blood, sweat, tears, y'all playing this hard. I'm smooth like a rock star's guitar. Still ride with the 9, yeah, your boy shoot hard. Eyes on the prize, watch me rise till I'm covered in green like crocodile. With my D-town players bumping hypnotized. It's all good, baby, baby. Tough time. Yeah. Who, what, when, and where? We don't care. Name a time and place, we there. Be prepared. I don't lose. 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 Ice cold, I write dope, I snort this. Bear trap, I snap necks with Porsches. Loud packs, my XBL adocious. No cap, I swarm y'all like locusts. Bow down, got snipers in a fortress. Custos get ran off of porches. Offshore accounts, foreign lawyers. Only thing I know is I don't know shit. When I pull up in something they never seen, I get a stare and I dare to run up on me. I bury them, area manager out around Mr. Banana. The 6 hours seems fine, y'all call me the damager. Yeah. Who, what, when, and where? We don't care. Name a time and place, we there. Be prepared. I don't lose. I don't lose. I don't lose. I don't lose. Yeah. I don't lose. We don't care. I don't lose. I don't lose. Be prepared. I don't lose. I don't lose. I don't lose.
Hello and welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific Stage 1. We are on the very last day of the first weekend of Stage 1, and you have my analysts here. We got Paper Thin, and the little one is
That's crazy.
That's right.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Accurate.
It's a cute one. You're the cute one.
That's also accurate.
Wow.
How are you guys doing? Yesterday was an interesting game.
Yeah.
I know the DFM fans a little disappointed.
I don't want to talk about it.
You don't want to talk about it? We are not going to analyze that game at all.
No.
It's a little. We need some time.
I'm not ready for the rant yet.
Got to reflect.
I gotta take some time.
Yeah, I think it was a bit surprising and disappointing for fans, but for Full Sense fans, really good news to see Cruz back on the roster, and he they did great. They looked sharp.
I love watching Cruz play. I feel like the way he calls, the way he IGLs, you can tell he just uplifts everyone on that team. They really love him, really respect him, and you see them sitting comfortable there at the top of Group Omega. It is only week 1, a lot of time left to go, but they'll be happy with that so far.
No, I really was impressed. Like, overall, like, the way that he's maneuvering the pieces of the map, the way that he understands the compositions, the strengths of it, the weaknesses of his opponents. Like, he's constantly taking space, like, using those double duelist styles really effectively, like, putting players in places where they can catch some of the flankers or late rotators. Like, all those little things that they were doing were extremely good. Little micro changes with how they were using util to, like, you know, back May off of some positions and stuff so he couldn't find value. So he's incredible. I'm really impressed.
And the first matchup yesterday, of course, was a huge one. It was Nongshim versus PaperX in the very first Pacific matchup, and this is straight after Santiago, of course. And PaperX ended up breaking that huge streak, huge win streak that Nongshim had for months and months and months.
Yeah, PaperX came in looking great. I mean, I feel like whenever the meta is in a sort of turbulent transitional state, PaperX always have that advantage because the players are so flexible, so adaptable, and we saw Nongshim get caught out a little bit. Now Francis can't be on that Yoru. He's trying to find his feet. There's going to be an adjustment period. We know how great they can be, but starting on a loss is definitely going to be a little bit tough for this team.
Yeah, for sure. And I think for PaperX, this is a comfortable meta for them in terms of what is going to be thrown at them. They can throw the Raze in now on a lot of maps, and obviously Jing yesterday was absolutely insane. He was 3 kills shy of the Pacific record for a best of 3 and like 7 or 9 kills shy of the all-time best of 3 kill record. So like really impressive stuff coming from him. But also they're leaning back into comps that they used to run like years ago that they're very you know, adaptable with. So they have all this flexibility built into this squad now. We got something on the Neon. He got better and better as the day went on. So there's like really good things on the horizon for PaperX.
Oh, absolutely. We got to see 2 of the new maps that came back into the map pool yesterday with these comps, these old comps that they used back then, and it looks like it's still working just fine. So I think it'll be really interesting to see how Nongshim evolves over this. Now, we are going to have a special guest on the desk. We're going to kick Morgan off because he takes up the most space on the couch. So we want to have a chat with our friends who are not too far from us. It's the Korean casters. We got Jongsun here joining us, and of course Jen to hang out and to translate. Jongsun is one of the talents for the Korean broadcast. If you ever tune into it, you will definitely see him around, and it's really cool. So the Korean casters, for those of you who don't know at home, you need to be like a minimum rank to even be a talent, to be a caster and analyst on that desk, and they're all pretty freaking good at Valorant. Welcome Jen and Jongsun.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
유정선입니다.
Yes, he is. And I heard you used to be a coach since 2020, since Valorant came out. So I think that's really exciting. Can you tell us how you've seen the scene evolve? Because you've really been here since the beginning.
일단 2020년에 발로란트가 나오고 나서부터 뭐 코치도 하셨고 일단은 발로란트 씬에서 계속 활동을 하셨는데 정선님 보시기에 이제 시작부터 지금까지 얼마나 이 리그와 게임이 성장한 것 같나요?
일단은 뷰어십에서부터 큰 차이가 있고, 뷰어십에서 처음에 발로란트 할 때는 정말 잘 나와도 700명 뭐 이렇게 시청률이 나왔었는데 지금은 뭐 그와는 10배, 100배 이상 차이가 나고 있으니까 그 부분에서 되게 많이 성장한 것 같습니다.
I think you can tell how much the scene has evolved by looking at the viewership, because back in the days when we first started out, we would have 700 maybe as a peak viewership number.
700
people
watching.
Wow.
What did you think, 700?
I don't know, like 700,000?
No, 700. But now it's like 10 times, 100 times more than that. So yeah, you can definitely see that everything has gotten bigger over the years.
Yeah, I want to ask what it's like to be able to have Pacific here in Korea over the past 3 years, and also about this the viewer base, the fan base, and how it's been growing over here in Korea.
그리고 지난 3년 동안 또 퍼시픽이 한국에서 진행되고 있잖아요. 그리고 이제 뭐 팬덤도 많이 커지고 서포트도 굉장히 많이 커졌는데 이런 부분에 대해서는 어떻게 느끼고 계시나요?
진짜 일단은 뷰어십이 늘었다를 넘어서서 이제는 뭐 찾아와 주시는 팬분들도 많고 심지어 특히 뭐 오늘 같은 경우 제타 디비전 같은 팀이 경기할 때는 일본에서 오는 팬분들이 있고 하다 보니까 그런 부분에 있어서는 그냥 숫자만 늘은 게 아니라 정말 폭이 넓어졌다? 좀 이런 느낌을 받고 있습니다.
Yeah, just the numbers aside, we have fans showing up to the venue and joining us for the matches here in Korea. And even when Zeta is playing, we have fans flying from Japan to Korea to show their support. So I think in that aspect, you can definitely tell that the depth of the fan base is there. You know, it's been growing ever since.
I think it's really cool too. I see the Korean fans also queue up to meet all the other teams, not just the Korean teams, you know, the Japanese teams, the Southeast Asian teams, and I think it's really cool. It's always really exciting to be here in Korea where, you know, esports entertainment was born. Now, Korea has a really awesome scene. You guys have so many talented players here. I don't know, like, if it's just part of the DNA, but let's talk about the Korean challenger scene here and who is your, you know, who do you have your eye on here?
주목해보면 좋을 챌린저스 팀들이 있을까요?
일단 팀적으로는 다 보는 재미가 있기는 합니다만은 디플러스 e스포츠가 최근에 한 1, 2년 동안은 엄청 챌린저스 씬에서 침체기였어요. 근데 이번에 우승을 노려볼 만도 하겠다. 좀 이렇게 올라오는 팀이라고 볼 수 있겠습니다.
Yeah, in regards to the teams, I think every team in Challengers League is worth watching, you know, but I would like to mention D+ because they've been very stagnant in the past couple of years, but this year I think they have the caliber of winning the whole thing.
Yeah, I think we've seen them show up at Ascension a couple of times, and you're right. They've gone a little quiet for a while, so I think that's really exciting to see them come up. I think we've seen similar with the Japan challengers, with Fennel kind of gone quiet. Now with Riddle, Order, Core being here, things have changed. But you also have some key players that you've been eyeing. Let's go down the list here. From ONG, there's Zeta. Tell us why you're looking at him. Why we should watch him.
시에스타가 정선픽이 된 이유는 뭘까요?
아, 이게 뭐 정선 픽뿐만 아니라 지금 챌린저스를 시청하는 모든 분들의 픽이라고 할 수 있겠는데 아무래도 젠지 글로벌 아카데미 소속의 학생이자 선수였고 네, 처음으로 최초로 지금 단연 계약을 했거든요. 4년간의 계약을 박은 상황에서 이제 생일이 날짜가 풀리자마자 챌린저스의 이제 용병으로 온사이드 게이밍에 참가를 해서 첫 경기부터 되게 MVP를 받고 좀 눈부신 활약을 하고 있기 때문에 가장 주목을 받고 있는 선수입니다.
Yeah, because he used to be in Genji Academy as a student and even as a player, and he's been really talented. So when his birthday has passed and he was the right age to play in the league, he signed with Onside Gaming, and it was one of those kind of unprecedented case of signing a 4-year contract that's really long. So I think that's worth mentioning as well. But yeah, so since he joined Onside Gaming, in his first game he won MVP and he's been popping off ever since. So for not just for me, but for everybody that's been following challengers, he would definitely be a player to keep an eye on.
And you also mentioned Shu. This is a player, I think, you know, he's newer to the scene, but I think he's been making his mark here, and you've also noted him as well.
슈 선수도 약간 좀 그 씬에서 굉장히 큰 임팩트를 보여주고 있는 것 같고 정선픽이 됐거든요.
그래서 슈 같은 경우는 슈는 작년에 데뷔한 선수인데 시에스타와는 반대로 사실 많은 분들이 몰라요. 그러니까 등장을 해서 이런 선수가 있었구나를 알게 됐고 그럼에도 불구하고 좀 이렇게 되게 챌린저스는 한번 나왔다가 안 보이는 경우가 많은데 슈 같은 경우는 좀 지속적으로 모습을 보여주면서 처음 데뷔했을 때보다는 지금이 더 나은 그러니까 어제보다는 나은 오늘 경기를 보여주는 선수 좀 이런 느낌이 있다 보니까 그래서 픽하게 됐습니다.
So Shu debuted in Challengers last year, but he wasn't, compared to Siesta, he wasn't a big name. People would just kind of notice him once he shows up. But honestly, he's been very consistent. We have a lot of one-hit wonder type of players in Challengers, but he's not that type. He's always the one that you can look forward to performing better and better match after match.
Yeah, I think, again, so many talents here in Korea. And Clinton, you know, you've been here casting and commentating from the English side. and you've been observing a lot about the academies here.
Yeah, so I actually want to know, like, what do you think's going on with T1 Academy? They were the best team in Challengers Korea last year. They 3-0'd the team that is now VALORANT in the grand finals last year. So I want to know there's been a lot of changes with those players. Like, how are they performing? How do you see also the former T1 Academy players and where they're going, like Moody and Exa and those guys?
일단은 T1 아카데미 로스터가 굉장히 잘하면서 이제 바렐이었던 로스터를 3대 0으로 꺾기까지 했었는데 좀 침체기를 맞이한 것 같아요. 그래서 이제는 어떤 변화들을 맞이하고 있는지 그리고 예전 그 로스터에 있었던 선수들은 어디로 갔는지.
일단 T1 아카데미 같은 경우는 지금 전혀 다른 팀이 됐기 때문에 아예 좀 그 기대를 아예 없애고서는 평가해야 되는 팀이라는 생각이 들고 그러다 보니까 지금은 그들도 바닥부터 시작하는 단계다라고 생각하는 게 좋을 것 같고요. 기존의 멤버들 같은 경우는 지금 아직 팀을 구하고 있거나 아예 휴식을 선언한 멤버도 있고 이러다 보니까 뭐 조만간 그 멤버 중에 한 명은 조만간 그 KR 분석 데스크에 좀 올 것 같아요. 네.
Wow. Yeah, when it comes to T1 Academy roster this year, I think you should just wipe the slate clean. Start with a new expectation. It's a completely different team, different roster. So I think they do have a mindset of starting from the bottom till that they get to the top.
Sure.
As for the former members, some of them are still looking for a team or some of them are taking a break. But I think one of the T1 Academy original member might show his face in the Korean analyst desk.
That's what we like to hear.
Yeah,
더
exciting.
되시면 여기서 섭외 바로 데려가는 것도.
Yeah. So we will be willing to lend you guys once he's here.
Oh, yes.
my gosh.
Yes. We'll
Is it
steal it.
DH? Oh my god. I'm so excited. All right, well, thank you so much. I know you have to get back to your broadcast, but thank you, Jung-sun, for joining us today, and Jen, of course, for translating. And we're going to send you back over to your side. Thank you again.
Thank you.
감사합니다.
All right, really cool insights, but we have some insights on our fantasy rosters in the game of Bill Dip brought to you by we're gonna give you laps up this year, where you can unleash explosive performance and productivity with the Predator Helios Neo 16, a gaming powerhouse crafted for passionate gamers. And this game has been going on for about a good year now. The current reigning champs are myself and Big Time here. Pilsky has always come really close.
It's a good job I'm back because
Mika won last, right? Because
Mika did win a
I
kickoff.
lost on the last
That was
day.
like a show match. I don't know if that counts.
What?
There's no laptop. There's no laptop.
I finally almost won. That's true. There was no laptop.
You got to peek at
The
the
prize
right
was
time.
not nearly as good the last time.
Yeah, you just it's like the show match. Like Megan from Cat's Eye, show match. It's pretty important, but you don't get a laptop. So, in this game, of course, we want to put together a roster that has the most amount of kills. Just kills. So, Morgan, who have you picked for today?
Yeah, I'll go first. I have, of course, won both days previous so far here in Stage 1, so I know what I'm talking about. I gotta go with Jemkin, my boy. I mean, he's an all-star fragger. Jesse Vash, the GOAT, is in my squad. I feel like this guy actually always steps up. He actually puts up good individual performance. For Team Secret, I feel like if there's anyone who could hold up in terms of that experience, it's him. Sugar Zero, I think he's the top dog on Zeta, if you ask me. Freeing there in the Sentinel slot is someone I really wanted to get in. And of course, Xfero on my flex. I feel like I always pick Xfero when RRQ are playing because he's putting up the numbers so consistently.
He's so solid, man.
Interesting. I have some similar picks. I didn't go with Jesse Vash this time. Always putting an IGL is always a very risky play.
It is.
And it has not paid off for you in the
You got
past.
two IGLs in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's fine by me.
Okay, all right.
I think
see.
you're the
Let's
ones
see.
who
You
get
know
the
what?
kills.
So far, your results have been good, so okay.
But Clinton, you had some good results during show match version of
Yes.
this. So
wow.
what you got?
Yeah, just undersell it. So I actually have almost the same team. A few players flipped in different positions. I went with freeing on the initiator. I'm gambling here that KRX is going to go with the double initiator stuff.
True.
And we're going to see some more freeing Teho. So a little bit of a change of ideology there. I think you're a moron if you're not putting Jemkin on your team today. Like he's just too good. I went with Berserks though, the top performing player for Team Secret.
Yep.
During kickoff, I think he'll go right back to just being a very rock solid. And yeah, Xpharaoh Man, the Lurk Master, like he is just always putting up really good numbers.
Yeah,
so.
I do think Berserk is a good spit. I almost had
Yeah.
exactly your team. I changed it last minute, went with Jesse Bash. Really hoping he's going to do me
Every
a solid
once in a while, he
today,
drops
Bash.
like 30 bombs. And you're like,
He
wow.
Pick Jesse over Berserk. You're
Well,
crazy.
I've just seen that I'm joined in company by Mika and Quack, so it's not looking good.
All right, I need Cushy and Gunman to really suck today, so that way I do better than Achilleos. That's all that matters.
Achilleos is having a stinker.
Yeah,
so
that's
far.
good. He needs to keep that in the bin.
Across the board, his predictions, his build diff. I don't know what's been going on with Achilleos there, but yeah, I think my roster is pretty solid as well. I have some similar. I couldn't decide between Mako or Freeing. You know, Mako always shows up too. But
Mako was a little shaky though during kickoff. I'm a little worried. I don't know.
Oh yeah, but some changes did happen on KRX, not just the name of the org. So we'll see what happens. We're definitely going to be breaking that down in today's matches. We got Team Secret versus KRX, and then we got RRQ facing Zeta. And I think some of these teams had, actually all of these teams had a lot of time. To work on things. So I think we are, having high expectations. In fact, we have 2 new players joining today, and Jen had a quick chat with them.
Welcome to Pacific, everyone. Now for today, we have 2 Pacific rookies about to play their first game on this stage now. First of all, introducing Team Secret's Rimuru! Hello, Rimuru. I got some moves over there. Now, first of all, please introduce yourself to our fans.
Hello, I'm Duane Rigas, also known as Rimuru. I played in Tier 2 from the Philippines, but right after that, I go Team Secret. But way back before, I played professional for MLBB, which is Brent for MPL. That's about it.
Okay, quite a resume over here. All right, please hold for a second because we have another one from Kiwom DRX. Yo! Right, Young. Welcome to Pacific 2. Please say hello and introduce yourself.
안녕하세요. 작년 KRX 아카데미로 1년 동안 활동한 후에 퍼시픽에 합류하게 된 김호용 용이라고 합니다.
Hello guys, I am Young for Kiwom DRX. Now I used to be part of their academy roster for about a year last year, and now I'm over here playing for KRX. Now, just a quick question. Who do you think won the dance battle between you two?
I think him.
Yeah? Okay. Well, you guys are both good dancers, but you guys are about to play your very first Pacific Tier 1 game over here today against each other. So anything you would like to say to each other?
Best of luck to both teams, and may the best win. Yeah, that's all.
But that's very nice. We need spice.
Good luck. I hope you're ready for the new Team Secret.
Oh, okay. The new Team Secret. 용 선수도 한마디 해주세요.
리무르 얼굴 오늘 봤으니까 리무르만 빼고 나머지 좀 많이 죽이도록 하겠습니다.
Because Yong saw your face right now and he's talking to you. It was nice meeting you. So he's gonna leave you out on his list of people to kill. He's taken down other 4. You okay with that?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. 괜찮대요. 네. 그렇게 하라고 하십니다. Right, thank you guys. And before the match, let's practice the fist bump. Ready? Fist bump.
Oh my God, the smack talk, the lingering fist bump. That was like full contact fist bump there.
You know the craziest part of all of that is Rimuru was wearing jeans to go play the game in.
Oh yeah.
Who's playing the game in jeans?
You wear sweats or something.
Yeah, you can be comfy, man.
I love it. But I have to say though, Philippines and Korea pushed out the best rookies our region have. I mean, Indonesia's up there, and Japan, when it comes to dancing, that's where they're definitely #1. And interesting fact about Ramiro here, I believe he is siblings with a extremely talented Game Changers player,
Runs in the family.
Kamiyu. Yeah, and if he's as good as his sister, I think Secret is on for a really good start.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it seems like now that Secret is starting to go out and really dig into the Tier 2 scene in the Philippines and bring up some of the best of the best and try to right the ship. You know, it's been a big struggle for them, couldn't find a win during kickoff, so now you're looking to try to bolster this roster, get some more firepower in there, maybe get a player who can, help like Berserks and some of those other guys start really fragging out.
Definitely. They have another rookie on their team as well. They have Zeus, who, we're waiting for him to come in and also see how he will be fitting on this roster. I think there's a lot of anticipation for Team Secret. There's a lot wanting of Team Secret, okay? I know a lot of us want to see Team Secret do better, and they do have the potential to be there.
I mean, it's always exciting if a team is going to go sign a player that isn't even 18 yet, because you know that they see something special, so we can't wait for him to finally come of age.
Yeah, definitely. They'll be celebrating his birthday real big here. Their opponents are KRX, formerly known as DRX, and they also have a rookie. We heard from Young just now, the guy in the jeans. And I think this is really good. They still have a really good core here for KRX. And I think this is also another team that was so close to making it through those playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've always done this. We've seen very, consistent iterations of this team, bringing in players, bringing up players from their academy, and I think you can always trust the coaching staff. They do keep finding ways to make it work. Ultimately, though, kickoff really not where they want to be, sat down there in 6th, so not surprising to see them make a change. Young coming in from the academy is still somewhat of a surprise. I mean, Zinx was the guy on the academy that was getting the most hype. Now we've seen him over at Gen G, so I think we need to wait and see the kind of things Young is able to pull off and why Kiwoom have chosen him to fill this spot in the roster.
Yeah, I'm curious about the roles in particular, because Young has been playing a lot of Omen.
Yeah.
So does this mean, is it going to be double controllers? Are we going to see Mako on a lot of Viper, that kind of thing? Or is he going to be shifting into another role, like Sentinel or something like that? We've seen a lot of plug and play with Termi, where he's willing to kind of put you on a role that you're maybe comfortable with, but not the best.
Now, we also noticed something really big here. It's Kiwoom DRX. So what is Kiwoom? Paper Thin, tell us about Kiwoom Heroes.
I am the ultimate Kiwoom Heroes fan. They are located in Gurogu, which is pretty close to where I live in Seoul. Not too far from here, actually, just across the river. And you can see, I even dragged you guys out to a game with me. There's the mascot, the Kiwoom Hero. Is the name. And so Kiwoom is like a financial securities company here. They play at the Gochuk Sky Dome, which is where they had the League of Legends Worlds a couple years ago when it was here in Korea. So it's a great venue, great stadium, and of course, I am a big fan.
I mean, they can take the name, but we have to hope they don't take their record. They placed very last place.
Let's not talk about how the team actually performs, because it's not good. They were the worst team last year in the KBO, and they're not doing so hot right now. I think the last I checked, they were losing today again.
Do you have a ship for them too?
Do I have a ship for
them?
I have no hope for them. No. That ship is already sunk. There's no help.
Well, I hope they do better than DRX does better than your baseball team there, even if you love them so much, but I really like your loyalty. And again, now these two, we have our eyes on them. This is the biggest change we're going to be seeing on both of these squads.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ramu, you can see Agent Pool down there. It's primarily those duelists. And, we saw Kelly S trying to do a bit of the flexing, picking up some of that Yoru. So I'm curious if we're going to see them bring out a lot more double duelists, if one of them's going to pick up that chamber. I do think that is a possibility, but it is pure firepower. I think that's something Team Secret we're definitely looking for, so very excited for this man's debut.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think you need, with Jesse still in the roster, he's a very solid IGL. If you get the right pieces into the right places, and then they can shoot behind that, they have a really good chance, I think, to make some big things happen here in Stage 1. And on the other side, Young, it's a big question mark, because Hermes was kind of struggling at times. He had some good performances, he had some not so good performances, and they shipped over to the KO when they go double initiator and things don't look so good. So it's another kind of one of these Termes juggling players, and it really shows you how much it hurts when they lost Flashback coming into this year, who is a very, very talented fragger. They haven't had that same level of firepower. So, Young has huge shoes to fill.
It's going to be really interesting, though. I mean, Termi has reasons for doing this, right? Hermes did come into the roster really late. We heard that from Termi in the interview earlier this year. So for him to put Young in, it must be related perhaps to the map pool or the agent nerfs and buffs that are coming in, especially given what Young likes to play. And here, of course, we've got Skirmish. Mako seems like a logical choice. Like Kyumna, Mako seems like a good choice to throw into your Skirmish.
Bored. He's just, whatever, okay.
I think it makes sense putting Berserk Berserks into on the other side. This guy is a fragger when he wants to step up. So I think we need to see how this shakes out. Mako with a tasty little 1-0 lead. Oh, Berserk's trying to judge him. Yeah, sit down. Sit down, son.
He knows. He knows.
It's like, oh, that only works for RB guys.
Yeah.
Nobody else.
Yeah.
Nobody else has the magic.
You know,
I'm sorry.
if you're going to stop bringing out those weird guns, I hope you lose the skirmish every single time.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Now you're dunking on RB? You think that he's just...
I want him to lose every skirmish. When he brings out the stinger, I hate it so much. Where's the honor? Where's the respect?
What do you mean? Where's the excitement? Everybody's just running vandals and ops?
I want a gentlemanly duel.
That's
what I want.
I like the chaos.
That's the most British thing I've ever heard you say.
I kind of like the chaos that RB brings to it. And you know what? It's all in the rules of the game. These guys could be doing it too. And, the score is pretty close.
Yeah, Mako.
Pretty knocked down.
Nice control 4-3. Can he close it out here as Berserk's kind of, I think a lot of our skirmishes have been going to that 5-4 scoreline. They've all been really quite close. So let's see if Mako can get it done. The judge, please, Mako. Please.
Mako's just like, I'm
please
not
save my
letting you close
case.
space. Like, he's like, yep, okay, you've still got the judge.
Yeah, it's about to be a long round. Oh, there we go. There we go. Well done, Mako. Well done, Mako.
Right. All right, that means they are gonna, have the advantage here in the map. Veto coming up, and honestly, when it comes to kickoff for Team Secret, there's not a lot of tape, so I don't really know what to say about a lot of their maps personally. But you guys are the analysts, maybe you have something more insights than me on this.
I mean, I think with the roster change, I think it's gonna be a redefined Team Secret. I think they want to carry as little over from kickoff as they possibly can.
But they kept Pearl, which is probably a good thing.
Yeah, I'm not against that. And then we'll be seeing Fracture coming in from KRX, and picking that. So I'm very curious what Termi's gonna have cooked up there for them to be, trying to deliberately take it there.
I mean, to me, it feels like Breach Tahoe. Like, it feels like it's a perfect map for something he would like to run, like with that style. He's been a huge fan of Breach for a real long time. You've got Bane who can pilot it pretty well. You've got Freeing on the Tahoe. I think that makes a lot of sense for me. Mako on the Brim has always destroyed on Fracture. So it's like one of his best maps all time when you look at like his performance on Brimstone versus like anything else he does. So I think it makes a ton of sense here to go to Fracture.
Oh, this is going to be really interesting. And of course, I think a lot of us have predicted a certain way, given the track record for both of these teams in recent history. But does Team Secret, do they have a shot today?
I feel like they do have a shot. I think with the changes as well, KRX have also made these changes. They're also in an adjustment period. It's just about who's able to hit the ground running stronger today. We know that this Team Secret roster, they have players that have been able to upset top teams. We know that they have it in them. They just couldn't find that footing there in kickoff. I think if KRX start to play slow, they sort of give them too much space, Team Secret show up in a disrespectful manner, I do feel like I could see this swing the other way.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, you just got to play with no fear.
Yeah.
You got to come in like you have nothing to lose right now. Your kickoff went horribly as Team Secret, so you're coming in here just coming with like that mentality of, hey, let's get out there, let's just try to frag out, let's go a little crazy. Maybe we could try some off the cuff like kind of weird stuff, pulling out some strategies that maybe catch teams off guard or comps that catch teams off guard. Because the way that Termi and DRX are going to play is very structured, very disciplined. They're going to have these set executes. They're going to have these kind of very methodical ideas, and you might be able to work around that.
It's going to be really interesting. So you can see across the board here, whether you're a viewer or you're a talent, it's very high for KRX. But there is one statistic on this chart. It's in red, paper thin. I can't really see it. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I'd love to talk about that, actually. This is like the best thing that's happened to me in a long time. Is just watching Achilleo struggle with his predictions. And he's going out on Twitter and he's like, I'm cooked. I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm like, that's how I always feel about you. I don't know, man. Like,
we're all just seeing the truth.
Oh, it's everything is right in the universe right now. Like, we're doing great. We're just feasting.
I think he used up all his power. In which event did he get almost everything right?
Oh, that was Toronto, actually.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was really close. I got like one wrong because I went like in a different direction. I can't even remember which game. But so I was really close. But of course he went on a huge run. He got like all the group stage ones.
No one remembers second place. That's
I know.
No one cares.
But if I just beat him this time, it's all good.
Yeah,
we're fine.
I'm pretty sure that's what Team Secret is saying today. As long as we just win this very first match of Stage 1, we'll be on a very good streak. They did have some things they needed to work on, like language barrier, but hopefully all of those kinks are fixed. As we send it to the stage to welcome to Stage 1, we've got KRX facing against Team Secret. for the first time in a while, and hope it goes well.
Today's matchup. Team Secret.
All right, the first time we're seeing Team Secret here at Stage 1. And on both sides of the stage here, we're welcoming new players. We got 2 rookies joining Pacific for the very first time. I was talking about this earlier. There was a bit of a language barrier happening over in kickoff. It's become a very international squad here. And we've got a new guy, Rimuru, already bringing the vibes.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Get some energy going, rookie. This is what you want to see. He's hoping to reinvigorate this Team Secret squad because kickoff was not the performance that they wanted. Making changes here, trying to adapt, trying to bring in this new meta. So I'm very curious. Rimuru is, of course, the one to watch today.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be interesting to see how, he's been able to slot in, how up to speed they're going to be able to get him. Obviously, 1010 was having some struggles with the language barrier, and he admitted on Twitter that he didn't want to be playing Duelist, he wanted to be playing Sentinel, so a lot of things just weren't quite coming together, but this seems like a much better fit.
Oh, definitely. I would say Team Secret is in a bit of a cocoon phase right now. They're still kind of waiting for Zeus to come in and come of age to play on this grand stage. But I could say somewhat of the same for KRM. Termi here has mentioned they've made slight adjustments every single stage. They had to come onto Pacific, and I'm sure that's a huge part of the struggle. But right now, the core of this roster has largely stayed the same for a while now.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a roster that we expect so much from in Pacific. Cast your mind back to Champions. These guys looked unstoppable. Hyunmin was the man of the hour. You just couldn't get enough of watching him, but we didn't see that KRX back in kickoff. They weren't able to make that magic happen. Stage 1 is a fresh start for them. Changes to the roster, but they're looking to replicate that brilliant performance they had in Paris.
Yeah, I mean, the history for Termi is good when it comes to bringing in new players. I mean, you think about Hyunmin, Freeing, Flashback, like all these players that he's brought in have been basically like Rookie of the Year candidates right out the gate.
Every single one.
Yeah, and so other than Hermes, I think you're looking at a really good ability to bring in the new players and show us that he has what it takes as a coach to get them up to speed, to get them functioning inside of the KRX engine.
Yeah, that's right. He did mention he has a system in place to adjust to any new players who might be coming into his KRX system here. And I do have really high hopes. And it's been so interesting watching every single Korean team pick up a Masters trophy as Mako stands by. I feel like I really want Mako to be one of those guys, you know?
Yeah. I mean, my heart bleeds for the guy. He's got to be raging just watching everyone else be lifting trophies but him. And I think an interesting point for KRX is I think Termi gets a lot of respect as a coach because of how he's able to kind of read the meta. Cast your mind back to kickoff last year where it was all the rage with Teo. KRX were the first adopters of that, ultimately ended up winning the whole kickoff tournament. So I'm curious what he's got cooked up today because we're in a similar place where the meta is still being figured out. We're not sure what is going to be the best kind of competitions to put forward. So I think I'm very curious to pick his brain, see what he's bringing out, especially in this first map of Pearl.
Yeah, honestly, we've seen a lot of different stuff already. I mean, we've seen some double duelists, sure.
Yeah.
But with Yoru being kind of nerfed into the ground a bit, we haven't really seen much of that, of course. So, you know, a lot of teams are going double initiator, some other stuff, some sentinels being thrown in the mix, and that's where we're looking to see what does KRX have cooked up, what does Team Secret have cooked up.
Yeah, definitely. I think with the agent nerfs, it's really impacted a lot of how these teams are approaching maps.
Yeah, so taking a look at Team Secret first, this is a double Senti comp with that chamber. KLES picking that up. Rimuru, the new player, of course, sitting in on that duelist, but a very interesting style. Over on the side of Kiwoom Paperthin, it's getting crazy on the rolls.
Dude, this is nuts. Freeing on Neon. I assume that's a first or nearly there. I can't remember him playing it much. And then you got Hyunmin on the Phoenix. You got a chamber in there. This for Young, he's coming in playing that Sentinel. So this is a explosive comp. You don't see a lot of this kind of style out of Termi. I'm pretty surprised, but I'm also very hopeful that this is going to look explosive.
All right, well, I think this is going to be a very exciting way to start today's matches. As you send it over to our casters, we have Quack and Pilsky.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's Quack with Pilsky and also the teams on the stage as well. I mean, it's quite true that I think both of them are somewhat in that cocoon stage, but at the same time, make no mistake, I think Big Time had a really good point about how KRX tends to stay ahead of the curve. It feels as though Team Secret are still the underdogs here.
Yeah, I think KRX, I mean, they've kind of been reeling, trying to replace Flashback. Hermes didn't quite fit the roster, but they've put in a player that plays the Senti as well as a duelist role. So I think if there's a blueprint for Flashback in the KRX system, Yong could be it. He just needs to be able to perform over there on the stage. And then Rimuru as well, coming in for a Team Secret roster that has kind of struggled thus far. But you still look at the names on paper of this roster, and you hope that they can perform well, despite the fact that they have been, let's be honest, one of the biggest struggle teams in Pacific.
Yeah, definitely. You see that all throughout kickoff. New time to start things through, new stage to kick things off, and you're going to have to put everything down on this opening day, right? I mean, it's just a big debut. New guys on the stage. Let the games begin. We start things off on Pearl.
Yeah, Pearl, this will be very interesting. I cannot wait to see how these two comps interact. KRX, a team that we have often known for playing a bit more of a tactical style in the past, and then, you know, with the Flashback Hyunmin, double duelist, 1-2 punch, it was a bit more aggressive than they may have been in the past. This feels like they've gone off the deep end. We're running Neon Phoenix Chamber. It's time for the Koreans to get aggressive.
It's so different from how they used to play. I mean, new name, new sponsors as well, but at the same time, I mean, first time Neon, like that's gotta be something.
Well, we had two yesterday. We had both Something as well as Chip Boys debuting Neon, and they both did quite well for themselves. It's not a particularly easy agent to pilot, but very fun. So look, let's see KRX taking a main control nice and early on. KLES is actually the chamber on the other side of things, and he's itching for a fight, looking to try to punish anybody picking up that orb. He does have the rendezvous for safety.
Have to be quick with it though. I mean, at least a little bit of damage already. At the same time, Remuru's gonna be holding out to Art. Jesse Bash coming in with some off angles as well. KRX starting to fall apart bit by bit still. Hyunmin able to bring things back. It's a 2v2 with the spike planted.
Yeah, third ult orb there for Hyunmin, working his way to a runner back nice and early on with the multi-frag and the pistol. Marco playing in the back lines here, doesn't have any stars available to him, so they can't rely on a Gravwell for the post plant.
Sylvan, on the other hand, would have something to work with. Sheriff in the hands of Berserks as well, so just taking a look at where the spike is planted could give them some idea as to where KRX are trying to play around. They're going to smoke things off for the time being, but oh, tiny gaps, headshots found. Just Berserks left, still a chance, but look at the quick succession of the curveball into the peak.
Hyunmin is back on his BS here, already 4 built towards that run it back, and off that kill that he found on the cross there, did get himself an additional curveball. For those that aren't aware, I mean, back in the day, you used to get the hot hands refresh as a signature ability. Now if you get 2 kills, you get another flash, so, you know, potentially 2 to 3 flashes on the pistol, especially if the other team isn't keeping track of that, is something that can definitely catch you off guard, and it was utilized very well here to be able to close out this 2-on-1.
I didn't even realize it. He's freaking 1 point away from the ult already.
I mean, we saw what Privy did on exactly this map, and this kind of comps is what I kind of expect in this meta at the moment. Big fight over A main. This is how you're expecting Team Secret, who are also playing a reasonably aggressive comp themselves. The only difference being the choice of Sentinel here. I mean, the double Senti over on the side of Team Secret. The flash choice being the Info Enit of the Sky. instead of the Phoenix? That is the big question at the moment. How do you put flashes in your comp, and do you at all? KRX prepping themselves for a hit into this B site, potentially, but something's up. Bane is not seeing anything on this A side of the map, so they're feeling like this is a little bit sus, and it's good that they haven't pulled the trigger on that B hit.
Yeah, initially, I mean, he was the one with the Prowler, suss things out. Now it's just going to be Young pretty much confirming where all the Team Secret players are. He's going to have a shooting gallery with this one. Swaps over the Headhunter. Unfortunately, that's where the killing spree ends.
Yeah, could have definitely got himself on for an ace there on the anti-eco, which would have been some big confidence for the man, but he already looks like he is brimming with it. Quite happy to take the fights to some of these classics. Yeonmin does have the run it back as well as the rifle heading into their bonus for KRX in the next round, so it's going to be a pretty dangerous looking one. Marshall has been pilfered by KLS, who will look to build himself closer to a tour de force. A lot of big impact ults on some of these aggressive agents at the moment.
It's going to be a while to build onto them, though. Right now, I mean, with all the time passed after the spike planted, these KRX players could be anywhere. That's why Team Secret are just playing so far back.
Yeah. KRX will have had more lead-in time this time. I mean, that Flashback's departure right before kickoff put them in an awkward position, and I think, to be honest, they've done quite well for themselves, getting themselves up to, I believe it was 5th or 6th place. I think it was 5th for DFM, 6th for KRX. So they've done not too badly given the circumstances. Now they've been given more lead-in time. They've chosen another Academy player to promote into the main roster. Already spoke extensively on the desk about how well they've been able to successfully promote some of these Academy players in the past. So already Yong off to the races. It is only versus Eco, but I want to see what this man could do given more rounds and more sample size.
Couldn't agree more. Of course, both teams having their sights set over the horizon. Big playoffs, big stage. But I'm a little bit curious about how Jesse Vaj will pilot the Sky as well. So far, just some bit of information outside A main.
Yep, Guiding Light did confirm that there was at least one player there for KRX, and they're immediately going to pivot back towards B. Kelly S, as well as Sylvan, lying in wait. A bit of an underwhelming kickoff for Sylvan. I thought he was going to be one of the main pieces of Team Secret. I'm expecting him against a Korean team to have a big day today.
I have to want your name up in lights, but I'm not gonna lie, this is gonna be tough. I mean, you got run it back at the hands, and also Kelly has to kick things off with a bit of a spam kill. Still though, KRX pretty much planting their feet firmly into sight. A kill off the run it back as well as extra value.
Yeah, Smoke's lost as well, so that's gonna make it harder to perform this post plant towards B. Big flank coming in from Marco as well. This bonus is looking dangerous.
Judge sounding off already, but okay, Rimuru, new guy already stepping into the fray. Make a bit of a statement as well, but look at KRX, the rest of them all hanging back. Mako might have made a little peep. We'll invite Kelly to go peeking as well, but that buys time away from the defuse. Then you got the one-way setup, the flashes coming in, chipping away at Team Secret's retake. Kelly will still try to make that fight though, but you go down to Hyunmin again and again. 4K in round 3.
Towards this next run it back as well. Hyunmin is on a bit of a tear, and Phoenix is the biggest snowball agent. I mean, we talked about duelists who snowball in the Yoru meta, especially one with flashes. You can see why a lot of players being comfortable playing that kind of meta are going towards something like Phoenix. It's just easy to plug into your comp. You get those snowball impact ults that allow you to put together your retakes and your set plays on the attacking side so well. Just like Primi yesterday, this is another star of Pacific just obliterating people on the Phoenix.
All the star duelists having their moments. Of course, Team Secret now, though, onto weaker buys. It's a little bit worrisome, and we do see teams like Bilibili, Tyloo playing the Phoenix as well. This is exactly why.
Another orb on Hyunmin there. He'd love to get another run it back into round 5. That would be the second in 5 rounds. In the meanwhile, though, Team Secret, they're looking to cause a little bit of an upset here. They're grouping around middle. You can see the Prowler goes forward from Bane, trying to lock onto anyone playing closely. But it is just Marco keeping an eye on things for now.
I mean, for all the rounds to, go in with something cheeky like a Bucky, maybe even a Shorty, this would be the one. So KRX just kind of avoiding middle completely.
Secret are creeping in. Guiding Light did confirm someone was outside of A main, so that might be a false sense of security for Team Secret, who could get a bit of a misread on a round like this. Over towards B, Yong has been posted up on that info line with the Outlaw for quite a while, and now the rest of KRX will meet up with him. Bane being left in the back lines could get caught by Team Secret here if he's not careful.
A little bit worried, but it is Bane after all. So far, so good. We'll keep things in check. Haunt as well to confirm extra information. The rest of the team now gets to set up on B site.
Yeah, it's looking pretty cruisy here for KRX. Haven't really missed a beat on this attacking side yet. Economy's looking fantastic. Ult economy's looking even better. I think if you're Hyunmin, you are running it down, trying to get yourself your ult for that next round, if possible. Rimuru's already down for the count, so he will not have an overdrive going into round 5 here. He would have loved to kill in this round.
Love to see it on the other side, though, for Hyunmin.
Young wouldn't mind a kill or two here either.
Oh,
Very close
right.
to a 2 to force, and that's a pretty easy upgrade off the Outlaw.
Well, what are we doing, though?
They're just setting up for exits or trying not to feed extra ult orbs here for Secret.
The exit pathing, that's what I'm a little bit worried about. Still might feed them into a lot of kills. Mako farming just a bit, enough for his Cosmic Divide, and there goes Team Secret to the spike.
Yeah, this is their map pick though, and so far we have not seen anything too awe-inspiring on the defense. I think Team Secret, as they go into every season, they're hoping this is the one. And so far, no, it's not.
I think it's their game against Global next. That's the red light, green light thing going on.
Right, okay.
So for
we'll
this one,
find
we'll
out
write
if
it
the
off.
curse is real. Is that what you're saying?
I think so. That's what the community is saying as well. But I think the other interesting thing was the fact that, like, looking at the map vetoes, right? KRX didn't play this that much. They even had it banned for most of kickoff.
Yeah, they banned it many times. They picked it once, so you can see why Team Secret, based on that, is going to want to go towards something like a Pearl. The thing with all of these Korean teams is I think they do reflect on what they've done in the past and do try to be a little bit tricky with the veto or kind of evolve over time. It works quite well so far for KRX. Maybe not so much for Gen G so far, though. But look, different strokes for different folks, I guess.
Yeah, we're still going to leave that on a question mark for now. But right now in this moment, Coach Robotics, he's got to show up with something.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard round to call a timeout in as a coach to come up with a set play. I think in this kind of round, you're probably going to go for something a bit more standard and something that's a bit more you know, tried and true in your actual practice, because to be perfectly honest with you, KRX haven't shown you that much just yet. They've shown a slower style, maybe slower tendencies, so maybe you're going to hold a little bit more utility in towards the mid to late round. And you've got to be well aware that there is going to be the one orb for Hyunmin's ult. Have a little bit of a listen into Team Secret here.
But I just put alarm button. Take it.
They
I
won't fade it. They won't fade it.
I anti-flash. I walk
Usually,
out.
dog your recon, okay? Yeah, I break the one pull alloy.
I'm going back.
I go back also.
Yeah.
I pull back side. Can you jump pick, host?
We can fight mid. We can go art. Yeah.
Copy.
We do the default, bro.
P.
Already prepared for it, kind of calling out all the information. They'll start things off in an op kill, smoked off as well, but you've got the run it back. You're just still trying to push in with it. KRX, Pain with the crouched kill, a bit of stability now.
Yeah, getting that plant down nice and open. Bane going to slam that into the ground. Cosmic Divide on board here for Marco. Gets invested, but Jesse Fash picks Yong before it does actually come up there. In goes the Trailblazer in towards backhauls, and Rimuru trying to take some more space now.
Man advantage is going to be a big factor for this fight. And there goes Bane getting chopped down. Hyunmin as well, which leaves Mako alone up around the pillar. A lot of damage sustained due to the overdrive as well. So unless he walks away with a lot of headshots, this round belongs to Team Secret.
It's kept it expensive though. Well done from Kelly S. Nice pick from him. Jesse Vash as well. These are the small couple of kills that kept Team Secret in the equation. Let's not forget that KRX invests 2 ults in that round. They run it back as well as the Cosmic. So it's an expensive round for KRX, and I think those key couple of picks starts off here with Kelly S. Picks the Neon on the cross. Bane able to clear out backhauls, but then Jesse, this is a really good kill onto Yong. Trailblazer opens up backhauls, and Rimuru is able to step into that space. Really, really nicely worked from Team Secret. Their first round post timeout.
Let's go.
Need to recover some momentum here, but as mentioned before, KRX have got plenty of money and they're not looking to slow down anytime soon.
Yong even closer toward a force as well, but right now, big A-main fight. Everyone's just gearing up for it. Rimuru walking away somewhat unscathed. Still getting tagged up by Bits, though. On the other side, oh, Yong, he's getting shut down again and again.
Yep, Kelly S doing quite a good job on this defensive side chamber now that we've got the op out and the gun rounds are starting to roll. Guiding Light going into middle. Does scan Marco, well aware that KRX are still occupying that space. No risks need to be taken here for Team Secret. Killjoy utility is still active in the middle of the map and they've got a pretty significant advantage here.
Just to try and sit and hold. But yeah, speaking of the advantage.
That's exactly what you want to do off the Killjoy turret contact, by the way. Triple peek or a flash play. KRX continuing to deliver with the operator, and Sylvan, after a bit of a rough game, finally gets on the board. 2 in a row for Team Secret. The timeout has done wonders for them.
Especially the early A main push as well. But at the same time, not the worst thing in the world for KRX. Tour de Force on the cards for Yong.
Yep. Gonna help him get rolling a little bit more. I mean, the player that I'm looking at that hasn't had much impact yet, we've seen a lot of good Neon debuts so far. Freeing currently 0-4. To be fair, we've seen a fair few of his deaths where he's getting picked on the cross or something like that by the operator. Hasn't had much of a chance to get involved in the game. But, you know, a Neon in this current meta is an agent that can definitely take over from time to time. Although maybe he's really just making space for Hyunmin, who is kind of going berserk. And once again, Old Torv's being farmed onto the Phoenix for KRX. A main control has been secured, which has been a pretty big point of contention so far for Team Secret.
Very useful. Apart from that, though, KLES, deep op line being held out towards B, that's going to give them some information.
I love how much he's moving around. You've seen him in almost every different part of the map, like moving the op around in this kind of chamber meta. Very, very valuable, especially for KRX, who, you know, they've got the flashes and the prowlers, but they're limited, and you have to choose where you're going to be investing them. One of them over towards Art. Turret dealt with now. How much do KRX push the issue here?
Looks like they're just going to have to try either way. Remura invited to peek, unfortunately gets shut down, and at the same time now all the smokes, the fast lanes get set up. KRX wants the A site.
They're going to get it as well. Bane once again putting that plant down. Nightfall's already been invested here. Man advantage for KRX, and it's a pretty big retake through spawn side. How do Team Secret get back in here? All they really have is Jesse Vash's utility. They're waiting for a mistake from KRX, but they're being given nothing.
Not at all. Berserks, though, if he gets one kill,
that's the lockdown
could be huge.
Yep, that could change things here, but they're going to be really running it down to the wire, Quack.
KRX, what is the response in kind? Timer ticking away off the lockdown. It's counting through. Everyone's just trying to avoid it for the time being. This is going to give Team Secret a bit more initiative to sit on top of the spike now. Got Nova Pulse, a huge collateral as well. Not quite the ops, but the Vandals to support.
Do they have time?
Team Secret still, so narrow.
Everyone goes down with the spike. They were convinced they had that, and they lost every single gun. That is rough. I thought they had no chance in hell. That spam kill from Berserks through the wall changed everything. But unfortunately, the lockdown invested still wasn't enough. This is the kill that made all the difference. Freeing going down. I mean, I say the man's like 0-5 or something at this point, but what? Like, we've seen him get opped. We've seen him get spammed when he's just, you know, not doing anything wrong. Just one of those games for Freeing, unfortunately.
Still got around
KRX unbothered. He said, I wasn't even close, don't worry. It's a chill round, guys.
Now the Tour de Force is out.
KLES has been pretty bloody good on the ops so far. Haunt did actually scan that the chamber was in this neck of the woods. Sylvan dealing with the Haunt a second too late. And KRX, they're not interested in running into KLES's op anymore. They are well and truly done with that. Working their way back towards mid and A. It will be Berserks on his lonesome on this side of the map. But KLES, a quick rotation. He's been so mobile on this chamber.
I do get a little bit worried as well for KRX on this A split. Gonna have to be pretty good on the flank watch as well. A couple players from Team Secret hovering close around. Still though, all the walls, all the smokes will give them some kind of an entry into the A site.
KLES on the line here, trying to catch somebody on the cross. KRX haven't got comfortable on the site just yet. Shot whiffed onto Freeing. Bane once again putting the plant down.
So, Team Secret is just comfortable to set up for the retake instead.
Yep. All for spawn again. Don't have a Trailblazer anymore, so it will just be a guarding light to try to get back in, and Rimuru is going to have to make some space.
As he does. Meanwhile for KRX, I mean, with all this time, do they maybe try to wrap around a little bit? That's what Sylvan's thinking about, trying to watch the back of Sewer, but at the same time, oh no. As soon as they collide, all the kills up towards stairs. The spike plant for this spot works out so well for the Korean squad.
I love the rendezvous into the immediate save. Does remind me of some of those memes where you get the rendezvous into like washing the dishes or something like that. The McDonald's application form. That's what that felt like for KLES.
pain.
He's pieced out. That round's well and truly over, and a 6 for KRX. That's 2 rounds in a row that they've had a decent amount of success with these A-side afterplants. That one much more dominant than the nail-biter that was round 7. But regardless of the pressure, after those 2 in a row post-timeout from Team Secret, KRX have well and truly recovered. Shot from Young. Free finally gets himself on the board. Nice 2K from him. Before he gets team flashed by Hyunmin, by the way. I mean, Hyunmin is just trying to... He's sending him in, he's letting him die, and he's team flashing him. He's saying, come on, bro, those are my kills. And as far as I'm concerned, with Hyunmin on my build div, that's chill by me. Quick placing into A-Main. How has Rimuru got away with that? Hyunmin able to trade through the smoke, and they're going to brute force their way into A-Main. This is the power of the Prowler and the Curveball. Similar to the Yoru meta, you can just bully your way into map control with this kind of comp.
And then you got KRX out towards Art as well. First time he's playing this spot, so KRX might not expect it.
So many freebies. His positioning has been immaculate.
Really hurts KRX's advances in this moment. You got the Trailblazer to check as well.
Yep, he's going to confirm. Bane is in that neck of the woods, Kelly. Yes, this is just getting a little bit too easy for him, despite the fact that you did have both the Fade and the Phoenix in play with only that's the last Prowler. Hyunmin had somewhat of a timing there, but Sylvan well covered, and Kelly S on for 3. Kelly S on the chamber wasn't on my bingo card today, but I'm starting to wonder why not.
Definitely been turning up round after round, corner after corner.
You never know what's around the corner. He's been everywhere so far. He's a bit of a nightmare for KRX to deal with. It's not like they don't have the tools to be able to deal with a chamber op. The issue really is, where do you invest what limited util you have? You've got to make sure your curveball or prowlering the right corners, or maybe you're even doing a pullback on the Astra Stars to be able to push the chamber off these op lines. And when he's positioning everywhere, I mean, you can't use util everywhere. He's got to be somewhere.
That's why it's a really different composition that KRX has brought into this map. I do wonder how it kind of all pays off. But so far, so good on the B execute still. You got the run it back, sending everything through. Team Secret wants none of this.
Full retake for them. They have the Cosmic, which will help them with it. So you're going to definitely see KRX play a little bit more on the site. It's a quick flood back in. Guiding Light going forward, but denying entry into backhall.
Oh, and they're quick to play around the corners as well. But Sylvan, the trades are good for Team Secret. Just down to Mako, who's playing upwards, back a pillar. No, inside the smoke. Just right around the edges, tries to sweep in with the barrel, and that's going to be the kill against Sylvan to bring KRX to 7th.
Yeah, after a bit of a rough start to this game, you thought Sylvan was on a bit of a heater there. Two very talented Korean controllers. Have seen some pretty high highs for Sylvan, but kickoff was a bit of an underwhelming performance for him. On the other side of things, I think you could kind of say the same for Marco. He's been hit or miss on this current KRX.
A little bit.
At times, we've seen Marco unshackled from the burdens of IGLing, become a star player once again, and just take over some of these games. But sometimes he's kind of gone missing. Good to see him come in with a pretty big clutch here.
Nastra, no less. Back to it though, and it's just going to be another early B push.
Do still have that Cosmic in play. Kelly S on the art line and can clear all of middle here. So you get the quick rotations off of that initial contact towards B. But all it was KRX setting up Yong on this info line. Does have the rendezvous. He's just waiting for someone to overextend. And I think he's going to get some action here.
Maybe a bit. I think Kelly S might have some action as well. The trademark could give a little bit of information off. I mean, it's quite clear that KRX is not now committing into B site.
I mean, they have already denied all information into street. You've invested the Prowler and smoked the bottom of street, so the defense has no idea what's going on here. You can see them nervously jostling for position, trying to find some information. Trailblazer goes forward. Jesse Bash already sees that dealt with, so they know that KRX is occupying street. The question is, how do they deal with that? Because the setup is looking pretty good here.
Yeah, not too worried. Team Secret just need to land the shots nicely. Stinger, close range. You got a bit of cover from the crossfire angles as well, but overdrive, the flashes go through. KRX are breaking down these doors, and now the B side belongs to them.
I think we might have seen a bit of nerves from Rimuru there. I mean, empties his entire Stinger clip into pretty much nobody, straight through the smoke. And as such, with that player on the close angle, not really able to lend any assistance, the players in backhaul quickly crumble afterwards. KRX, it's a round where they were kind of running into a setup you could have seen them get wiped by. Seen player close with a backhaul crossfire very much deal with a street to B execute quite easily. In this case though, a couple of missed shots means it goes the way of KRX, and they are starting to dominate this attacking side of Pearl.
Which is definitely what you would want with this composition as well in the first half. Nearing the end of it, though, I mean, Team Secret, like, is there anything that they can kind of adjust around? Sylvan hasn't really had the opportunity to use this Cosmic Divide in a retake.
No, I mean, they've never gotten into a strong enough position to invest that. The problem with dumping it early is it's kind of like a, hey guys, we're coming signal, you know? You don't want to dump the Cosmic right before the retake sometimes, because a lot of the time, the players in the post plant on attack are just sitting there with the counter util, and once the Cosmic goes down, it's a bit of a go signal, right? So sometimes you do want to make that initial contact, maybe invest a smoke onto B long first, and find a favorable timing to pop out, and then you throw the Cosmic down afterwards. Unfortunately, they've never gotten into the position where they've got down the checklist to, you know, step 4.
And might be even worse in this current situation as well. The buy's not looking too good for Team Secret, but KLS still on the operator. Oh, it's Rimuru this time.
Yep, he says, hold my beer. I'm going to go get myself an opening pick, and the operator continuing to deliver. I think it's because you have the tour de force on KLS. Unfortunately, missed shot from Rimuru means that Jesse Vash goes down. Ring is coming alive in the middle of the map.
Relatively early off of it. Now Sylvan's turn to try to go peeking, but Freeing is just picking them off bit by bit. And now you're setting your sights down onto A.
Oh, Berserks is extremely nervous in this position. Tyrant dealt with. He's the only one on this side of the map with naught but a Spectre and light armor, trying to cut Mako off at the heels, but Freeing is on a heater. It was a slow start for him, but he is on for an ace as the spike goes down on A.
Yeah, not gonna lie, that was a little bit bold coming out from Berserks. We'll see if KLS can kind of turn the tides for the team by his lonesome, Freeing in a pretty darn strong forward position.
He's licking his lips at the prospect of an ace here. KLS, I don't think will be giving it to him unless he does wrap back through art. I mean, he really doesn't have the time to be playing these games right now.
Freeing's got the cover of the boxes as well at the round art, so not too worried. Last round of the first half, you have to try anything anyway, but with the knife out, barrel drawn, it's going to be Mako closing out the first half for KRX.
Look, some signs of promise there for Team Secret. Undeniably, the op kills in particular were doing a pretty solid job. You had 2 rounds in a row post timeout, a couple of nice moments from Miru. On the pistol, you had a nice up shot in that round. A couple of moments you'd probably rather forget. I think at the Stinger round at the bottom of Street wasn't particularly awe-inspiring for him. Don't think we've seen the best of Rimuru or Yong just yet. There's some little flashes from either of them, but I think undeniably, especially on their team's map pick, the other team's map pick rather, KRX are looking like the better team in this series, which is to be expected, I guess.
The defense is where I do get a little bit worried as well. I mean, with a composition like this, Neon Phoenix, you're lacking something like a Killjoy. How do you work your way around, you know, the middle portion of the map? Because that's what most teams tend to do, the KJ utility.
Gotta be active. Gotta run it down on the Neon, find your timings for a nice curveball. Try to find out what's happening with the Prowler and one of the boys running up behind it. Gotta get in there and do things the old-fashioned way. Timmy the Turret is not gonna be watching some portion of the map for you for free. What is that, man?
Is that Mako?
I guess so.
It is. Okay.
Okay, I can kind of see it. Kind of see it a little bit.
Plus portrait.
I mean, how did Freeing end up the first half MVP? He
I know.
started 0-5.
Where's Hyunmin?
Maybe this Neon debut is going to be a little bit more successful than we initially anticipated.
Hey, you know what, though? You're going to need that Rimuru Neon debut out for Team Secret. I mean, this is where, on their attacking side, they need to show up.
100%. He doesn't have that second follow-up of a secondary duelist. Jesse Vash is on the flash, and speaking of flashes, guiding light going forward. Rimuru right up in their face, goes 1-for-1 with Hyunmin. Freeing being backed up by Yong, but after seeing multiple players there, Team Secret don't want a bar of it. Berserks is now starting to get active in the middle of the map.
Got Bane around the corner alongside Mako. So as far as you're concerned, Team Secret, they still need to approach this tactically.
Bane creeping up on the line. The Bandit is a fickle mistress. Sometimes it feels like you can't miss. Sometimes it feels like it does nothing. Young waiting for his opportunity, but the crosshair placement, a pixel off. KRX will cut him off at the legs for now.
Just reposition after the initial contact.
Waiting for Young to overextend. He knows he's one body shot away from a freebie onto the chamber here, KRX, but this is cheeky from Secret. Some might say, 45 seconds on the clock. Trademark is still up, and that can be heard by Jesse Vash, which is why he's waiting for the rest of the boys to link up with him before they start to head down street.
Potentially slow things down somewhat as well. The peaks, the trades, and at the same time, Freeing could potentially just sprint on over, provide Bane some kind of assistance. The C's timing was perfect and offers up more headshots. There goes Freeing, chiming in into bits. And that's KRX up to double digits now.
I mean, the C's has just won them the round, hasn't it? It's hit the entire team. They were forced to plant right next to the entrance to street there. There wasn't much more that they could do. I mean, the dream scenario was they burst out and they get themselves into some of these more annoying positions. They clean out Bane in backhaul and then they can set themselves up more comfortably in the post plant. But that C's robs them of that ability.
No dreams here, just nightmares, unfortunately.
Yeah. I love how KRX just one-taps Young there. He's not a greedy man. He didn't want to go for more. He's like, I'll just take my chamber kill. That's fine by me. The rest of the boys will clean up, right? Unfortunately not.
There's only so much you can do, though, as a chamber as well. So once again, off to another eco, Team Secret. Just trying to do what they can. The hot hands landed just nice.
Yeah, I mean, it still did a fair bit of damage, tickling the toes of Team Secret. Now you've got a Judge on the flank, a Marshal on the flank.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to watch this, but I can't look away.
Keep your eyes peeled. I am just shaking. Oh, the tingles.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Young, he'd love a couple more for the two of the force here. KRX is lying in wait. He's willing anybody to give him something. Rimuru takes a knee out from Young. Pushed away for now.
Oh no, there's just no escape.
No, I mean, they've had them pinned in since day dot. Okay. He's donated the spike. Very generous. Ooh, it's a little shaky from Young, but he'll get the job done. 11 up for KRX. A dominant game of Pearl. And Team Secret, they might have the best Pearl attack in the world. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get to see it.
Now what we'll see instead is this mess of an outcome.
Okay, Young. I mean, that was sometimes the animations in this game make it very hard. I have whiffed on many an Omen mid-shrouded step. I've been there.
Fair enough.
It's all good, man.
You know, rookie coming in, you want to have a big debut, but it is what it is. You play the team game as well. Meanwhile, for Team Secret on the full buy, okay, just a lot of information now outside of B.
They're definitely going for a B pop here. Jesse Vash is itching to get through this smoke.
And Marco just providing Young some assistance as well. And initial flash is going good, but the corner left unchecked. And there goes Young. First pick goes good, but at the same time, KRX proves to be the better chamber for the time being. Second kill goes his way. KRX hunker down, waiting for more contact.
Oh, definitely where Berserks needed to come alive there. That's the key pick in the middle of the map that is going to start to make KRX a little bit nervous. Big swing from Bane. He had an opportunity to end that round outright. Sylvan will still get caught on the cross, but KRX has made it home free. He's bringing the spike over to his best friend Berserks, who's scrambling into the A site now. Trademark picked up, turret picked up. Only the alarm bot will give a little bit of warning here to Team Secret as they plant nice and open here on the A site. Not an unwinnable prospect for Hyunmin, who still has the Blaze Wall. But if he does continue through Art here, Team Secret will be aware exactly where he's coming from. Alarm bot, I think it just went down. Literally that second, he needs to get back in range.
No! Okay, just narrowly, but
he's tricked it.
I think the one footstep would have been enough. Berserk kind of knows. Still, though, if Hyunmin gets the kill onto KRX, that's a curveball back in the game. Just keeping his crosshairs up towards positions in case the swing comes through. But the one lurking behind, that's the one that he's got to watch out for. Starting to make a move now. A little step heard. And that should be good enough, at least for the long run. He gets one out close to it. They run it back. but will relinquish the round to Team Secret for now.
I mean, I referred to Team Secret as a bit of a struggle team in Pacific. That's about as hard as you can struggle to win your first gun round. It has to be said. The admin one off a run it back and brings a rifle out of that round. Team Secret, they threw the kitchen sink at it. Barely got away. Another big impact round from KRX. He was their best performer in kickoff. He's been rock solid ever since Team Secret picked him up. Courtesy of Global Esports doing their scouting for them.
Yeah. Wouldn't mind more of these pickups, though. Remember, it's definitely a welcome change. And of course, Zeus winning in the wings as well. But for now, back into it. He's still got a huge gap to close up. Once again, in with early B advances.
Yep. Youngwell's on the line with the Outlaw there. Just narrowly misses his chance, although if he pegged Rimuru with that shot, it would have just been a tag on the full armor with the Bulldog. Back in towards doors. Could be worrisome here. Here comes the Trailblazer, and it's going to go towards Art, so if they actually pick up the pace into double doors, then the judge could definitely be a problem.
Big obstacle. Flash wide. Oh, and Fring is undisturbed.
Yeah, immediate trademark trigger. Relay bolt completely zones any hopes of Team Secret doing anything in that part of the map away. They're going to look to other options. Berserk's contacting through Art, but a Prowler has lodged Marco firmly inside of A main for quite a while now, and that's going to allow KRX to pivot their setup around it. Gunman on the off angle. Gorgeous collat. It's just easy positioning for him when Marco's keeping him safe in A main.
30 seconds left. I have the spike.
Yeah, smoked himself off as well. It's just going to keep things further obfuscated. Spike in hand for Sylvan. Oh! Almost getting caught by Spring now.
I mean, he's like, you gotta plant the spike, bro.
10 seconds.
Come on, pick up the pace.
No, this round is done. A little bit of a progression smoke on the side just to try to extend the timer, but everyone surrounding him come out with their hands in the air. Oh, there goes Mako.
Sylvan refusing to surrender. He does take 3 with him, but that's where the good news ends, because if we take a look at Team Secret's money after that strugglesome first gun round, ooh, that's not what you want to be fighting for the game with. They do have the tour de force. KRX has been definitely getting his in the opening portions of this half, so the chamber ultimate will help them shore up the buy a little bit, but they're still not going to have all the bells and whistles they would wish for.
Consolation prize. 8 rounds to close the gap. Yeah, this is not inspiring.
Chamber and a tour de force. A tour de force and a cosmic divide, rather. What do you come up with to fight for the game with that? Look at pacing in towards Art side here. Jesse Vash is on his lonesome with the spike. Definitely cannot afford to get caught there. May call the rest of the boys to go and re-clear A main. So just dropping off KRX as well as Sylvan in the middle of the map, and now they're going to go back towards A main.
That's again just going to continue to chip away at whatever, you know, attrition that Team Secret has in store. It's forcing you to spend utility to clear out these early spots, and that's exactly what you were saying about KRX getting proactive on this defense.
I mean, they hear the judge after what happened last round, and Rimuru, he wants round 2.
Oh, the flash again. Okay, fast lane for now, just to play around the corners. Overdrive pops, but Rimuru will have his way for the time.
Ooh, in goes a run it back for Hyunmin. He's really trying to zone Team Secret away. Look at the timer on the clock here. Longer and longer they're taking to get into this A side. Bane is in this neck of the woods as well. Marco idling in spawn, wondering if he should actually rotate, and in go the Seekers.
And not too worried. Seeker is going to provide a bit of additional cover somewhat.
30 seconds left.
Intel as to where the players are positioned.
Spike planted.
Still got Yang close by though, so everyone getting involved into the fights, just picking the right timing as abilities possibly refresh as well. Meanwhile, Team Secret, despite the buys, with the positions that they have, they could still find some big damage. No, Rimuru gets shut down. Boots all across the floor. Footsteps being heard. KRX just wants to get involved. Tour de force goes huge! 2 kills and a 3rd on the Headhunter. The round is saved, and Team Secret will hang on by a thread.
I mean, that was the biggest piece of util coming into that round, is that the chamber did have his ult. Tour de force saving the round right at the last minute. 3 ultimates thrown at the one. Rimuru Gets a 1v1 with Freeing in the opening portions of that round that goes a little bit better for Team Secret this time. They invest the Seekers, the Cosmic, and the Tour de Force just to try to stay alive here on Pearl. But the scoreboard's still looking grim. 7 more in a row needed, and they've just emptied their ult economy. At least KRX is broke, though.
Golf claps. KRX, what's the response? Once again with the shotguns out for Freeing. A lot more presence towards Art.
Yeah. This is, I mean, you were saying, how do you play without a primary sentinel? This is how you play without a primary sentinel. You sit there, you hold your curveballs, you play some of these aggressive setups, you get up in the face of Team Secret, and you get yourselves a free rifle.
Pretty darn good. Now it's Bane's turn with the oh! And he picks up the Judge because of it! No shot! Is this how we end the map? Team Secret had everything in store, but KRX just show that they still have the experience, they still have what it takes, and they want to take this all the way home. Bane, he's not slowing down. The Nightfall sent all the way through. The spike on the ground. It's just Kelly S, the main standout for the Filipino team throughout this map. He needs so much more, though, out for this fight. Everyone, crossfire set up. I don't think KRX will be baited into peeking anytime soon.
They're giving him nothing. Freeing is just the first point of contact, and you get a follow-up crossfire with Bane and Hyunmin. Haunt being prepped, 25 seconds.
Just have to try, break it, react. But KRX are the kind of team that will all peek in together. Initial spot out, but 15 seconds, and that's just so much pressure for Pearl. Kelly S. Still gonna try, though.
10 seconds left.
Walking around, sweeping corners, trying to clean house, but this house
no time
is absolutely booby-trapped. The round gone almost to the timer. Hyunmin with a final peek and a thrifty to close out the map. KRX are here to play.
That's just a massive round from Bane to finish. Just takes the head off the Neon in back halls. Judge gets picked up, and it's curtains from there. Strugglesome start once again to stage 1 from Team Secret. It doesn't seem like much has changed since kickoff.
Yeah, their map pick of all things. We want to see a lot more, but for now, we're going to toss it to the stage with the coach interview on Jen.
KRX closing it out 13-5 on map of Pearl. Now, I know you guys all want to ask about Freeing on the Neon, so here's Coach Termi with me now. Congratulations, Termi, on map 1 win. Just wanted to ask you about putting Freeing on that Neon and what you've asked of him once you decided to put him on that Speedy Agent. 감독님 승리 축하드리고요. 가장 먼저 프링 선수를 이제 네온에 기용하셨습니다. 뭔가 프링 선수에게 네온을 맡기게 된 배경과 그리고 뭐 어떤 부분을 주문하셨는지 들어보고 싶네요.
일단 지금 현재 메타에서 네온은 좀 필수적인 픽이라고 저희는 좀 보고 있었고 그리고 트렌트리도 저희가 기용을 하고 싶었기 때문에 네온을 꼭 누군가는 해야 되는 상황이었고 그리고 프링 선수가 워낙에 공격적인 선수라서 잘 어울릴 거라고 생각하고 첫 연습을 했었는데 저희가 생각했던 것보다 훨씬 더 잘 해줬어서 계속 네온으로 연습을 많이 했었습니다. 네.
So in the current meta, a Neon is a must to thrive. So we needed someone to play the Neon, and as you know, Freeing is an aggressive player who thrives in a lot of aggressive play styles as well. So we did practice with Freeing's Neon, and our practice went extremely well. So we had Freeing on the Neon, and he had, he has been practicing this agent for a while. Thank you very much, Termi, and best of luck on Fracture.
감사합니다.
Thanks.
We were wondering a little bit about Freeing, especially at the beginning, even with KRX getting those round wins. But you know what? Who are we to doubt Termi and the grand plans? This obviously makes complete sense. He does play very aggressively, and he's clearly, up there, getting up there amongst the Neons of APAC.
I mean, I was feeling a little bit worried for him in that first half at the start of the game. He was getting absolutely nothing done, but he did settle himself into the game, putting a solid Neon performance. But this is rock solid across the board for everyone on KRX. It looked like an incredibly smooth game. Team Secret never really managing to get a foothold at all.
No, I mean, you saw some big moments from Kelly S with the ops. He looked pretty solid overall on the map. He was having big impact in some of those rounds, was kind of a difference maker. You know, Sylvan had a big multi-kill in there too, but once Freeing got going, you know, it just felt like, oh, Freeing's just going to be teeing up Hyunmin all day, and just Hyunmin's going to go absolutely nuclear. But Freeing started to really pick it up and was keeping pace with the Phoenix. So, you know, Kelly S had some really nasty shots in here for sure, looking good on the chamber. But behind that, there just wasn't much oomph, especially on this defender side where you're running double Sentinel. I mean, you're running chamber Killjoy. Like, you're not getting any value out of this. You're playing for retakes all the time. It just looked...
I mean, I was going to feel a lot more worried for KRX in that second half because I felt like, you know, without that Killjoy, how are they going to be able to control mid? But we didn't even have to see that because they dominated so hard in that first half. You can see it here. 9 out of 10 post-plants won. Team Secret were giving so much space, often leaning into that retake style, but they only have that Sky util to really work with. It felt a little bit timid, a little bit scared, and I just think this map got too far out of their hands in that first half.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, it was just class all across KRX. Like, everybody had their big moments. You know, Young comes in here on the chamber, doesn't have to do much because the duelists are going absolutely crazy. Mako had a pretty good game overall. Bane had some big moments, you know, in those last couple of rounds was really impactful. So those are the kind of things that you're looking for here to get this new player acclimated, as your tried and true players are just kind of back to normal.
Yeah, and we heard some interesting insights from Termi, who was interviewing at the Korean desk earlier today, and there was an interesting pattern that our analysts had noticed with Young coming into the roster here. Typically, whenever we get new players coming onto DRX, they're usually kind of a duelist background, just like high fraggers. So for Young to come in from a controller background, when you already have Mako, there, you know, Termi is probably, you know, this says volumes about how much trust he has in Young, their newest player who's joined this roster. And, you know what, so far, so good with this. And I think this is very promising. Now, we did question a little bit the double duelist here, Hyunmin on the Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've been seeing more and more Phoenix now in this meta. Just think back to yesterday, Primi absolutely cooking on this map. Hyunmin tried to do his best to replicate that. I think playing the Phoenix is such a nice role because it's very simple. It's only really about mastering your flashes, and then you have a duelist player like Freeing on the Neon who's able to make all that space for you. It's all about you on the Phoenix. Really, the comps are built for you. So Hyunmin just settling into the map, putting up a big numbers performance, and that's what he's going to want to do time and time again if we're going to see more Phoenix from him.
Absolutely.
Imagine not putting Yum Yum as your duelist for build diff.
Yeah.
Crazy. You guys crazy.
Look, there's another match coming, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Just wait. All right, speaking of build diff, there's another guy, Kelly S.
Yeah.
Some of the smarter people also put him
wow.
on build diff.
Yeah.
Chamber, is this the answer to a double duelist?
I mean, on paper, it can seem to do very well because there isn't as much util to kind of force you off these lines, and you get a lot of people walking into you. So I think Kelly S did a good job. He was the one really trying to get things going on this Team Secret side.
Yeah, and the thing was he really wasn't at times being bothered too much by like the Phoenix or some of that flash that usually is going to give Chamber a problem. When it comes to all the other contact fights, he has a big advantage, even against the Neon, where he can, even if he misses, he can TP out, right? So you have a little bit extra map control there. It just felt like they just weren't able to really get their bearings onto how to, you know, slow DRX down when Kelly S wasn't finding those kills with the op early to kind of really remove some of that ability of DRX to claim space.
Now, this is going to be really interesting then, as Fracture is the second map. It is a completely different play style on that particular map, which is why I think all of us here actually really like Fracture. I mean, what kind of things are you hoping to see from Secret?
I mean, I'm curious for both sides. So when we saw Fracture yesterday, both those teams lent into the breach, you know, not an agent that we see a lot. So I think for Team Secret, I think they can play that. You know, we've seen Kelly S play breach in the past, but he seems to be taking on more of a fragging role. So I'm curious if they want to work with a double duelist here. I think on the side of KRX, I mean, I think Breach Teo is a supernatural fit with Bane Freeing, but you know, we just heard Termi say that he thinks a Neon is incredibly important in this meta, so maybe we see Freeing sticking on that Neon. I don't know what you think about this.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're going to see Neon Waylay now. Now that I've seen this Pearl, I think you're going to see Hyunmin on the Waylay, and that's kind of going to be what they're doing. And then from there, you don't necessarily need to run Breach on Fracture. I think Fade is just fine on this map. I think there's a lot of value you can get out of it, so there isn't like a necessarily 100% solved initiator meta meta in my mind right now, especially because you can use those prowlers to like set up those duelists as well and things like that. So we'll see.
I think it'll be really interesting. And now this is the second time we will be seeing Fracture here in Stage 1. Yesterday we had a little bit of a second zipline moment that you got to cast and commentate over. It was like 3 of them, not the entire team this
It wasn't
time.
It wasn't quite
as bad.
the boom incident.
Wasn't as bad.
It wasn't quite there.
But Berserk's, Berserk's is here.
Oh,
he was.
If he dies on the roast again today, no, he's walking off the stage.
I would too if I were him. At
Yeah.
that point, I would just get out. But let's hear from Coach RBTX from Team Secret to see what he has to say going into Fracture.
Jen here with Coach Robotics of Team Secret. Now, Robotics, it was really nice to see how Team Secret have adapted to the current meta, which is fast tempo, but I feel like the score line could have and should have been a lot closer than 13-5. What was your assessment of Pearl, and what can you guys adjust heading into Fracture?
I think on Pearl, we just started wrong. We know that we're playing against Phoenix, but we didn't contest A-main. So we just let Phoenix farm orb and just use his ult. So that's why I time out. Then after the time, I told them that we need to contest A-main and try to deny the orb as much as possible. But during the retake, I think we managed to do a lot of mistakes. Like someone is calling to defuse the spike, but no one is reacting to it. So I think it's good, but yeah.
Okay, so for Fracture, you just need to be more decisive and not be intimidated and kind of shut them down, right?
Yeah, I think in Fracture, what I told them is we cannot respect them too much because I feel like we're just playing passively. We should be fighting them as well.
All right, thank you so much for your insight and best of luck on Fracture.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think, very insightful there. I think this is something that we've noticed as well. This is, Secret is a Filipino team, and one thing Filipino teams have is firepower, especially when they're confident, and you can't let human farm you like that.
Yeah, and we said this before the game, I want to see them be disrespectful. They gave them far too much space, but now it's Fracture time. Will they be able to run it down at them, starting on that attacker side? Now, they'll be playing a double initiator, but Teo with that Sky there, so slightly different look on the side of the RX. We did already speak about this. I think this is a good fit for them.
Yeah, this is kind of what I expected initially, was basically this, maybe the Neon instead of the Waylay, but definitely the double initiator here is Turby's normal style. That's why I was unsure after Pearl what we were going to see, but this makes a lot of sense. I like the Sky here too, actually. We talked about the Fade, but a lot of similar ideas. Using that flash to tee up Rimuru to get in there and do some work with the Neon.
All right, well, let's see if Secret learned from their mistakes from map 1 and can bring us to a third map. As we send it back to our casters, we got Pilsky and Quack.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we heard it from the coaches. I mean, how disrespectful are we going to get? It's Fracture after all, Pilsky.
Look, we probably shouldn't record the player comms this game, perhaps, is how aggressive I want to get them and how disrespectful I want them to get them. Team Secret, I don't know if lack of respect was the problem in that last game. I felt like KRX were just the better drilled team, better firepower overall, but there was moments of potential, it has to be said. Okay, look, I think that's one upside for Marco, but I don't think anybody else wants that to be the case. 1-0 though up for KRX. Going into their map pick of Fracture here, they are playing the Breach Teo, as we saw from Nongshim just yesterday, with only one Asian difference really of being the Waylay, which actually I think plays much better into Cypher than Neon does at the moment, and Cypher is seeing a lot of popularity on this map.
We needing it as well. Got all the entry duelists coming in, but okay, KRX, 4 squad push up A.
Yep, in goes Mr. Stickbug, does get dealt with by Kelly S. There's the fault line, straight on through into spawn side. Team Secret are just waiting for them to over-aggress. Flashpoint goes forward, but Silphid is making mincemeat of them.
Which is exactly what you want. You see the fault line, you just crouch down, wait for the peaks. Not too bad of a start from Team Secret. You got the Cyphers kind of sneaking around each other as well, though. As you head back in towards A main. Okay, off angles. Bane now in the hot seat. Have to find a quick way out of there. Calling support out from Young as well. But at the same time, this then leaves the B side open.
Yeah, Berserk has done a really good job just creeping in. Door is wide open. Jesse Vash trying to zone them with the Teo missiles. In go the salvos, preventing any kind of flood, and plant goes down for Jesse Vash. Team Secret know that they've got KRX completely out of position. The breach is battered and bruised, so it should be pretty easy to close out this pistol.
Just waiting out the smokes for now. Not too much else unless you manage to isolate the duels initially, but look at how Team Secret are just dancing around the corners, not willing to give up too much. Okay, well, Sylvan was relatively low.
Lovely.
But
I
there we
mean,
go.
look, Team Secret, over there on Pearl, they said in the coach interview just then, we started badly. Don't have that excuse this time around. It's a very good start. Great opening pistol. After the contest on A main there, KRX trying to dive into spawn side, but the thing is, you can see the smoke behind Team Secret is KRX's smoke. So Marco's thrown that smoke down to try to feign that they've gone for a tree control aggression down B stairs into B main, and Team Secret are waiting that out. KRX pouncing in behind them, but unfortunately they've kind of put the enemy team in a position where they're just sitting around waiting, and of course they're holding the flank on towards A main. Hey, can I have the orb? Oh, no, sir.
You're gonna want orbs and a lot more if you're Team Secret right now. Quick entry in towards the B site.
Yeah. There's the salvo to zone both Marco and Yong away, who are trapped in tower here.
Which I think is where they would like to be as well, given the nature of the right clicks. But oh, look at that stun into peaks. And a bit of damage going towards Team Secret now and trying to withstand it as well, but still the breach is providing so much util value.
Yong's on it.
Onto the spike. With the cage up as well. Suddenly Team Secret has to turn their attention back into it, but with the firepower, they will still prevail.
Got a little hot under the collar though there. KRX do quite well with the classics to take a fair few guns away from Team Secret. Try to keep them a little bit more honest as we head through this game of Fracture into the bonus now. A fair bit of investment into the rifles from Team Secret here, actually. They want to fight for this bonus round. KRX prepping themselves for their first gun round. This is their map pick. Is a map that we have seen them play much in the past. I have fond memories of Marco running around on the Brimstone on this map. He always puts on a bit of a clinic. Love the way that he plays positionally around the Sky Smokes, especially as this B support player. Hand in hand with the Cypher usually.
Surely this is where they get started.
Contact towards B main here. Rimuru testing the waters. A little bit of a jump spot to push Sylvan up onto the line. Forces out a Sky Smoke. In the meanwhile, Berserks has at least got himself some dish control. Well aware that there is a trip in that part of the map. Cam is keeping north side honest, so Berserks has done quite well here, just controlling the north side of the map.
Stinkbug came out south side as well, guiding like it in response.
Yeah, A main control still firmly in the hands of KRX, which allows Breach to lean over towards B. In we go through arcade side. Team Secret still testing the waters. There's the trip getting broken, so a lot of moves being made out on the map, trying to force out some kind of response from KRX. But so far, not biting at anything.
No.
Where will Team Secret end this round? They've given up arcade, walking back in towards B main, where the Cypher setup is present. Marco's still with a Molotov on his belt, but they're going to go back to A. Just not going to leave much time here.
Time to hunt.
Oh. And that's where you start to cut corners, as it were.
Look at this 3-stack though. Breach is here, two players on the side. Can they make this work?
Maru's going in by himself though. Oh, but support out from the back lines. It's Jesse Vash with the shot through. Even with the smokes out from Mako this time, unfortunately Team Secret will break through everything. 10 seconds, but they will still have the spike planted safely.
Remarkable that they've made that work. Rimuru running up inside of his fast lane, well supported by Jesse Vash. Great relay bolt to set up the trade onto Yum in there. Marco and Yong trying to avoid the worst case possible scenario of losing to the bonus here.
I even want to just save at this point.
There's really not much they can do here. And Team Secret, they looked at KRX's start in that last map and they said, that's exactly how we'd like it. Bonus picked up 4 rifles surviving this round. It really could not have had a better start to Fracture. They're looking much more well drilled. Definitely have had some words in between maps here. Much more focused looking team.
Especially on a map like Fracture as well, where things can be so uncertain sometimes. I think KRX are the ones who kind of need to find the reads, like play that proactive style that we were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's a flexible comp that can play quite, I guess, in spawn and reactively. You have some good flooding tools with the Teo and the Breach. You have some good stopping power. Like, because you have a Teo that has those salvos, you have a Breach that has a bit more global map presence with something like a Fault Line, you can just kind of pivot around in spawn quite a lot and not have to necessarily push the extremities as much as some other comps, like a double duelist, might have to be a little bit more active. Back on the save around these two rifles here, KRX. Hyunmin with Bane hand in hand. Stun has been prepped. Dashing forward is Hyunmin, but it's a complete disengage for Berserks. Nice use of the cage.
Need some information as well, though, but problem is you don't have that much invested onto this B site, so free and ripe for the taking for Team Secret.
I mean, the macro has been fantastic from Team Secret. They haven't put a toe wrong on this attacking side.
Just back and forth, force KRX to react, and we'll see what those reactions are right through this smoke as well. Yong getting taken out, that's not a good look. Have one of those rifles robbed away, and then for Team Secret to force the issue around this tree position makes things that much more difficult. Still though, a couple of shots going off through, and suddenly Rimuru has to be the one to hunker down out to the top side of Halls. We'll find one headshot. Just needs one more to secure the fourth round, but Bane with the rifle gets it mid-slide.
He's overheated a little bit, unfortunately. Could have played that a million different ways. Could have gone back to tower, wrapped arcade, could have had a jump spot with a little circle jump on the neon movement, but opting to just take the fight to Bane and play with confidence, and that is where KRX player takes full advantage. Good stuff from Bane. It's a round that Team Secret should never really be losing in great positions, but this is where the Sheriffs are definitely singing. A little bit of a lighter purchase around the two rifles give KRX a pretty decent shot of picking things up, and they've done quite well to steal a round away from Team Secret.
For all the macro things still kind of going south now, the ults are slowly starting to come up on that. Let's have a listen.
Wait, they hold missile, eh?
Yeah. Missile, but no one get blind.
Be right back.
I don't get blind. Kirby top.
I'm dead.
You're not dead, you're fine. Just run away, Berserks. You're good, bro.
Wait, they pinch. Come. Oh no, they stop.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that is basically what it's like to play a Sentinel on Fracture. Hey guys, I think they might be Dish. I'm dead, guys. Please, speed up B. It's a topside wrap. Jump spot here from Freeing. He's seen Kelly's toes.
And he's going to look to pretty much confirm the kill. And there he goes. Special delivery. Suddenly you see no one else inside of A main. I wonder where the rest of Team Secret could be.
Maybe bomb site Bravo. As you do have Marco sitting on towards the backside here. Berserk's taking his head off. He's reacting, rolling thunder. As you do see Team Secret picking up the pace into the site. Yong needs to try and stay alive.
Oh my
God! Got an orbital on his head.
Oh, and everything has just gone tits up. And now KRX are on the hot seat to try to set this retake up. It's Hyunmin to start things off. Will saturate as well. Keeps Sylvan onto this missile. Not too bad as the convergent pass gets sent through. But unbeknownst to them, it's Team Secret playing separate positions. Jesse Vash, possible strong side to cut off the reinforcements to go through. Gets the kill as well. Oh no, actually just falls way off. Freeing instead with a reaction to bring KRX up 2-3.
It's another very tight round that 100% could have gone the way of Team Secret, but not quite able to close in the post plan. Rimuru goes on a suicide mission. Sylvan just says, look, someone's going to die in this orbital. It might be my teammate or the Cypher. But considering they lost Kelly's for free there, I think Team Secret have done a pretty good job of trying to recover things. They almost lost Berserks on top side, so look, good reactions. A lot of ults invested from both teams in that round. Really comes back down to the wire. So this next round going to be a pretty big swing round because both teams are emptying their pockets of both the ultimates and the money.
I'm out of here.
Still though, for the time being, similar approach.
Yeah, you have the drone being exchanged in through A main as well as B main. Marco deals with it over on this side. Here's the regroup. Guiding Light goes through, pushed Marco off of the line, but you can see KRX, full map control. They know they have Team Secret exactly where they want them. Did overextend a little bit in the pistol though. Fault line being held for Hyunmin.
Gonna need to break through Berserk's first hand. Oh, Berserk stands tall.
Oh, beautiful neural theft as well. And you can see that stun that Bane was holding comes in a second too late to save them.
This feels so uncomfortable for KRX as well. I mean, every time they try, it feels like they're overreaching as well. They're gonna be discouraged from making these sorts of plays for the upcoming rounds. Now, Team Secret back into A.
I mean, they're looking good in this round. Sylvan placing down the Sky Smokes, grouped up inside of A main. KRX are just trying to stack B, and look, if it ends up being an A finish here from Team Secret, they'll probably just save. They've got no qualms with that. Marco could love to get a little bit of an exit for an orbital. Kelly S investing the Seekers just to try to make sure they 100% this round. Nice open plant from Sylvan. Team Secret, they might have dropped 2 rounds against the defense here, but both of them were winnable. And when you respond in the swing round with such a clean denial of aggression from Berserks over on A main and win the round pretty flawlessly from there, you're going to be feeling very good about your chances going deeper into this half.
Much happier, for sure. Sitting on some of these ultimates as well.
They still have the Armageddon on Jesse Vash. Turtled up in tower with all of the boys. Team Secret hosting a bit of a party on South Side here, and I can't blame them. That was a great round. Be given Berserks some great chair slaps after that one.
No fist bumps, we go to chair slaps now.
We don't get chair slaps in Valorant, man. That's what we're missing. I do love the Coach Cam booth. I think that's probably better than chair slaps, but from the old school LAN vibes perspective, chair slaps are sorely missed.
Okay.
Chair slaps from the coach. Nothing makes you feel better.
More vibes in Pacific.
More vibes? We've got plenty of vibes.
I mean, like, you know, cross-stage banter, things like that.
Okay.
I want to see some of that.
Look, I thought that is what SLT, or rather Valorant, were going to be bringing. Unfortunately, they haven't been winning enough to really be talking much smack.
Not yet. Only in, you know, the pre-show content here and there.
Yeah. Well, timeout coming out here for KRX. They've had some issues so far in this game. I think these kind of vetoes, and at this particular stage in the season, when you get so many of these teams that have had many weeks to kind of reconfigure things, you've had a big meta swap. Not only can you get some pretty crazy up and down results or some inconsistencies from teams, but also I think you can end up picking maps that other teams have actually put a lot of work in onto, and you can't really be aware of it until you make it deeper into the season. So all of that being said, I'm basically making excuses for Achilleos' predictions.
Yeah, well, make some excuses.
It's
for
not his fault,
please.
guys. It's not his fault. He's doing his best. It's the team's fault. No, I'm kidding.
It is what it is sometimes. Well, but we're going to head back in.
KRX with a buy. They've done well to save additional rifles, and once again, it's going to be some quick aggression into tree. Going to run the exact same round again with a few different tweaks.
Oh, look at Team Secret already. Trailblazer this time. And you're going to trade that for a stealth drone. Meanwhile, Mako thinking to walk all the way through the smoke. Okay, walks away with one, but there the trades go. Sylvan trying to keep on top of things, but Yong plays around the cage instead. 1v1 with Kelly S to low HP. He pops a Neuro Theft.
That's exactly where he was. Kelly S not aware of Yong's position. It's a complete disengage from the new KRX rookie. Kelly S biding his time, is expecting a peek, but Yong is wrapping all the way around the map. This is a very cheeky play. How long does Kelly S have on his next guiding light? The Sky Flashes are now rechargeable. 10 seconds, and he can kind of clear out all of this space if he wants pretty reliably and choose where to go from there. I like that Yong is playing towards A. He's got a trip on dish. He can just watch A main. If the other player goes sand, he'll hear the doors. And then over on the other side of the map, he has a cam. So honestly, this is basically perfect positioning in this one-on-one. There's no way Yong should lose this.
Exactly how you want to play a Cypher. But then, okay, what if Kelly S actually gets into the B site, gets the spike planted, then...
That's where things could get a little bit more messy. The spy cam dart will reveal his position for a little while, but
10 seconds, buddy.
yeah, once we're past
10
that,
seconds left.
that's where you start to get into the guessing games, isn't it? Ooh, he hasn't revealed the cam. He's actually going to save
Spike
it.
planted.
Okay,
There we go. He pings him towards B main. That's actually perfect for Young.
Quite a bit of time now. Might even find a wallbang or a pre-fired shot, but KRX
I think he's gamed him. That is perfect.
snuck into the corner. Anticipates the fact that it's just a tap, though. He's looking for the well-placed, pre-aimed headshot.
Lovely.
Oh, KRX! Out from map 1 into map 2, and he's still this good.
He is the star for Team Secret today. Started off on the chamber, and now he's doing some serious damage on the sky as well. Perfect positioning in that 1v1. As mentioned, it felt like everything was against him. Yong had a great position, but he chooses the only passage of play probably that wins in that round. I think if he goes towards B main, it's going to be a lot harder to win that clutch, but he gets that precise timing to sneak into Care Team.
Nice!
Good. The good old flex. Not gonna lie, I mean, it feels as though this first half might have just gotten away from KRX off of that round.
I love how we had 9 people die on Southside there. Like, welcome back, Fracture. In like 10 seconds. Just, let's take the macro out of the equation, guys. Just 5v5 fisticuffs on the bottom of the map, and let's see what happens.
Yesterday's auction KRX game, that one was a hell of a fracture, if anything. But now, with the weaker buys from KRX, you can definitely feel a bit of nerves coming into the game.
Out goes the Teo drone through the bottom side of the map, spotting out the trip. Marco up in close and personal inside of the smoke. Ooh. Gonna drop himself another one and walk back in. Hello, KRX. See you later.
Barrel spotted, and now it's Young to have a go at it. Quick response from Sylvan, though, but suddenly, if you're KRX, you're very well aware that all the push is coming out from the south side, and from north side, and the tower especially. Yeah, smoked off as well, but here we go. Hyunmin, orbital to support, but still Sylvan up around the top.
30 seconds left.
1v1 for Bane. He's picked up a Vandal, still has a flashpoint and an aftershock to work with, but Jesse Vash on the off angle deals with him well. Crisis averted for Team Secret against the weaker buy. Continue on this attacking side streak. And I just have to point something out. I think Sylvan, like, he is addicted to dropping an orbital on top of Rimuru. Like, that is the second time this game. I think he's hazing the rookie here. Like, that's the only explanation.
No way. Still though, despite not being the cleanest of rounds, still walking away with wins, and this is exactly how Team Secret likes to get down and dirty. Op pulled out.
Yeah, Op revealed. Hyunmin doesn't have his refract anymore. He's under a lot of pressure. That has gone poorly, and Rimuru rips open the A side for Team Secret.
Round done. I don't know how you can retake off of this. Marco might have the orbital and, you know, full kit from Bane as well, but unless you find an opening pick here or there, this is probably not the most likely.
What? The stun with the orbital.
Okay.
That is gorgeous.
Equalized. Still though, Jesse Vash with Armageddon. He's trying to hang back, trying to send it, find the right timing to go through. Still, suddenly it's the peek out from door. KRX, good recognition to apply pressure onto Team Secret.
Salvos and Armageddon is going to make it so hard to win this post plant though.
Young got a deep position. He's looking for the swing. So good on the first, but not quite onto the next. Jesse Vash still in this fight. It's onto Bane now, but right off the tap, the swing, the shot, knocked out of the park. It's Team Secret in control.
They're just winning every XVX. Every single round is coming down to the wire, but Team Secret are so clutch right now. Clutch from KRX, clutch from Jesse Vash. Double entry into some beautiful utility from KRX. It's just a hallmark of their team for the longest time. They are so good at playing these intricate double initiator compositions, but still not good enough to win the round when you lose a double entry right off the rip.
And then you're back to an eco.
Yep. Back down onto Sheriffs. Hyunmin's got himself a bandit and full armor. And it is a B stack. Full line being held. They've walked up and cleared the cam multiple times here. Like, they can only keep getting away with this for so long.
The Outlaw, though.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Cam's just going to reveal just enough for KRX to unleash those traps, but at the same time, despite the cages, despite the smokes, the spams, awarding Team Secret with a kill.
I mean, it was a really nice adjustment from KRX. They've seen the same start to that round multiple times, and they had a plan to deal with it. But Team Secret, the fast lane and the cage really helps them disengage, and this is where the Sky's worth its weight in gold. Heals everybody back up to full HP, and now they're just gonna give it another go here.
Death by 1,000 cuts, as it were. Start to peek into it bit by bit, and Team Secret are already so aware. Common spots, common positions. Now you're looking to slice them down as they try to get en route. Not too bad from Hyunmin.
Yeah, he's one off his convergent pass, so he's pretty much earned himself an ult for the next round. Rifle picked up now.
Still got to deal with this Outlaw, though. Okay, well, that's that.
Takes one with him. He now has his own Armageddon, and he wants to try to keep this expensive. Not that Secret's economy is particularly weak. Berserk's finishing things off. 3 on the Outlaw, Neural Theft secured. And surely he should, pick himself up a rifle at the end of that round. 8-2 for Team Secret. Wow. What a game of Fracture from the boys. Could have a little bit of an upset on the cards here, which is not what I was expecting after how dominant Pearl was for KRX. By the way, that's another time where Rimuru has just been cooked by his teammates' utility. I get the feeling that this guy is just one of those duelists that he doesn't care. He's going to run through a brick wall.
Yeah.
Once he's in there, he's no longer listening. You know? He's like, I'm standing for you, bro. It's like, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep going. We're both going to be stunned, and we'll see what happens.
You're that young, that's just how you're going to play. No shackles.
Guiding Light does push Hyunmin off the line for a time being, but he does immediately take back the A main line. You get the lean once again from Bane towards his B side of the map, and in goes the hit.
Okay, got some ults to work off of, though, and especially if Bane can get the kill, but so far just the spams into the off angles. Mako, not too bad, not too shabby now, but Team Secret just continuing to barrel through. It's Young around the corners, kill trip engaged as he hunts down the final kill. KRX, a brief moment of recovery in this first half.
Yeah, good hold from Young at the end of the round. He was the linchpin there, playing up behind his trips. Hasn't had an awe-inspiring debut so far, but that was a pretty key 2K to give KRX one of their only rounds here. Talked about the Cypher Brimstone pairing with Marco playing on that site. Seen him do quite good work. In fact, I believe most recently it was actually Bane who was playing the Cypher with him there. That was a brief iteration of KRX deciding Bane would be their Sentinel for a few minutes. Some couple of twists and turns on this team before.
Well, twists and turns as we have Team Secret suddenly deciding to start things out on towards A main. KRX retrieving information off of it.
Convergent pass. Armageddon. Rolling Thunder through the bottom side of the map. That is a very slow disengage on the rope, but they've made it out nonetheless. KRX have blown up the south side and not really gotten much for it, I have to say.
No. Not a single bit. I mean, do you go for a chase at this point? Not sure.
They've thrown 3 ults at them and they've just gone, oh, well, I guess they have legs.
Berserks might even just call that the A site is completely open, by the way.
Yeah, that could work if they pivot through Dish. Marco investing the smoke. Rimuru punishing him, though. Goes forward goes the Trailblazer, dealt with by Bane or cancelled. Maybe Aftershock, I think.
All right. Still spot that many players out towards B. Keeps you invested. 2-2 split. Oh, numbers might still support Team Secret.
I mean, Berserks is like, give me the Neural Theft. There we go. Let's have a look what the setup is and then see what our options are.
30 seconds left.
You're sure, you already kind of knew. Oh no, but remove. Just running off a little bit too far off. At the same time, the orbital, all chaos onto the side. Bane just trying to keep things in control! Up towards the boxes. He speaks, he peeks. It's just Hyunmin to finish it off. 4-8. Once again, stabilizing.
Another big hold on the B side for KRX to give them their second round in a row at the end of the half there. Scraping together 4 on the defense. Wonder if that's going to be good enough for them. Young does decently to deal with the Neon on the entry and then gets blown up by the Orbital and Bane. That's exactly what you want a Phantom for. Freeing and Hyunmin scaling through the smoke to give him some assistance. Young's Neural Theft allowing them to calibrate that flood very nicely.
Still a little bit worrisome though, just given the nature of how this entire first round has played out. I mean, we talked about how this double initiator tend to be, you know, KRX's trademark style. I mean, how's it going to look now that they're swapping over onto attack?
I mean, you'd expect perfection from them. I mean, this is exactly the kind of comp that you would expect them to play. You're already seeing Teo Breach be quite popular at the moment. Big step up from Sylvan. He had a few moments, 1 or 2 moments on Pearl, where it looked like he was sharp and he had a few multi-frags, but now starting to step up a little bit more.
Can't forget Kelly S on the clutch though.
And Jesse. They won 2 clutches in that first half. That definitely gave them a whole lot more legs, especially after the strong start.
A lot more confidence as well, which, to be honest, could potentially help them on this defense. On a map like Fracture, when you're playing with confidence, certainly could give you all you need to stop KRX in their tracks.
Come on, guys. I think Team Secret, I feel like they could have got 12 there. They won pistol bonus, 2 clutches, and all of the rounds won by KRX came right down to the wire. Last round was probably the most convincing of all. Teo drone through the top of the map. North side clear for the time being. Full A main control here for KRX, but how do they execute this site? Flashed by his teammate is Hyunmin, and now Kelly S under pressure.
He's going to tuck himself deep through, but still the shot's getting picked up. Mako, the rest of the team, all swarming the site.
Jesse looking to deny the spike plant here and buy a little bit more time for a retake or a flood on Team Secret. Berserks is still a little out of position. Just waiting out these sky smokes from KRX.
KRX quite aware to play around this as well. So just topped off, get the spike back in. Now you're waiting for Rimuru, who's made the first move. Just kind of informs of where the rest of the team should be assaulting from as well, but Mako going down. Bane trying to hold it off with a flash, and then to Hyunmin to peek. Oh! But they all just walk in there's Crosshair, the same exact spot. Final player found, and it's KRX's turn back in with the pistol.
They're off to the races now. Felt like they were hanging on by their fingernails in that first half, just scraping their way through a couple of rounds on the defense, but the attacking half pistol win definitely changes the narrative now. Pressure back on Team Secret, and we're going to see this score get a lot closer. How much HP did he have? That's 10 HP, he's just 2-tapped him. Oh, you're so totally right, they've just lined up for him. That's like that round we got from Ivy yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Fracture be damned, but it just makes for such entertaining Valorant as well. As we have a full stack from Team Secret up towards B, bench side as well.
Yeah, they're just running a trap off the Cypher camp. Want to try to throw down a relay bolt, couple of salvos, and get on in there. If KRX come up arcade, but they are not interested. Stealth drone clears out all of the A site. Bane will blow it up, and nice open plant for them.
It's probably just going to be a round where you look to die to the spike.
It'll be a round of all time. This one will be a round of Valorant.
Stage a rebellion. Have a classic, pick up a kill, pick up a weapon. Suddenly, Team Secret gets up to 10.
Okay. They're gonna a couple of slingshots, you know. Get on in there, spitball them a bit. I mean, you don't go for this. They're just gonna die to the spike, guys.
Yeah.
You don't want to be feeding a comp like KRX's extra ult orbs, that's for sure.
I am quite curious how Team Secret will play the upcoming rounds, though. I mean, starting to push out perhaps.
Well, Yong is going to go look for a neural theft. Hyunmin on the aggression as well. Really wants himself a conversion pass, and they are not going to allow Team Secret any peace and quiet. Yong, couple towards the neural theft, couple more towards the conversion paths. As KRX, I mean, they survive with all of their rifles, so they only lose a Ghost and a Marshal there.
2 rounds from equalizing. Not too worrisome. He's still going to be able to buy back up for both sides, which means bonus is still on the cards for KRX, which, again, why I wonder how Team Secret will play on this defense. We haven't really seen too much. The retake style out from the pistol was not the best.
Gonna get a quick fight over A main. I think it's gonna be a tower dive.
Oh, straight through. Innocently shutting down Hyunmin for now. And then Rimuru to come back in to support. Just up around the door as well, breaks the camera. KRX doesn't want any of this smoke.
I mean, they can't afford to be having any of that smoke. They kind of got out utiled there. Hyunmin didn't find any success off the back of that fault line. You had the salvos invested by freeing as well. KRX kind of threw the kitchen sink at trying to enable Hyunmin to get out sand, and they got nothing for it. Did bleed out a lot of utility from Team Secret though. Jesse Vash has kind of emptied the coffers. Creep back into the line the old-fashioned way. Young has taken back A main here, but the smokes are on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, Mako. Have to be very cautious with the peaks. Check out with the guiding light from KLS.
Right there. He's going to aftershock him out of position. KLS in a little bit of trouble. Rimuru going to try to give him a little bit of help. Relay bolt and a sky smoke.
Nothing.
Will secure control of A main. I mean, Team Secret are playing very well right now. The big issue though is that there's a gaping hole in this B site. And if you let KRX get into a post plant, you need to make sure you can complete that retake.
Well, it is a slight gap. I wouldn't call it that big of a hole. Off angle still supporting. You got trips all around as well. Berserk's just looking for the right
10 seconds left.
little gap. Not gonna find it though.
Nice open plant here for KRX. How do they play this post plant? They don't have much utility, but you'd imagine the fault line will be coming off cooldown pretty soon.
That should enable them to slow things down even further. Rimuru just wants to dive into the action. And as soon as the smokes dissipate, it's going to be rewarded with a little bit of vision as well. KRX just trying to fight back in, play off of the spike itself. Firing range though, and it supports Team Secret instead. Numbers coming through.
Yeah, good spacing from Team Secret. They win the round pretty much outright with superior util usage on A main there. Hyunmin punished for trying to go for the single dive, and you see exactly what the problem is with single duelists sometimes on the double E net. You could do a bunch of fancy tricks and send your waylay in, but when he instantly dies 1 second into the round and you're stuck behind utility, things get quite sad from that.
So after this current meta, it feels like it makes things that much more difficult. You start to run out of options. Team Secret, on the other hand, just quite comfortable.
It's been a very good map of Fracture here, but you really want to see them convert. I've seen Team Secret in kickoff play a couple of good maps, but not necessarily get themselves many dubs.
Oh, Drew's still out for this one. Still trying to maintain control, but they'll just kind of cut themselves a little bit. Wasn't too sure. Sylvan instead, though. Come on, you're kidding me! Flashes through, Jesse Vash now in, and it's KLS to finish off the round. They all lined up inside the choke points.
One of my creatures. It's a good thing,
That was so filthy, man. What have I witnessed? Sylvan could not see a thing. He's just held mouse one to kill 2 people. Berserk has died for free in a molly. This was just a mess of a round. He's heard ding, ding, ding. Yes, and the greatest. Good flood in from the rest of Team Secret, it has to be said. But Sylvan, it's quite a fortunate round, and that is a round that breaks KRX's money. They're just going to run the same thing again here. Berserk has learned, yes, fire very hot. I'm not going anywhere near that.
I know we don't have Phoenix voice lines here, but got Bucky's. Mako trying to do what he can. At the same time, though, unfortunately, still, it's just Team Secret to flood back through. Bane with Bandit, a bit of support. Right here. We'll be able to pick up a weapon. No, not really. Just looking for anything that you can find, really, from the back of tower here. KLS instead, though, has the angle, eyeing it like a hawk. Spots out the shoulder. Almost lets it get away, but so far, still pretty good. 11 out for Team Secret.
A lot of these rounds for Team Secret getting very close. But they're still coming away with them. They are in touching distance of closing out the game. The next round will be a bye from KRX, where they do have a Rolling Thunder online. Do you think they just got the Armageddon for themselves? Or actually, no, that might have been Team Secret to get the Armageddon. So let's see what play they will come up with. Have a little bit of a listen into Team Secret.
1B men. Shooting dish also. 1B men. Here, main.
It's close, ah.
I try to take one. Wait. 1B main. Still here.
TP or no?
Still here. No. Still here. Really still here.
I'm gonna dog.
You go to main for me, Hyung. Okay.
Ready to stand.
No more. Fake.
That's great from Jesse Vash, or Kelly S, I believe it was, maybe on the comms, just making sure that the Neon stays there on the info line. And now that they know A main is clear, they can very quickly rotate over to B and flood into the site if KRX picks up the pace. In goes the Rolling Thunder.
But it doesn't hit anyone, just because of everything that you mentioned out from before. Now, even with the Armageddon going through, it's going to kind of keep KRX in a pinch while they walk into smokes with Kelly S lying in wait. Yunmin gets a shot out from behind. Just a brief moment where they might be able to get the spike down. You say that. Rimuru off the kill trip. Finds another one as well. Neurotheft is just going to hem things down even further. Oh, with a relay bolt, freeing to support, just trying to keep KRX in contest.
Yunmin, Convergent Paths coming out now, and this is where freeing is catching everybody on the cross. Jesse Vash is pinned in the corner, and KRX with great difficulty win themselves a 7th round.
Despite the fantastic recon work initially, KRX still managed to turn things around off a Convergent pass quickly being picked up.
Yeah. It took them so long to get in here, and I don't blame them. The Armageddon, they're dodging orbitals. There's fire raining from the sky. Smokes everywhere. Trips on the site. You were talking about booby traps, but I mean, that's what that felt like. It felt like Home Alone running into that B site, man.
But they managed to dodge everything. That's the difference here. So it's going to afford them a slightly better round in advantage where Team Secret are off to Bucky's, but the off angle. Okay, Outlaw.
Well, Yunmin says mine's bigger. The Outlaw a little bit longer there. Able to stick the barrel. Now you get the 4-on-5 for Team Secret. Didn't really have much coming into this round in the first place. They're going to contact into Yong.
Be the right call as well. Kind of seeing as how teams tend to play with a 4-1 split. Now you've got a weapon. Could potentially toss that over to a teammate as well. There we go.
Nah, but the overdrive's going to run out, so he definitely wants to hold on to that Phantom. He's feeling himself. There's a special delivery just to try to zone away, and look at this. Reverse rolls here. Team Secret trying to burst into A main, but they're getting shut out by the util.
And the fault line's not going to make things any easier. Everyone up towards A main, and it's just a free picking out from KRX. As Sylvan peeks through, it's a simple trade as well. Keep things in contention, 8-11.
Orbital's there for Secret. KRX with the Armageddon online. Bit more of a vanilla round. Nice no scope from Hyunmin. Rimuru does quite well to keep things interesting though. The overdrive can be very, very good in these kind of rounds where you have the lighter buys. Gets hit a rifle in hand, but really, really good mid-rounding from KRX. They recognize that that was a big flank. Singularly coming through A main, and they just have a singular focus of dumping utility onto that choke and not letting the defense back in. Now a timeout coming out from Team Secret here. Robotics gonna see if he can come up with a good adjustment to get them the game done. Had a good timeout on Pearl where he was able to make a nice adjustment on their defense that got them 2 in a row. That's exactly what's needed here.
Would be lovely to be able to send us over onto split as well. I mean, just given the fact that this is the group that they have as well, right? You know, you can kind of start things off, try out the new maps a little bit, test the compositions, give the players a bit more freedom to try to figure things out, but at the same time, you still want to find wins where you're that close.
See what Secret have come up with here. They are very close to causing a little bit of an upset, at least on their opponent's map pick. Still have split on the cards if they're able to do so. But as I mentioned before, there were plenty of games where Secret in a couple of rounds or maybe in one map looked decent in kickoff, but they had a tough time actually converting to any wins. Yong is in some trouble here.
Just waiting for the pin to drop. Waiting for his team to really receive more of the contact though, and that's just going to invite Jesse Vash to go peeking. Unfortunately, quick trades, and you find entry.
Yeah, Yamin up on into the site. Out comes the orbital straight on in from Team Secret, trying to further delay the plant and securing them tower control, but the Armageddon zones them straight back out. Oh, they both get caught by freeing. That is a disaster.
Round done, round done. Team Secret have to call Mayday and back off completely.
Oh, post the timeout as well. You saw that whole arcade trap that they prepared. Finds them the kill that they were looking for on Yong. But after that, it's a nightmare. Sometimes the Armageddon, it feels cosmetic, like it doesn't do anything. I don't think I've seen it in quite a while. It instantly killed 2 people.
Yeah, I gotta see the replay on that one as well.
Just ended the round outright. I mean, I felt like they did the right thing there. Like, my instinct would be to run out of tower there. But maybe it was actually better to just try and send it into the site.
Perhaps. At the same time, the orbital quickly sent over as well, but felt as though KRX were kind of anticipating that one.
You're definitely getting a little bit sweaty as Team Secret here, though, it has to be said. You've had some good rounds. You had a great start to this game. You've been winning your clutches. You've been winning some close rounds. But KRX, it's just the quality of this team. Even when they're not particularly playing amazing. Oh, that's rough. Both of the first 2 segments hit them instantly minus 160. Rough stuff. And KRX, I mean, they just keep themselves in it. Like, it feels like it's inevitable that they're going to work their way back into this one and win the game. Back onto a half buy. Around a couple of rifles here for Team Secret. Big A main contest on the cards.
KRX are one of those teams. Always have the escape plan out ready as well, but you don't expect Rimuru to suddenly go peeking out from the door. The responsive kind out from Bane, though. Oh, just dancing, strafing around. He finds the shot on the Jesse Vash.
That's rough. Bane thought he was done for there. Barely stays alive, and now he has the utility to help them burst up on into the site. Sky Smoke's obscuring the vision of the defense, and the stealth drone has cleared everything out for KRX, but could tell how tentative they are. Sylvan has burned through the molly, and he's looking to potentially walk through the smoke here.
Just the Sheriff, though. And he's pretty much tapped. So freeing. Not a single second of reaction. Just Berserks to kind of walk things through, but with one player up towards the top, you kind of think that you just don't really have much else left in the round.
Oh, man. 2 taps from freeing. Ends it all. 10 up for KRX. Team Secret, a little bit invested in that round, but they left themselves enough pocket money to go straight back to the shops.
You call another timeout, or?
I mean, I don't think so. Do they have another one in the back pocket?
I believe they
Because
do.
the play worked, and then you got Armageddon. Like, that's just I support a noob round. Like, yeah, that's a noob round, guys. You know, it's not a big tactical adjustment or anything. It's just like, you know, something happened, you lost, move on.
Try back it again. Bit of A-main presence this time.
Yeah, Trailblazer.
Take a look at north side, though.
Yeah, they're getting active in Dish. There hasn't been too much activity on this part of the map for KRX. Bane could set up Hyunmin to try to dive in and find himself a pick. Stealth Drone just pushed them a little further here.
Which would be disgusting if that actually were to come true.
Marco says, okay, sorry, excuse me, sir. All good.
The Armin's already up around the side, but main one that has to go through should be Bane. Very risky plant.
Very tentative between these 2 teams. You can tell they know that Team Secret is in this neck of the woods. Here's the fight in towards spawn side. Guiding light goes forward. Marco already digged up earlier. The movement is ridiculous, and he's been left for dead. Freeing just hops on the rope and says, sorry, mate. See you next round.
Eyes on the prize, though. Still have Freeing.
All missiles away.
All up to the post plant. They know they have so much more timing and space to look out to the angles initially. But here comes Rimuru again. The rookie out from Philippines. Oh, but at the same time, the trade's just continuing to pound through. Now it's the Rolling Thunder that gets sent across. Bane trying to fight with his life, almost landing the transfer. But Team Secret come back through.
They made this mistake before. I was getting worried with the timer getting very low. Let's not forget that round on Pearl where they lost all of their guns. But nonetheless, map point secured for Team Secret.
Match point.
I'm looking at this Sky Smoke. Okay, so Freeing's left Marco for dead there. That's unfortunate. But this Sky Smoke, this was a defensive smoke that KRX got trapped in. They had 2 players that were playing under dish. And I think, I mean, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure Sylvan's whiffed his smoke there and it's actually helped them win the round. You just don't smoke that. Why would you smoke under drop?
Yeah. Unfortunate for KRX who got caught in it, but now you find yourself up against map point. Timeout. Feels a little bit desperate.
They're so close to winning this one, Team Secret. You're just wheeling them forward. I'm itching for an upset in Pacific Stage 1 here, man. Honestly.
Would be lovely, I'm not gonna lie, but at the same time, Hyunmin 1 away from convergent paths.
It's true. Got the neural theft. What do we got on the cards for Team Secret? It's a bit more of a vanilla round unless someone gets a multi-frag on. Let's see what KRX do come up with. That is their last timeout here. 2 attacking gun rounds in a row needed, and let's be honest, it's not too far out of the cards. They had 4 in a row before that round previous, so 2 more to push us into OT is definitely a possibility here. Team Secret definitely are keeping orb control in the back of their minds. Hyunmin would love to get his hands on one and get the convergent paths a little easier. Guiding Light clears out all of Arcade.
Wow.
They're just going to reposition over there. Kelly S rather. I always assume it's Jesse Vash on the Sky, but Kelly S clearing out all of top side.
I must
Does spot out the camera.
Start to push.
I mean, Young is sticking around. That's ballsy.
Uh-oh. Looking for the fight, but unfortunately goes down instead.
In the meantime, KRX creeping their way straight through A main. Hyunmin going on the front foot. He would love a kill here. If he could just get a pick, that convergent pass can win KRX this round.
Not sure how likely it is going to be, though. It hasn't been the hottest game for the guy, especially with how Team Secret are positioning themselves. Mako might be the first to fall as well. Flashed, tries to dodge it, lets Rimuru go, but not able to get the spray down against the incoming assailants. Now Hyunmin up towards the door, looks for the right peaks, but can't find the frag. KRX just trying to live true to their legacy as well, but slowly going down like flies. It's Bane and Hyunmin just spamming through, hoping for a singular kill, a singular more round. Sprayed all the way down, then the crowd erupts. 11-12, they will still trudge forward.
Hyunmin's just saved them at the final hour there. Of course he has. Always comes up with the goods. You saw this guy light up the stage at Champs. One of the very best duelists in the world. And does it without even burning the convergent paths, which he can hold onto into round number 24. Oh, that last shot. Didn't even have the recall reset there.
Timeout.
Last timeout for Team Secret. And last chance to close Fracture in regulation here and get themselves even a measly map upset win.
That's the key word, measly. I mean, struggle team against, you know, a DRX that's still trying to reform everything. New guy coming in, Young.
Yeah, it hasn't been the best day at the office for Young so far today. Hermes had not the best of debuts for himself. But like I said, it's just big shoes to fill for Flashback. He was one of the most important players on KRX. And I just don't see a replacement. So, I mean, the other option is developing the talent.
Meanwhile, Rimuru has kind of, you know, had a few moments here and there as
well.
Solid.
I think both him and Young pretty much par for par, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of rookie debuts. Neither of them are lighting up the server. They're both just kind of doing their job.
Yeah.
They're having a few moments here or there. Rimuru, though, I'm staring at this man with the overdrive. Could be a big round from him to push this across the line for Team Secret. Their buy is not the best. Bucky's, Judge, you've got a Bandit with an overdrive, and Kelly S with the Soul Rifle.
Judge and overdrive. Brick the drone. Kevin starts to go at it. Convergent path should connect it. He's got him dead to rights. Jesse Vash can't react as well. The A site is ripe.
Yeah, KRX just used the timeout against them there. teed themselves up a perfect take on Sand. It's something that's been a little bit hit or miss so far on Fracture for them, but this time they get the timing to perfection.
You would just love to see Team Secret, a team that has been struggling, to at least walk away with one map win, but you can't even handle that. If KRX completes the overtime, what does that say about you? You try to put your best foot forward in this round. KRX just has the crossfire all set up. KLES, the final player, the main standout of today.
Yeah, 20 and 14 on the Sky after a good performance on the Chamber, but this is a bridge too far for even a man who's having a good day at the office. Takes Bane with him, but Hyunmin will push us into overtime.
Sure as ever. Oh, off that timeout. But now you go back into it, you know, the initial defensive side where KRX kind of struggled.
Yeah, that's cool. I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. Oh, loving all the little bits and pieces. Teasing Mix, who we haven't seen yet.
Might be a while before we see him, but what do you want to see right here?
What do I want to see right here? I mean, I have many things that I would want to see, but we've got 10 seconds, and what we're going to see is a bloodbath.
Oh, hell no.
In B main.
Especially out with Hyunmin and Bane. Just trying to set each other up. Got the smokes out through Team Secret. They're so conditioned into just crouching down, waiting for the peeks out around south side.
Yeah, just a trade back and forth of utility over towards tree there. I thought Hyunmin was going up on top of the box and we were going to have Jing V2, but not to be. Trailblazer clears out all of A main. They're well aware it was a heavy stack towards B early on for the defense. So after clearing A main, Team Secret have a lot of information. Top side being contested quite heavily. The cam has not been tapped from Berserks just yet, though. There's the push from Hyunmin, punished by Rimuru. That is a key pick. Molly forced out now from Marco.
Beacon down. Same issue, still pestering KRX.
Oh, Team Secret are giving them the runaround here. Info line denied in unders, and now they just go straight back towards A main. They're reading this excellently.
Look at Rimuru as well. Team player, if any. Makes Young feel so nervous as the sole player on the site right now. He wants to try to deny, you know, a safe transition over out from Team Secret, but can't quite find it. He's gonna play it safe with the team instead. 4v5 retake.
Breach and Teo utility can do a lot of work delaying the plant, clearing out the site. There's only 20 seconds on here, and KRX have got some dish control.
Yeah, just a bit. How do you peek off of it, though? Got one flash in Bane. Special delivery from Freeing. Everyone, meanwhile, from Team Secret, have all the angles being held. Freeing makes the first move, but there go the trades. Suddenly it's Sylvan snapped up to the top, and Young into a 1v2. Where could the final players be? He tries to bait them out, tries to get a cheeky wallbang here or there, but he's not going to find it. Has to tap onto the spike. Still has some time to work off of, though, but the flash, the peek off contact, it's not going to be easy. He managed to take down KLES with a singular tap, and suddenly it's Berserks who goes swinging.
It's a round where it didn't look like KRX had a hope, but they always make it so close. Down to one more bullet on Berserks, and that would have been the round done. Big pick from Miruru to start things off. And it was very nice mid-rounding straight afterwards for Team Secret. They put themselves in like almost an unlosable position. So it's crazy that it's got that close. Of that flash to the right from KLES though, it doesn't scan the player on the spike, but I think that's kind of the methodology behind it, because if he taps it and walks left, then the guiding light not scanning him means that he's not on it. If that was the intention on the Sky, that's very, very high level Sky play.
Inspiring to see. You know, still leading the kill feed. KLES, of course. But as we go back into it now, then, are they able to close out this defense, Team Secret?
Would be a bit too easy. I think we've got a couple more overtimes on the cards, I'm not going to lie.
Feels like it, huh?
It is the Team Secret timeout, though. On the defense, last time around they called this, they did go for an arcade trap. They've done a lot of contesting A main as well so far this game. Haven't really ever been active on north side. You saw that a lot in the Nongshim PaperX game yesterday. Saw a lot of north side crunches to try to isolate the Sentinel.
And Young has been that sentinel.
Once again, Team Secret. So A main start, looking to secure control in that part of the map. Wow. Sky Smoke shuts the door for now. How will KRX respond?
You just want to kind of take that initiative away from KRX. KRX has a tendency to sometimes just pop through Hyunmin. This time, slow approach back up to B.
Yeah, Trailblazer through Dish, spotted out by Yong, and he takes that as an invitation to leave. Stealth drone straight up in towards the B site. One in response from Jesse Vash, clearing out all of A main. In goes Hyunmin.
Are Berserks and Sylvan ready? There's a slight sliver for Berserks to play around. Unfortunately, just going to play it safe instead. Then the numbers start to trade through. Sylvan unable to deliver. So we're back in 3v3 with Yong able to slow down Rimuru. That just might have cemented KRX's footing into this side. I say that though, when Jesse Vash starts to go peeking, Mako will make it an even exchange.
It's been the standout so far, has been KLES. No utility on his belt at all. 8 seconds on his next guiding light.
I could just wait for it, start to creep up meanwhile, but unless you can really find something off your flash, this might just be Yong to quickly peek off of Mako here. Oh, walks forward, there goes Yong. And we're back into it with a second OT.
Once again, Bane comes alive. As soon as we get into one of these post-plant or site defense situations, Bane is swiveling around like a turret, dumps all of his breach utility. You can see he's dead in the middle of the pack, running in with Mako there. And he's done very well. Rolling Thunder doesn't quite get off. I think denied by Jesse Vash from Canteen side. Once again, another tight 1v1 pushes us into a second round of OT.
Fully reset, but once again, KRX on the defense. A bit more attention out towards north side this time.
Yeah, you get the stealth drone going to set up Hyunmin to clear out all of that. Trailblazer in response, clearing out A main. KLES has done a very good job giving Team Secret a lot of information. The rest of Team Secret grouped up in towards tree side. This is where they found a pick on Hyunmin previously. They're going to wrap through unders towards Arcade, but nothing will be found over there. KRX, it's a quite hands-off approach after a push on the top side of the map. For the can to be dealt with by Hyunmin, they're just waiting to see what Team Secret's next move will be.
KRX tended to be a little bit more unsettled towards this B site, but this time, back in towards A. They will find KLES off a trade. Suddenly, though, it's go time out from the rest of the team into B. Rimuru, once again, the first one to move, but Yong with the sidesteps. Stays alive up towards tower. Might be able to do a little bit more damage with support out from Bane this time. Plays around the cages. Now it's the time to go aggressive! Out with the stuns, out with the flashes. KRX, find the defense.
Lovely stuff from Bane. Yong had done enough there. And the flashpoint completely blinding both of the last two attackers. The rest of KRX swoop in to clean up. Hyunmin, very snappy trade from him. And that's a big hold from Yong. 2 kills, plus he's bought 20, what feels like 30 seconds, an eternity for Team Secret, who were just stuck in tower for so long behind the cage.
Ooh. And there were 5. Okay, slight team stun, but still revealing intentions either way.
Straight up in towards tower. Now you get the push over here towards A main. What a beautiful trip from Yong, but Berserks is quick to trade.
And then you got Mako as well, though. And quickly cutting off the head of Rimuru makes things that much more easy. He will find another one as well. It's the bottom of the 9th, and Team Secret are unfortunately running out of players. Slowly peeking back into it. Who's going to be the next one stepping up to bat? Up towards tower with a spike planted as well. You've got all the utility that you could possibly need. Meanwhile, Team Secret, unfortunately, needing to make the first move. They will swing together. Hyunmin calls for it, finds the shot, and then it's just Berserks. Walks up front, Neural Theft, a bit more information, but does he have enough time?
This is no
Swing
problem.
around the Rosie off the corners. But then it's a fastball from Freeing, knocked out of the park. KRX to close it out in OT 2-0.
Despite such a strong start there on Fracture, it's a great resilience. They got battered on Pearl. There's no two ways about it. So I was very surprised to see so much pushback here on Fracture from Team Secret. They played a great game, but how many times am I going to say it? Some great rounds, some great moments from Team Secret, but how much does that matter if you cannot get a win?
Feels bad. I mean, you could say, you know, throughout all their efforts, it comes close, but at the end of it, it's still just that neat recovery from KRX all the way.
Yeah, great game from KRX. Some love being shown to Sylvan there. Had some good moments for himself in this series, as did pretty much everyone on Team Secret. It wasn't particularly a bad individual series from most of them, I would say. Even on Pearl, I felt like a lot of them had their moments. It was a shaky debut from Yong, but I think towards the end of Fracture, he actually had a couple of rounds that I feel like won KRX that game.
Especially in that OT round, but Team Secret, you had the lead, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's rough. I think a lot of Team Secret fans are waiting for a win, and I think if they continue to play like that and they play through the rest of the group, then maybe they can actually get themselves one.
Trending upwards, perhaps, but for now, we're going to toss it to the stage with KRX,
and
the
that
winners.
was KRX taking down Team Secret in a 2-0 fashion. Now let's talk to Fring about today's game. Congratulations, Fring. Join me over here. 네, 오늘 경기 승리를 거둔 키움 DRX의 프링 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Massive congrats, Fring. Now, we did not expect to see you on the Neon. I mean, it's a new role, a duelist role for you. Was there a sense of pressure, or talk to us about how that new role has been for you? 먼저 네온으로 깜짝 변신을 했던 펄이었습니다. 사실 많은 분들이 보고 놀라셨거든요. 이게 또 새로운 시도라 개인적으로 부담감도 있지 않았을까 싶은데 좀 어떠셨는지부터 들어보고 싶네요.
일단 처음 네온을 이제 기용을 했을 때 좀 뭔가 나 자신한테 좀 안 될 것 같은데라고 생각을 했지만 이제 감코진 형들이 이제 많은 얘기를 해주고 나서 그래 한번 해보자. 뭐 있나 하면서 했던 것 같습니다.
어렵지는 않았나요, 뭔가?
좀 많이 어려웠는데 그래도 열심히 이제 열심히 스크림하고 경쟁전도 하면서 좀 올렸던 것 같습니다.
So the first time we tried the Neon, I had this self-limiting belief that, I don't think I can do this. But you know what? With the support of my teams and as practice went on and scrims went on, I started getting more comfortable on this agent. It is a little bit difficult for me, but it was still a good game and it's been fun for me. Okay, now I wanted to talk to you about Fracture as well because you were back on the Taeho running the double initiator comp. The only difference I would say from the last comp that you ran on Fracture was Hyunmin swapping over to Solo Waylay instead of the Neon. So talk to us about what was going on with that comp. Like, are you monopolizing Neon now? It's Fring only agent. 그리고 프랙처에서 좀 조합에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶어요. 아무래도 지난번에 프랙처를 꺼냈을 때는 조합이 살짝 달랐었거든요. 이제 현민 선수가 네온을 했었는데 오늘은 솔로 웨일레이를 보여주기도 했습니다. 좀 어떤 이유가 있었을까요? 이제는 뭐 네온이 내 거다. 건드리지 말아라.
그런 건 절대 아니고요.
네.
현민이가 네온을 훨씬 더 잘하기 때문에 그러진 않고 일단은 저희가 프랙처라는 맵을 스크림을 많이 해봤는데 뭐 조합을 짜든지 뭐 많이 해봤는데 결국에는 이 조합이 저희한테 저희 KRX한테는 좀 잘 맞는 조합인 것 같아서 정했던 것 같습니다.
No, not that. I think Hyunmin's Neon is amazing. I did not take it away from him, but it's just that we were doing a lot of testing on the map of Fracture in scrims and practices, and we felt like this comp was best suited for us. So this is how we ended up locking in this comp. Now, lastly, you have a new addition on the team, Yong, and he had a few impact rounds throughout today's game as well. So tell us about what type of player he is and what he brings to the table. 그리고 또 용 선수의 합류가 있었잖아요. 오늘 경기에서도 임팩트 있는 장면을 보여주기도 했었는데 어떤 선수인지 그리고 좀 어떤 강점이 있는지 말해주시죠.
일단은 피지컬적으로 무력적으로 굉장히 이제 연습해봤을 때 너무 잘하기 때문에 지금 열심히 믿고 대회에 같이 하고 있는 것 같습니다.
I think he is truly mechanically gifted, and we do have a lot of trust in him. So it's been fun playing with him on today's stage. Well, thank you very much, Fring, and best of luck in the future on the Neon 2. 네, 오늘 고생 많으셨고요. 승리 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.
I'm telling you guys, every team is running for best neon of APAC.
Yeah.
My hot take, and I'm telling you, we got the neon region here, and even Freeing can play neon as well, and he's definitely proven it. But on this map, it's honestly, it's really heartbreaking for Secret. I'm a little sad to watch it kind of crumble this way. And Kelly S, he was doing so good. As Pilsky was saying, he found so much info for the team. On top of that, he was fragging out of his mind. It kind of all fell apart.
Yeah, go and check on your friends that are Secret fans. They need some comfort right now.
Yeah.
This seems to keep happening for this squad where they can make it close, but they can't get it across the line. Such a strong first half from them. I was really impressed by what they were bringing, but it all starts to fall apart. They lose that pistol in the second half, and KRX just start to pick up momentum.
I mean, I think if, you know, this is Rimaru's first game, so
Yeah.
I think I'm willing to give them a little bit of a pass here, but I think if you can get him a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more impactful, some of those slides and some of those attempts at entries he had weren't the cleanest, and he wasn't able to hit some shots that a lot of Neons would just land, and he ends up dying because of it. I think if he can fix that just a little bit, Team Secret actually wins this map, and that's kind of like the encouraging thing here, I'd say, if you're a Team Secret fan, is if you can find the right duelist, this team actually could do something.
Yes, that's right. I think this is like a closer glimpse of what we do want to see from Team Secret, especially from the first half on defense there. But on, you know, the attack side for Team Secret, it's just unfortunate how it ended up happening.
Yeah, I mean, it just really started to struggle as they really started to slow down. You can see KRX, they got that plant down every single round. You know, I think it does start to become a bit of a struggle when you're just giving and taking so much of this space. I mean, I really do feel like they're just not quite ready. They don't quite have that experience, and it just becomes a real problem for them when in these close games, they just can't get it across the line.
Yeah, I mean, but this is at the very start of stage one. I think this is slightly more promising than kickoff already in the way they started there. For the very first thing, Secret lost the first map instead of winning the first map.
Yeah.
So they won map 2 instead. You know, trend has changed a little bit here. But for KRX, I'm really liking what I'm seeing here. Termi tends to make really good decisions with roster moves, and as we've all pointed out, you know, without flashback, it's been a kind of a huge gap that they've been trying to fill here, and you can see at the end of map 2 the moment of brilliance coming out from Young. So I think this is very promising for KRX. And of course, we have a special guest with us at the desk. We've got none other than the GOAT, Mako. Hello. Hi. It's good to see you, Mako. How are you feeling about, you know, winning the very first match of stage 1?
일단 첫 경기 승리를 거뒀는데 소감 알려주시죠.
일단은 너무 난투할 때부터 너무 긴장돼가지고 잘할 수 있을까 약간 이런 마음으로 했던 것 같고, 역시 저희 팀원들이 잘해줘가지고 오늘 승리를 할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
I've been feeling very nervous about today's game because it's the first game since skirmish. But yeah, props to my teammates. You know, we ended up winning this one. So
yeah, I mean, speaking of teammates, you have a new teammate. How has it been playing with Young? I know, you had a new teammate over in Kickoff. How is it playing with Young?
킥오프 때도 로스터 변화가 있었고 이번에는 또 용 선수가 합류를 하게 됐는데 좀 용 선수의 합류 어떻게 느끼고 계시나요?
되게 좀 빈자리를 잘 채워주는 느낌이었고요. 그리고 요즘 많이 알려주고 있어가지고 뭔가 부족함 없이 그냥 이번 대회 첫 대회인데도 불구하고 되게 잘해줘가지고 기대 이상이었던 것 같습니다.
I think he's doing a good job in filling in the gaps or the replacement that we needed, and we've been teaching him a lot of stuff, and I think he's done very well.
Yeah.
Is he coming for your job? His primary roles are very similar to yours.
원래 하던 역할군이 마코 선수랑 좀 오버래핑 되잖아요. 좀 견제되지 않나요? 막.
아무래도 이제 감시자 역할로 갔으니 제가 이제 잠깐 감시를 했었잖아요. 비시즌 대회 때든. 근데 이제 제가 겪은 거랑 이제 막 이것저것 뭐라고 해야 될지 모르겠지만 견제는 안 돼요. 네.
Yeah, well, he's in the Sentinels role now, but as you know, preseason or off-season or during some of the officials, I used to play the Sentinels as well, but I don't know. No, I'm not too worried about him taking over my job.
He's not going to take the controller role.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I wanted to ask, you've been with Termi such a long time, and we keep seeing the roster change, always bringing in new players from the academy. Do you feel like you have to take on a sort of mentorship role to help these new players settle in? Is that kind of your job as one of the more older, experienced players in the team?
일단은 터미 감독님이랑도 굉장히 오래 일을 해왔었고, 그리고 그동안 뭔가 아카데미에서 새로운 선수가 올라오면 올라오는 일이 있었잖아요. 그럴 때마다 마코 선수가 아무래도 내가 좀 리더가 돼서 멘토가 돼야겠다라는 마음가짐이 있을까요?
네, 당연히 있고 아무래도 이제 그런 경우가 되게 많다 보니까 팀 전체가 이제 그냥 다 같이 한 마음 한 뜻으로 도와주고 있고, 또한 이제 올라오는 선수들도 이제 잘 견뎌내고 있고 잘 하고 있기 때문에 그런 부분에선 걱정 안 하셔도 될 것 같습니다.
Yeah, of course. It's happened several times for us. So I feel like the whole team is jumping in to make sure that the new player feels comfortable. And and as for the new players that would be called up, I think they've been very well composed, and you know, they're withstanding it. So I don't think we need to worry too much about that.
Okay, and the thing that we've all noticed, of course, is that a lot of your ex-teammates have now achieved a international trophy at some point. And of course, everyone wants you to have one as well, Mako. But how do you feel about that? Do you feel like that gives you more pressure, makes you more nervous going back towards internationals, or does it make the path seem more reachable for you?
일단 옛날에 함께 했던 동료들이 이제 국제대회 트로피를 한 번씩 들어 올렸는데, 아무래도 그 부분에 있어서 이제 국제대회 우승이라고 봤을 때 뭔가 더 부담감을 느끼게 되나요? 아니면은 조금 더 이거 내가 할 수 있겠는데? 나도 할 수 있다라는 느낌이 들까요?
오히려 그 전에 이제 아무도 못 들었을 때는 되게 부담이 있었거든요. 근데 좀 역으로 모두가 얻게 되니까 이제 트로피를 저 빼고, 그래서 오히려 그래 그렇게 하라 한 다음에 이제 그냥 부담 없이 이제는 좀 할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 네.
Well, actually, when nobody had a trophy, it had immense pressure on me. But now that everybody else but me seems to have one, it just makes it less pressure for me, more doable.
Okay, well, very, very last thing. Who's the better Neon, Hyunmin or Freeing?
I guess Hyunmin?
Hyunmin, okay. Well, thank you very much. And congratulations on the win today, Mako. Always good to have you here. Yeah, so that's it, Mako. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And yeah, so I it's always good talking to Mako about this kind of stuff here.
Yeah.
And he picked Hyunmin as, you know, the better Neon. He did think about it for a second there. And, you know, guys, you know, stick around to the end of match 2. We have a special announcement, and I'm pretty sure we should be seeing KRX, you know, somewhere involved in the special announcement. You guys will see what I mean later. Yeah, so Hyunmin.
Yeah.
Fantastic today.
I mean, this is what we want to see from the guy. We saw his ceiling over in Paris, and it was incredibly impressive. I felt like he did so much work for this KRX roster. Now he's come back. We're here in stage 1, and he started off strong, fragging Phoenix, Waylay. There's nothing this guy can't do.
He's just a tremendous talent. He's so reliable, and he's so quick to find those multi-kills, like, and put himself in really good positions to do some serious damage. And even though he wasn't doing that well in the first kill department on this map, he actually was like -8 or something like that. Like, Mako picked it up for him. Mako was like 8-2 or 8-3 or something like that. So, like, absolutely crazy stuff. But he's so reliable as that second entry, right? Even if he's not necessarily the dive entry on the Waylay, he's also proven that he can be really good behind that.
Yeah.
Absolutely there. So really, you know, nice comeback there on map 2. Fracture got us a little worried, but, you know, if you're a KRX fan. Sorry, I'm gonna take a while
to
get used to
yeah.
It's been years we've been calling them that. But yeah, next match we have RRQ versus Zeta. I think this is gonna be really exciting as well. RRQ having probably the most painful way to not qualify to an internationals happened to this team.
Yeah, and to put it simply, they have to win today, or we need to like crowdfund therapy for these guys. They had a bit of a dark timeline over there in kickoff is a nice way to put it. They want to start this split off on the right foot, prove to themselves that they can win these games again, because we know just how talented this roster is.
Yeah, just imagine if they all come in like growing goatees and like dyeing their hair and like doing all this like crazy stuff to like try to shake off what happened there. Because yeah, absolutely one of the most brutal things that this org is kind of cursed in a way. Like they've had so many brutal moments. I mean, even back to 2023 with the LCQ, like there's been all these things that have happened to them throughout their history. You know, they finally get to internationals and then it doesn't go good. So I need to see this team find some new kind of mindset, some new mentality. I don't think whatever's going on with RRQ has bupkis to do with their individual ability or their individual talent. It is all in their own heads, and that's got to get fixed. You're absolutely right. Like the psychologist, whoever this is, needs to get in there and get them straight.
Yeah, they do have a performance coach, Rebecca. I think she's spoken, you know, we should just bring her on the desk and ask her how she's dealing with this right now. But
working overtime.
Yeah, but they look like they're in good spirits, maybe because Jen's, you know, memory eraser pen has worked on them. So they looked a little relaxed today. So you guys can see the score line there, what happened. It was like 3 best-of-5s back-to-back, loss after loss. But there's another team that, you know, had a lot of pain in a very different way, and it's going to be Zeta Division. Now, Paper Thin, when you were Judge Toxic Paper Thin, you straight up asked XQQ, like, what's happened since losing Laz and Depth?
Yeah. I mean...
Well, we do know.
We want to know.
They started kickoff, they didn't win a single map until like later on through kickoff, but they, you know, they also got eliminated really early in the game. What's going on with Zeta?
I think there's a lot of new players here that are coming into this squad, you know, with Absol and Eco, trying to find their groove. You know, Absol's another one of those talents that everybody's talking about in Japan is maybe the next big thing, like maybe the next May.
Right.
Maybe this player that we're talking about, he hasn't shown it yet, but again, it's your first time. You know, you've had some kind of growing pains with Sugar Zero as the IGL. Not that he's done a bad job at all, but kind of a lot of the players, in particular in their post plans, were really out of sorts, out of position, not able to really settle down. And I'm sure that's something that, you know, if Minnie's still helping these guys out, which I think he is, I haven't heard otherwise, that's probably something going to be correcting pretty quick. It's just going to come down to, like, can they get the firepower going too? That's my biggest concern here.
Yeah, and you mentioned Absol. Absol was a team that, a player that all the Korean casters, oh my god, what am I talking about? The Japanese casters are highlighting as a superstar, but we didn't really see that, so there must be something there.
I mean, he didn't pop off. When we take a look at the stats here, I think Sugar Zero is the anomaly here. He's the one playing better in these losing games when things get a little bit tougher, and it makes sense. He's the most experienced one on this team, and apart from that, we just saw... I mean, I think we have to call it a crumble, really. They kind of fell apart in these tougher matches. Only Team Secret was the game where they were really able to get stuff done.
Yeah, I mean, they did have the map win against, at the time, DRX, now KRX.
Yeah.
And Absol actually looked really good there on the Yoru, but now we're moving away from that. We're not going to be playing that agent anymore,
True.
So what is this going to look like? You've got a new coach coming in now as well with Rota, who's going to be stepping into the head coaching role. XQQ going to be moving down to the assistant coach role. You know, again, XQQ, kind of a reluctant head coach here for a while because, you know, was having a tough time getting into a situation where they could find a coach who was going to be suiting what they needed, because they need somebody who spoke Japanese, who had experience and all these things, and there just wasn't a lot of people out there. Now that talent's starting to bubble up out of, in this case, the GCC scene.
That might make a really huge difference, actually, having you know, the staff just, you know, fill out with more Japanese coaches there. And of course, our key players, Crazy Guy from RRQ, our sole single Vietnamese player, but Sugar Zero, or Sugar Hero, as we like to call him.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting IGL matchup. I think Crazy Guy nowhere near his ceiling from what we saw from him in kickoff. Outside of that clutch percentage, that's kind of a crazy number. But Sugar Zero, like you say, I mean, I think he is the standout on this Zeta team, or he has been so far. I think he's so comfortable on this smokes roll, so experienced, such a great leader. In my mind, he's definitely the one to keep your eye on.
Yeah, he had great reads. I mean, a lot of time I remember watching or casting the Zeta games and being like, I love what you're doing right now. Like where you're positioning yourselves, you're getting into the right positions, you're making the right call on where the stacks are and all this other stuff. You're baiting a little bit of util here and there, doing all the right things. It's just you couldn't convert behind that. So like, honestly, this is going to sound kind of reductive, but they should just be in the aim lab. Like that's the biggest thing for this team, in my opinion. The aim labs, like they just got to be fraggers, and there's actually hope if they can get that under control.
I mean, I think one thing that's interesting is after Friday's game, there's a DFM-shaped hole now. They could seize it. They could capitalize. Is this Zeta's time?
Can we never have two Japanese teams do it well at the same time?
No,
it seems like
it's not allowed.
It's illegal or something. So okay, so this is interesting. What Ryota's debut as a coach is as a player in skirmish. It says XQQ, but it's actually Ryota playing right now. And I don't really know how this ends up, but he was a Game Changers coach.
Look at XQQ, like, welcome to the party, pal.
There we go. There we go. He shot down Expo.
One.
Oh, I know that pose.
No. Don't do that pose in Valorant, man.
The John QT pose.
Yes. That's bad luck. That's bad luck.
All the boys there to cheer him on. You back it. I mean,
yo,
he's tying it up.
Okay. Xvero, you're getting cooked by the coach.
We got lucky.
This happened to Yatsuka yesterday, and they lost.
See, I kind of love the strat. You put the coach in, the coach wins, mentally boom the opponents. Xvero's gonna, he can't lose this, otherwise he's gonna be having a dog.
Dude, honestly, the meta should just be throw your coach in there, because if you win, it's gonna be hilarious, and it just destroy the other team's mental. And if you lose, who cares?
Yeah. Exactly. Oh, that's like a mega. I like that. We should just throw all the coaches in there for this. Now, it was interesting that you did mention, just get them in aim labs. It's still a shooting game at the end of the day. Crystal, we interviewed him. I was like, what were you working on during that break? He was like working with an aim coach, and I think this is really, you need a mental coach, but you also need an aim coach when it comes to Valorant for your sanity and for your aim. And as a map draft comes in here, it looks like we're still going to be getting another Fracture. I like that we're ending on Haven, especially between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, definitely interesting. RRQ picking Fracture, that new map to the pool. I'm very excited about that. I think it will suit Crazy Guy and the way he likes to call particularly well, but we do have to get through Split first, which is Zeta Division's pick.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is kind of interesting because Zeta's been pretty reliable on Split. Haven's like almost like a comfort pick, it feels like, for them, but Fracture's, I think, a good pick for RRQ, not just because they're probably going to be very skilled at it, but also because it's probably going to be a weak map for Zeta. It's not a map that their coaching staff has much experience in terms of being successful at compared to some of the others.
Yeah, that's right. And we got to talk about predictions. And Paper Thin, I thought you were like
now hold on,
Zeta guy, Manny.
Now hold on.
Wow.
You know who the real one is.
Whoa, don't keep turning Manny against me.
You know who the real one. Manny, I got you.
No, Zeta guy's my brother. Like, no.
Is he?
Hear me out.
This is not very brotherly.
No, hear me out. Okay,
right,
hear me out. They're not winning this one, but my hot take prediction for this stage was that Zeta will make playoffs. And now I'm starting to believe, in particular, because DFM looks like
Did you say that DFM? You like to switch it to Zeta?
No, I said Zeta. That was my hot take.
So for them to make it to playoffs, even if they don't win today, what do you need to see today from them to give you enough confidence and hope?
The same level of macro, better post plants, and better just individual mechanics.
Okay. Well, you know what? In the game of Valorant, in VCT, especially in Pacific, with new metas, new agent buffs, nerfs, everything, anything can happen, especially at the beginning here of Stage 1. I'm hoping to see a much better performance from Zeta than their earlier performance in Kickoff. And I think it could be happening. They have a new coach leading the way, and Ryota also brought Zeta Division Game Changers team to victory, well, very close to victory. So let's see if they can do it again. As we send it down to the stage, we're going to have RRQ facing against Zeta Division.
matchup. RRQ.
It's stage 1, and we're going to be welcoming RRQ versus Zeta Division. Now, for RRQ, everything was in the bag for an easy breezy stroll into Santiago Masters. But then, this team faced the worst 3 days of their VCT Pacific lives and a devastating loss after loss after loss. The question is if they mental reset and they're ready to take on stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, disappointment is an understatement. We know how great these guys can be here in Pacific, but kickoff, it just fell apart at that last minute. They need to come in strong today. I need to see a dominant performance over a team like Zeta to really reignite that confidence, the belief that so many fans had at the start of the year.
Now we saw Monyet there, he's all smiles. I saw him in the hallway and he said, I can't talk to you because you predicted Zeta Division today.
I respect that.
Yeah,
It took a lot of time to talk to me. It was very nice.
I know, there was a big difference here, but how could you not hope for Zeta Division? While RRQ was on the up and up during kickoff, we want to see something really come out of Zeta Division. And if they beat RRQ today, starting stage 1 like this in 2026 is a very good sign for this squad. Now, they did have some adjustment period, getting new players in, losing superstars like Laz and then Depp. But now they've had a bit more time. They have a new coach at the forefront here. Can they do it?
Baby.
What?
Manny,
I'm sorry.
There's a lot of other teams that I feel like Zeta has a really good chance against, but I think RRQ just pound for pound is too strong. You know, in particular when you've got Jemkin in there, it's going to be tough. But again, I'm looking to see them level up. I'm looking to them. Gosh, if they get a map here, if they could take Split or something like that, then I'd be just over the moon for them that they really can do some damage this stage.
Now, we just saw the two coaches fist bump. We have Jovi and Ryota here. Both of them are former Game Changers coaches from the same tournament over in Game Changers Berlin in 2024. Now, Jovi with that team, sorry to call this out, team placed last in Game Changers Berlin. But Ryota, together with Zeta, they did the unthinkable, and they kept climbing higher and higher, becoming one of the favorites of the entire tournament. And if you can do the same thing with this Zeta division, I think this is very promising.
Yeah, it's nice to see him take that path from coaching Game Changers all the way up to VCT here, and I think there'll be a lot of learnings from that he will be able to use. I think he is a very talented coach. Easy to see why Zeta division are going for him. So I kind of want to see his influence on this team. I want to see how they look different to the past, how they look different to kickoff. Like you say, Paper Thin, I want to see some discipline in these post plants. I want to see some clean gameplay from Zeta, and that can inspire a lot of confidence. I agree, they don't need a win today. They just need to look strong to give a lot more inspiration to this team as we move through towards those playoffs.
Yeah, consistent mechanics, consistent trading, getting post plants that are actually, you know, functionally set up with crossfires and things like that. Like, even if you might not hold them because somebody like, you know, Cushy just goes crazy on you, like, it can be like that sometimes, but at least have the right spots where you're giving yourself the optimal chances to win, not just kind of like running into positions where you're just going to get nailed by like sky flashes when you're trying to hold an angle.
What's really interesting about Zeta, though, whenever they're basically out of contention but need to do that final sort of match, they play really well.
Yeah.
And like, what is up with that? I just want to see them play like that all the time, you know? Not when you're already eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they can tap into that no fear mindset. It's always fun when they do. Got the agent select coming through here. It's Mirror on both sides, running with, I think this is kind of what was expected to be the most standard meta composition, with that Neon Waylay Sky to support there. So very interesting that this map 1 will be a Mirror. It's a real test of the IGLs because it's full information. You know what the comp can do and you know what it can't do.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a big question for me, like Absol not going to be able to play the Yoru here. Yeah. I thought maybe they might go for the Raze since he was really good on that on Bind previously, so I thought that could be an option here, but they want to go for that. Neon Waylay seems to be the go-to.
Yeah, that seems to be the formula for a bunch of these teams over on Split. As we send it to the casters for the second match of today, it's Quack and it's Pilsky.
Yeah, Kwekapilski here, and also Zeta and RRQ down on the stage. Definitely bring out your neuralizers. Forget everything that happened in kickoff, but I think it still kind of is true for Zeta. This is going to be rough for them.
Yeah, for both of these teams, forget everything that happened. I mean, Zeta, they basically won the Battle of the Wooden Spoon prizes, which is beating Team Secret to avoid becoming last place. Whereas on the side of RRQ, 3 back-to-back best-of-5 losses. I found it quite interesting that they actually banned out Breeze, a map that they lost in the upper final, middle final, and lower final to start off this series, which means that you'll get Split, a map that RRQ didn't play at all the entirety of kickoff.
Yeah, pretty interesting to see how they'll actually come into this one now that they have to play it, especially up against Zeta. But Big Timer's right, you know, the fact that it's a mirror comes down to the duels of the IGLs. Crazy guy. A little bit more seasoned, you would think, than Sugar Zero.
Yeah, I mean, things get spicy over there in Vietnam. I think we're going to find out about that later on in this stage. Start off Split, though. I mean, we didn't get an upset in the first match. Both of these matches today, quite cut and dry. Team Secret gave it a good crack over there on Fracture. I want to see what Zeta has prepped for us coming in here. That's true. It's a crazy guy. He's going to... Will it be coming home? You know, that's what Big Time keeps saying to me. I'm not sure what he means when he says that. I think he's referring to something else, but if we're referring to Crazy Guy playing in his hometown, then probably. If not, then it means that they've done worse than last stage, which for RRQ, they don't want that to be a possibility.
Definitely not. But also, what we do want to see is just some signs of life from Zeta, perhaps. Starting on the defense so far, but also big garage fight coming through. Trailblazer already stunned up and instantly right off the get-go. It's Monyet, tip of the spear into sight, getting shot down by Sugar Zero. Sugar Hero again. Okay, not the way you want to start out the pistol.
Yep, RRQ just got wrecked, guys. That was a beautiful paranoia. Great setup right from the start. Absol drops the relay bolt in the B main choke point. Guiding Light confirming Jemkin's position, and Zeta are closing in all around him. They need every pistol that they can get. They want to try to cause an upset. In fact, the relay bolt wasn't even dumped. It gets thrown on Jemkin's head to close things out. A flawless pistol from Zeta.
That was nice coordination towards the end of that as well. You know, a little relay movement. Can't forget a round like that. Not the way you want to start.
Look at that paranoia. Oh man, that feels good. That is exactly why you love playing Omen. Great supportive flashes from XDL. Absol might be blind, but so is everyone on RRQ.
Nice. What's the response going to be, though?
Crazy Guy's bought, nobody else has. Bring up on into the A side. Absol under pressure, but drops Crazy Guy. That's the stinger hitting the deck. Someone's got to go pick that up, boys. RRQ do get the spike plant down, and they're going to push into spawn here.
Try, but it's going to be straight on through into automatic weapons. Absol.
It's an easy cleanup for Absol, isn't it? Farming himself up an overdrive cushy, all on his lonesome. Clinging to a Fnatic Classic. I would have thought it would be illegal to equip that as an RRQ player.
You would think, but who knows? Other than that, though, I mean, clear cut as day, and you know, perhaps RRQ just to look for the spike plant either way.
Absol 2 off the overdrive now. Good defense of that A site, but RRQ get what they were looking for there. Test the waters over on A, get a couple of kills, do get the plant money, and a couple of ult orbs for their trouble before they head into the first gun round here.
Which is where really things need to start to flow for RRQ.
Love how Zed is playing at the moment. A site is completely open. They are just going to fight for mid on the bonus. And RRQ, it does seem like they're interested in this part of the map at some point. Waiting to see what the early round looks like for Zeta, but out comes the smoke into ropes. This could get messy.
Just a bit refract back. So far you think it's still just one player, but it's all 4 from Zeta. They're getting dinked up though.
Yeah, seen a lot of utility, a lot of players in the middle of the map have RRQ, so they're going to go meet up with Xfero outside of A main and get straight into that A site, which will push Zeta into a retake here. They're not in great positions to flood, and the Sky is still in spawn here, so they're going to opt to take ramp control first.
Be a great way to start things off. unless Xfero can somehow find the right timing to turn things back around. Getting things smoked off for now, but at the same time, more players positioned up towards elbow. Xfero starting to make a move. Zeta still wanting to keep things contained on the A side. Xfero not even needed at this point because his whole team just disappeared, evaporated in an instant. Zeta walk away with bonus.
Yeah, I think the ring rust is showing a little bit on this map for RRQ. Touched on it previously, but not a map that they touched in kickoff or at all so far this year. Only played it a little bit here and there in the off-season most recently. And Zeta have a couple more recent games than that. So far, it's looked like quite a routine game of split from them. Hasn't really been any pushback at all from RRQ. 3 clean round wins on the defense in a row from Zeta. Another perfect retake. Love that they don't try to force the flood there. They wrap around through ramp side. And once again, look at all the util assists. Paranoia and Guiding Light. The flashes have been gorgeous from Zeta.
Nice save!
There we go.
They're not in the bar anymore. Bit more of a sensible watch party from Zeta this time.
I miss the bar.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Perhaps it's tech issues as well, but gotta keep things rolling.
I mean, Kushi's checking his in-ears because he couldn't hear most of those rounds, but I think that's basically just because Shuka Zero's dumped a Paranoia on them every single round.
That is true. Ever since the pistol.
It's a good start from Zeta, but we've seen good starts from underdogs. We've seen a good start from Team Secret on Fracture. Does not a map win make. RRQ, what will be a save from them, a bit of a half bite coming into the next round. We talked about it on the desk a little bit. They did not have the best end to kick off. A great start to kick off once again. We were kind of thinking to ourselves, the storyline coming into this year, RRQ, it's a given that they're going to make it to an international. It's just a question of how far they'll make it in that international. Unfortunately, they took a step backwards. Does that mean they'll take 2 steps forward in this season?
We should hope. But looking at this split for now, who knows? Bucky and Sheriffs.
Seen them do damage before. Eco on the line with the Outlaw. Starts things off well. Saturate does zone Monyet away. He's not going to be able to do too much with that Bucky. Ended up and pushed away as RRQ look for something in mid.
Trailblazer to check A main as well. I mean, it feels as though Zeta are pretty much informed as to every decision they're about to make. Not that one, though.
Yeah. I mean, you probably knew that Jemkin was going to do something like that to you, but you're never quite ready for it. Guiding Light in towards ropes. Moves in the middle of the map being made here, and Zeta responding in kind.
Silent drop, Paranoia to flush in, but Jemkin still
ready for the second. Don't think he knows that XDL was there, and you can't refract straight onto the same position. It's not going to work too favorably for you. Straight into the A site is RRQ there. It's open for business. Zeta must try to organize themselves accordingly. Monyet up close with the Bucky. Does have a relay bolt in the back pocket as well. And Kushi's got a flash to lend him if he wants.
Spike planted.
The right spot to be in. Just everything out towards elbow and screens. Xfero goes down, unfortunately. The reload heard though. So it's a clear push from Monyet. And then for Kushi! Thrifty conversion up for RRQ in round 4.
I mean, gorgeous shots on the Sheriff from Kushi and Jemkin. Monyet gets his. We saw the same thing in just a map previous. 3 in a row from Secret, and then you got a half buy from KRX. Can never take for granted that you're going to run away with the game with these strong starts. We've just got fantastic aimers in Pacific that even with a handful of Sheriffs, a shotgun or 2, they can steal a round away from you.
Kind of putting in point what Paper Thin was talking about. This is why Zeta needs the aim labs. We'll listen into RQ's team comms though.
So do be pop, okay? Okay. I will. Nice. You don't worry. There's default, okay?
Well, into the side they go. Lot of pressure on Eco here. Operator isolated and picked off. The Seekers have created a little bit more space. Over on the lurk though, Xfero doesn't find much luck and the numbers will equalize now.
4v4 at the same time though. As you look to utility to set things up, Zeta still has theirs and they have been pretty good on it so far. Now it's the Seekers to inform things first and foremost.
Paranoia goes forward. Bushy responding with his own guiding light. Monyet pushed away in the back of the site, but hunted down by Absol. 2 in quick reply from RRQ.
Especially up around Pillar, that's where they really make their stand. Down to just Shota left, where RRQ just needs to hold. I mean, the response was just too darn good. No way Shota makes it out of this.
Dumb way to
Yeah.
die.
Convergent pass picked up by Jemkin there. RRQ's comms is chaos.
Yeah.
RRQ, PaperX, like...
You gotta be Southeast Asian to understand.
Yeah, I don't. I'm sure that you need to translate that one for me, Quack.
I can't.
I am lost, man. In
Well, I
fact,
heard them say rafters.
Yeah. I don't even know. But look, it's within the chaos that they make it work. I think Jovi is the one who's got the toughest job because he's got to kind of decipher that on the regular. I'm sure he's starting to speak more Southeast Asian, though, as time goes on.
Yes, Southeast Asian is language. Round up for Zeta, though. He's speaking Japanese pretty soon. Not quite. The Bucky not sounding off. Just XDL with the Sheriff, who should be surrounded soon enough. Got more utility coming in from RRQ to really cement their hold over the site.
Yes, Utah and Sugar Zero next up to bat. Everyone's falling around them. RRQ
Planted.
feels like the half-buy was the catalyst that is starting this attacking side. Sugar Zero, two-way crossfire for him to contend with. Another Paranoia in the back pocket, but a Stinger not good enough to finish up X-Pharaoh. And Shooter now just going to hold on to the Phantom for round number 9. Oh, round number 7. I can't do math.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget that Jemkin was the one with the Sheriff to start everything off, but it's also RRQ having stronger post-plants, I think. Really making things a lot better as they equalize the score. Zeta, you know, they had all the coordinated utility from before, but not really being able to play off of it this time.
They didn't have great guns. Great flash from Cushy there at the end. Love to see it. 3 up for RRQ, 3 in a row now. Do have money for an op here on Eco yet again. I'm quite surprised at the duelist pairing. The one standout for me in kickoff for Zeta Division was Eco on Neon, but they've opted to put Absol, who was the primary op user, on the Waylay. On the Neon, while Eco is on the Waylay
around, yeah.
using the op, which I thought would 100% be the opposite way around. So we'll see if he has a little bit more luck here. In fact, no op from Eco, and it will be once again a big fight over B main.
Especially with Absol doing pretty decent so far, but now you're going to get hit with all the flashes. Try an attempt at a TP, but it's just Absol to come in through and collapse.
Yeah, lovely. Jemkin and Crazy Guy pinned into a corner. 10 and 3 for Absol. He's had a lot of hype around him. Cushy. Big 2K on the Sheriff to close out the 4th round of this game. Needs to come up big once again. Could be another vintage X-Pharaoh clutch because he's got a lot of space on this A site. Orb and Snakebite can be utilized. What do we have here on Zeta Division? Well, they've pushed mid. They've cleared all of that out. Haven't seen anything on the B side of the map. Fast lane as well as the Sky utility can really help them kind of play a bit more of an easier retake.
Flash should be coming up soon. A few more seconds, but at the same time for RRQ, like, how do you position after the plant?
I mean, I love X-Pharaoh's position. You've got to play forward. You've got to play on the front foot and get some picks to kind of equalize the situation. Absol, patient though, is on for the ace now. This could be a big one for him.
Or not. The whole team just set up a bit of a trap against Cushy, unfortunately.
Yep. Nice and easy for Zeta. Good response. 4 guns surviving is going to help them build that economy, because looking at RRQs after the half-buy, they have really just financially taken off in this game. Should have 2, maybe even 3 good buy rounds following this one. Couple of ults in the mix as well. That's good stuff. Really, really good utility there from Zeta. It's like the Paranoia came in from the side of RRQ there, but didn't quite catch Absol. He slid just a little bit to the right and found the perfect pocket of play to deal with Monyet and find the other 2 pinned in the corner. Sometimes those little differences, millimeters in positioning, that can decide one of those exchanges.
RRQ not trying to slow down anytime soon, though. Oh, and at the same time, Convergent pass, they're pushing outside of VZeta.
Yeah, in the meantime, though, Ace all taken by RRQ. TP in towards Heaven. Shooter can hear all of this. There's the pivot to the other side of the map. Sugar Zero is already on the flank.
Stays hidden long enough. you start to play off of the attention your teammates could find, and that's numbers up for Zeta. RRQ, what's the response? You have the ults, but do you have the right position, the right timing to deploy them? Outside of screens, they start to find contact. They're still trying to stay hidden though. There the convergent paths go, but Zeta suddenly pays no heed, no mind to any of this. It's just Jemkin left, stuck inside of screens, trying to land the shots, but ultimately the spike lost.
Yeah, it's another gorgeous retake from Zeta. They were all over that round. They ran a huge set play straight down the middle of the map, crunching through B main with the convergent path straight through Ramen. Use all of that map control and information to be able to set themselves up from a great retake. Great opener from Shooter. Cracks Heaven open, follow-up, Guiding Light, and Trailblazer confirms the position of xFaroe, and from there it's quite easy for them to put the pieces together. They have full ramp control, and it feels like RRQ is just scrambling to find any kills in that post plant.
Timeout.
Really couldn't coordinate it together. Definitely a lot of frustration on this side for now. I mean, needing to string together so much, but you're not being able to find it right now. You still have the buys though, at least, for RRQ.
Get Jovi and Warbirds involved in the conversation and see what they can come up with on this attacking side. Hasn't been as much of an issue getting into post plants on the A side of the map. The B exchange has not gone well at all this game from RRQ. They lost the pistol and round 7 to that exact same exchange. Zeta undeniably have felt like the better team in this game so far. Outside of getting, you know, E-code and a couple of good gun rounds in from RRQ, I'm really liking what the Japanese side is putting together so far.
Yeah, new coach, well, new head coach, I should say. We start to see these rounds where, you know, a bit more attention around middle, and they can kind of pivot off of it. Meanwhile, for RRQ, just feels like an all-in or nothing into singular sites like A, but if they start to lose players around it, then they're just left with no option out to post plants. Now we're back into B though. Zeta's pushing out.
Right down the middle of the map. Shove to try to catch that Suez player out of position, but Jemkin rarely so. Do have the operator out on the attacking side. Crazy Guy looking to roll back the years. The beast from the east. Posted up in B main.
Otherwise, not finding too much for now.
Trailblazer will go through the middle of the map though. Clears out all of mid. It started a very heavy mid setup, but now you're getting a shift into an A re-clear.
Start to scale, but at the same time, Zeta has their own plans. 3 players to go up against xFaroe. He hears the neon.
I've got your trail.
Seeker's actually from the attacking side, so that won't reveal the position of xFaroe, but he's caught by Shooter.
Oh, and then it's the B side. Oh, Eco! Out from Raptors, finds 2. It's Crazy Guy in response, but unfortunately, without numbers, it's just going to be a tough post plant.
3 on the flank for Crazy Guy here. He's got to do something very special with the operator. Starts off well.
Tries to reposition. Meanwhile, Monyet still trying to fend off incoming assailants from the other side, but goes down to overdrive. The shot whiffing past. It's Zeta in control again.
It's the second round in a row that Silta's found the opening frag for Zeta. He's been very consistent in the mid round, just holding his ground, finding a key kill. And every time, it feels like in the mid-round, Zeta is kind of outplaying RRQ.
Decision to push out A, yeah.
It just never feels like RRQ are finding opening kills or are in an advantageous situation in a post plant. Often caught in transition and never quite comfortable once the spike goes down.
I'm not exactly sure what it is, but like the double duelist of it all.
I mean, Zeta is just out-positioning them, it feels like. Could be a mess in A main on the cards here.
Straight through. Got some utility to work off of, but look at Absol. Just piggybacking off of the Saturate. Now a second one goes through. The Paranoia in response, but no one to follow up. Meanwhile, Zeta just has numbers to go again, and again. The trades, they find it.
Yeah, complete disengage now. Silta was the only one on that B side of the map. The A set play from Zeta Division has caught them. Just so many creative, different approaches on this defensive side. You've seen a mid-crunch, you've seen great fights for B main. That time a set play outside of A main. The depth on this defense has been great.
RRQ on the other hand.
Cover going out.
feeling a lot more than just lesser equipped right now.
Very timid, waiting for a push, waiting for Zeta to shift in the mid-round and give them something. Crazy Guy waiting in the wings. He's been very patient behind the flower pot here. See if this is going to bloom into something quite fruitful for him. Freebie onto Absol, lets it pass.
30 seconds left.
Keeps his crosshair train for the second follow-up. Be a bit more support from Monyet would be nice, but he gets caught by Shota. Teleports onto site to try to get the spike down at the very least, but now you think towards the 1v2 where Absol just suddenly shows up.
Just walks in on him. Could you blame the man? He's having a hell of a game for Zeta Division. Just take that 1v1, son. He's 30 HP against Crazy Guy. We were pointing out Crazy Guy's clutch statistics going into this game, but when Absol is 16-4, he doesn't care. That's the only numbers that matter.
New talent. Well, I mean, he's been in here since kickoff, but still suddenly showing up on the server this day definitely brings you, a lot of inspiration for Zeta.
I mean, I was saying, man, Eco was a great neon. Apparently, they're just printing great neons in Zeta Division right now. Paranoia's a hair too late for RRQ. It feels like they're never quite in the right position at the right time. The timing every single round feels like it's been favoring Zeta Division. And when we say, I hope this team's been putting the work in the offseason, this is what we mean. It's been just such a great defensive side.
4.0 KD, now they're back to the 4-stack towards middle. RRQ, though?
They're on another buy. Have the overdrive, have got a pit if they can get themselves into a post plant. The thing is that Xfero has often been the lurker outside of A main, so I'm not sure he's going to be on the side to get that post plant. He's from the shadows into A. But as Zeta Division, I mean, I can't blame them. They're just playing full retake, because why wouldn't you? Every time they retake this A site, they dominate the round. That's a different approach, though. They haven't had to deal with a pit on elbow before.
Well, they have their own pit. Eco might be able to get a convergent paths as well. Just doing their due diligence for now. They're at the early spots.
Yeah, convergent paths would be the ult that breaks the pit open here.
You still have your flashes and everything as well. Could find you some entry into the pit. So they're going to start things off with Paranoia. Absol onto Jemkin, but then into the pit. And that's where the main obstacle comes. You try to hop over the hurdle, but Cushy stands in your way. Lightspeed over the top, and Sugar Zero goes peeking off of it. The pit has gone through. And now it's just Crazy Guy at half HP. Sugar Zero tries to get ahead. Crazy Guy chops at the pit with the Bulldog.
Big 3K, this man wants to go to Ho Chi Minh. And that doesn't start with an upset against Zeta in the first round of your group. 4 up for RRQ, hanging on this attacking side of Split. Another great retake attempt from Zeta Division, has to be said though. Sugar Zero, I don't think he's missed a Paranoia this entire game. Every time this guy throws a Paranoia, somebody gets a kill.
Let's go, boy. It's just how on point they are with the utility. Still comes close. But either way, down to the end of the first half. And that's when the op shows up!
It's about as free as it gets. Jemkin in, up, over the top. Eco chomping at the bit for a little bit more. Just looking for some information. Oh no, the refract's gone. He is trusting this angle. Guiding light being prepped, and he still banks one straight through it. How has he almost gotten away with that?
Not too bad, and then the whole team can just play out from the top of heaven as well. It's RRQ to bank everything on a smoke and a little bit of stealth to get into sight.
Creeping on in here. RRQ trying to get themselves into another post plant. Could be another big play from Crazy Guy. Paranoia at the ready. Smoke just came back up for him. Jemkin in B main will definitely be tested here.
Has to come up with the goods, because if not, this round could be done for RRQ. He's got so many players to contend with as well, and Epsol's already keeping him in check. Spotted by the angle just around the edge. What can Xfero and Crazy Guy offer up? Separate positions, not too bad if they can connect the shots, but way too far apart. The flicks are not there. It's Zeta instead.
That's another round where I was looking at Crazy Guy in hell, holding that Paranoia, and I was looking at him potentially connecting that on the entirety of the Zeta Division team, but Absol was ahead of it for what feels like the third or the fourth time that half.
Guy's on another plane of existence.
It's a phenomenal game from him.
Eco as well.
Yeah. Let's see if we get to see it here. Yeah, look, Absol, the paranoia goes to his left, hits both of his teammates, but he's just one step in front of it. That's what you want from your Neon. How many was that for Absol? That was 18, 19, 20. I'm not sure. He was almost a 20 bomb in the first half of regulation.
And it's got to be like the second or third time that he's actually gotten ahead of a paranoia already.
Yeah. And half the time, I feel like when he's coming into these sites, like he is shooting at people who can't see. XDL and Sugar Zero are throwing the best flashes you have ever seen. Really good defense from Zeta Division. But now we need to see some good leadership. 400 ACS first half, 19 kills for Absol. Wasn't a player who left off the page when Zeta picked him up, but you saw some flashes, some good moments in the off-season from his Yoru. He continued, one or two of those into kickoff, had a couple of good maps for himself, but he started off stage 1 with a bang.
Exactly what you want to see from Zeta. Meanwhile, though, I mean, where is RRQ? 4 rounds in this first half, off of the back of some post plants in the early stages of it, but towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, 4 rounds is good enough. The thing I'm more concerned with is it doesn't feel like there's any individual brilliance coming out from anyone, bar maybe Cushy and Jemkin on that Sheriff round. I'm surprised they have 4 rounds, if I'm honest.
Couldn't agree more. Well, onto the defense now, though, for RRQ, and they are run off with 3-2. Seeing a lot of utility dumped into the B site. This crazy guy trying to play around it, hides inside the smoke, tosses out the paranoia, but unfortunately cannot deal against Absol. And then the rest of the team to follow through. It's players out towards Raptors, all dropping around. RRQ has no hold.
Gonna have to be Jemkin and Cushy to bail them out of a bad situation yet again. Guarding light up over the top. This could be an overextension from Zeta. Jemkin pounces, and a pistol on the defense is exactly what they need.
Just a bit of a lifeline afforded to them by Jemkin. Also the guy who started everything off in the first half, the Sheriff round that they had in round 4.
Good stuff. Bit of a duo going on between Jemkin and Cushy that has saved RRQ a couple of times this game already. Good stuff from Crazy Guy, turtling inside of his bunker smoke. He got a little bit of info right at the start of the round and ran back into the site and immediately dropped that dark cover. He was well and truly ahead of the play. We keep seeing ghost multi-frags from heaven. It's a good position for it. Now Jemkin's got the Outlaw out. This is where I expect my man to start putting on a clinic.
He's got to. Love to see more multi-kills. Perhaps some from Xfero in this round.
Shorty's out.
Judge in hand. He's backing off, though. Just trying to anchor out to the back of sight. But look at Absol evading all of the incoming shots. Xfero's going to shut that down for the time being. Slightly revealed. And Zeta start to set things up.
Yeah, Eco's good for 1 here.
Interesting.
Plan hasn't gone down yet from Zeta, though. They're slowing things down because Sugar Zero has walked all the way through A.
He's calling them back. RRQ, meanwhile, thinks that something is up. They will check with the flash, kind of confirming that site is somewhat clear. You see that smoke out towards spawn, and that should inform you enough.
Love the detail. Xfero's juggled that Judge to Monya in exchange for the Bulldog. Set him up for that frag because he still has armor. Might have made a difference against the Shorty. You don't want to run armorless into a Shorty.
Yeah, shift into a retake mindset. Still not going to help too much, though, but at least you have the numbers to really overwhelm the site. Just a classic in XDL, and unfortunately overwhelmed. Shota out from heaven, will try whatever he can, but it's Xfero at the end of it all.
Jemkin should get the defuse here. 1 off the conversion paths going into the bonus round for RRQ. Only lost 1 gun there at the end of things, which looks like it was a Spectre. Yeah, not too bad. Zeta Division, what do they have on the attacking side on their gun round? So an excellent defense where a lot of things went well for them, and their star player dropped 19 kills and 400 ACS, but there's still another half of Valorant to be played here, and it's one that RRQ has started off well. Same thing as I said about Team Secret earlier, you know. good rounds, good halves are one thing, but actually putting the wins together over some of these solid teams in Pacific is another story.
Definitely true, but I don't want to count Zeta out just yet. Full stack, barring Sugar Zero though, but they will still find the entries. Hop off to the top of Raptors and Absol to peek off of it.
A little too easy. Just a contact play straight out A main. And the whole setup for RRQ crumbles.
Oh no.
Jemkin did find himself the convergent pass over in B main. But outside of that, there's really just not much to say about this round. Xfero hoping that someone will go towards round. There goes Jemkin. Absol is razor sharp right now.
Clear round if any. Xfero with the judge just hoping for the alt points, but if not, maybe to die to the spike. They haven't found him, so could still be good.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised to see it happen. He might go for one here though.
Toxin screen down.
Money's not built up for Zeta. No, he's just going to go down to the spike. Interesting. Oh, okay.
Not even. Oh, no.
He's into the firing squad. An easy ninth round from Zeta. Just a contact play out A main, and RRQ were caught with their pants down a little. What you want to see from your Waylay. Not only does he find the opener, but the double dash refract confirms the positioning of the second player, and that's where you have 2 or 3 players following him up nicely. Absol seeing exactly where RRQ were positioned, courtesy of the Waylay. But that was just a bonus for RRQ, so let's see what they have prepped for us as we head into the first gun round. We'll have a little bit of a listen.
Yeah, what? Omen TP. Omen Sky.
A on the default.
Upper wall A.
Hyper smoke A. It's default, guys. Not fast run.
I'll play close to Kong.
I still anti.
On B main. No one B main, right? On B main, guys. On B main. Just wait first.
I can beat him out of it.
Can.
It's a great info push from Jemkin. Gets full information that allows RRQ to trust this mid stack. Smoke thrown out in towards A main. You can still see that Xfero has the info line as long as the Viper wall is not up from the attackers. But if Jemkin goes down here, no more convergent paths for RRQ. It's the biggest ult they have access to.
Yeah, it's Jemkin though. He should be good, if any. Backed off at the wrong second, but how quick does he go back to reset up that line? No, actually, the rotation's over.
Yeah, because A is under so much pressure right now. Zeta have pumped that A site and drawn out a reaction from RRQ. Bit of an uncharacteristic whiff from Jemkin. Will give Zeta control of the site.
Oh my goodness.
Spike planted.
Crazy guy decides to go peeking a little bit. 10 seconds before his smoke comes back up. The rest of the team has arrived though, so expect a full clash. The calm before the storm. And then suddenly, lightning strikes. It's Crazy Guy out from heaven. Meanwhile, Zeta just still kind of banking on the spike plant itself. They have a slight crossfire and a flank from XDL slowly marching through. RQ wants none of it. They just want to break through, bulldoze everything down. XDL arrives on the crime scene. And then it's Cushy. Oh, sticks it actually all the way through. Oh, wait! The final second, and XDL comes up with a Red Bull clutch.
That was so close. Perfect timing from XDL. Really couldn't have done better in that situation. And RRQ, after throwing the kitchen sink at that B retake, convergent paths, guarding light, paranoia, they dive straight back in there. It's a favorable exchange for them. Jemkin goes ballistic despite the fact that he has glass cannon coming into this round. All taken away from them. Double digits from Zeta.
What's going on?
Crazy Guy. Not long for this world if he goes for a re-peek into that angle. Eco not feeling bold enough to march his way fully into the B site. With B main control at a minimum, he's happy.
Just confirm information. Wait for the paranoia to get sent through. Meanwhile, his team starts to play some reconnaissance outside of A.
Oh, Shield has been spotted.
Go, go, go.
He's running away, but he might not be long for this world. Unfortunately, at that range, the shorty's not going to be much use to you, which is where Monyet steps into the equation. The Bandits are doing a lot of damage here. Xfero finds Sugar Zero in the meantime, and it's a man advantage for RRQ until Crazy Guy gets pinched in spawn.
As long as Absol's still alive, you still have to consider this big threat. And look at how he's repositioned out towards stairs as well. Supported by perhaps a flash seekers. He could go hunting. RRQ, meanwhile, they're still relatively armorless in this round. Just have to jump and dive in, hope for the best. They get picked off by the Outlaw. One more and it would be convergent paths, but okay. You've got the overdrive. There's still some hope for RRQ.
Monyet's on it.
The spike with the tap. Clear peek from Absol. Unfortunately, the support from Jemkin, not quite there. He was pressured to keep some attention on towards Heaven. And with that, he's running out of time. Might find the kills needed, but still no defuse. Another round for Zeta as they inch closer towards map point.
Yeah, looking like Zeta is itching for an upset today. RRQ taking their losses in that last round, but they didn't throw everything into it. Bandits in this particular map of Split, just as dangerous as the shotties if you've got some good crosshair placement, because at close range, that's a one-tap headshot. Zeta Division in another close XVX. They hold their nerve, and even if they lost all of their guns there, they have plenty of money built up. Last time out for RRQ. Zeta Division hasn't even had to use one. The new head coach hasn't really had much to say because they've not really had much of a struggle in this game so far. Slow start for RRQ. It feels like they haven't yet shaken off the disastrous end to kickoff.
Yeah, I didn't think we would be saying something like that, but here we are on Split. Meanwhile, Zeta, even up for the upcoming rounds, they still have potential big ults to deploy. RRQ have their work cut out ahead of them.
Yep. See what RRQ come up with. Operator on Jemkin has been a staple for them thus far. See if they're going to have the money to have access to that. Last round did get very close, bankrupting both teams. Not that RRQ brought any guns into it. Yeah, Jemkin with the operator out will be on the B side of the map, but as we can see, this is going to be a quick one into A. Xfero is playing full retake.
Have to at this point, but I'm not sure how well the op is going to support you in this retake.
Yeah, I mean, it's full info for Jemkin. Crazy guy. Mobilizing with the rest of the guys to clear A Heaven for the time being. Zeta pinched into the site, and it's looking like a speed up here for RRQ, but the conversion pass has halted them in their tracks.
Such a big connection off of it, and at the same time, just Monyet hampered down. Not the way to kick things off, and it's starting to look like it's going to be map point already.
Yeah,
Hit up, everything covered.
Really nice attacking side around there from Zeta. Read the setup perfectly. They knew that Xfero would be playing retake A. He's just been a non-factor in this game thus far. 4 kills on the Viper. Small detail there that I love from Zeta, but they threw the Viper orb into Heaven with the pit up. They put the orb up for 1 or 2 seconds and then drop it and bait RRQ walking out into the open in Heaven, which gives them another freebie. That's such a cheeky thing that you could do with the Viper. Very underrated. Putting up the wall or putting up the orb to try to cause a little movement from the other team that you can potentially take advantage of. Map point from Zeta. And that little point that I make about the Viper is just a small thing to add to the long list of things that they've done extremely well this game. Excellent opening game from Zeta here in stage 1. I think they saw DFM's demise and they said, all right, time to get the Japanese fans back on side.
We have seen a little bit of that with the watch party going through, but at the same time, just one more to close things out. Been a rough day for RQ for now. They have the right site in place this time. Shorties and judges, though. Okay, Monyet, Xfero starting to hammer through.
Yeah. Zeta looking rudderless inside of A Heaven here. Spike is dropped in the open of A main. They've got a lot of work to do. They're surrounded by shotguns on every angle. Monyet has pilfered himself a rifle.
There.
He's just being a bit of an annoyance right now.
Just keep them contained inside this A side. Don't let them exit through vents or anything. Don't want to die too early either, though. So as long as Monyet's still doing that, I'm happy.
Easy one from Crazy Guy. Absol.
There we go.
Last alive, but Monyet's done a little better on the Neon in that round in particular. 7 for RRQ. Shut down the A plate.
Definitely what you need to see from RRQ. I mean, I'm thinking he's been having a bit of a rough time on yet, but if he keeps this up, especially if you think about the cider map where RRQ might play a Neon as well, this could trend upwards.
I mean, that's just shotguns in both of the choke points. Monyet's close to A ramp, and Xfero's playing in ropes, so he gets the instant rotate onto Heaven.
Okay. Zeta, though.
I mean, quick guiding light into B. Just a one-man fake, courtesy of XDL, that will push Jemkin off of that info line, and then in the meantime, Zeta creeping their way out A. They drop the wall, but it doesn't catch Monyet.
Monyet's trying to reposition. Would be good if he at least gets one. And there he goes, but at the same time, oh, Cushy getting taken out. That's kind of all your retake utility.
Xfero's behind enemy lines. He needs to go massive here. He's getting some pressure onto Absol that flushes them into Xfero. He's ready for XTL behind him. They know the sky was over towards B.
Just trying to stay frosty enough to find something, but XTL has other plans as well. Now Jemkin, the only one left. He's already used the saturate. Only thing he has is mobility, and unfortunately that's not going to help out against a high-low 13-7. What an upset. Zeta have come in today.
Just a perfect game from them. You saw glimpses of Zeta and what they had prepared in kickoff, but it didn't really glean them any results to start off. Stage 1 against RRQ with an upset map win is a very, very promising sign.
I love the improvements coming in. This is the kind of team that you want to see, having done their homework from the slide off stage. But for now, we're going to toss it to the stage with Jen on the interview.
Zeta division taking split, looking completely revitalized. Now I have Coach Ryota and Toyo for translation. Okay, thank you Ryota for joining me. Congratulations. Just one question. What happened to you guys in March while Master Santiago was going on? Because you guys look like a completely different team and in the best way possible. And how much of that change was you?
このオフシーズンの間、マスターサンティアゴだったりとかが開催されている間に一体何が起きたのか、このコーチが変わったりとかで結構亮太さんの影響がかなり大きく出たのかな。
そうですね。自分たちのチームの強みを考えたときに自分がヘッドコーチになって、Qさんがアシスタントコーチの方がチームがうまく回ると思って今この形になってます。
I try to improve what all the players are really good at it, and I try to focus on that part with XQQ assistant, doing the assistant coach. And I think that is working really good right now.
I think we're more than surprised to see you guys do so well on Split. So good luck on map 2 as well. Thank you so much.
It sounds like the craziest simple solution to let players thrive on roles that they're comfortable with. And, you know, maybe sometimes it's simple as that.
Yeah,
and it obviously shows.
And we talk about this so much. Different coaches sit in different places along this spectrum of we must play what's perfect, what's strategically right in this meta. And some coaches lean more towards the side of what do my players want to play? Where are they going to be at their best? And these players look invigorated. This is a new Zeta division. So impressed by these guys on this map.
This was insane. I mean, Absol in particular was absolutely otherworldly. I mean, this was maybe his best map yet. He's had some pretty good ones, but the way he's able to track targets, he's sliding, he's doing all the right things you need as a Neon and more. Look at these. He's hitting and he's going, and then he's so ready for the follow-ups. This is some of the best play. Now, this round didn't go so good, but there's nothing wrong with this. This is they're in the right place.
They're together.
They're playing together. The post plants look better. The retakes in particular look really solid.
Yeah, they just look a lot more coordinated. They look a lot more confident. I think confidence is a big theme here in Pacific, because when the team's confident, they are something else. And RRQ, that didn't really come through today, and it looks like perhaps you know, their confidence did take a big hit since that triple loss.
Yeah, I mean, where is RRQ? That's the question that we have here, because they were getting ran over. They were getting bullied. I mean, Jemkin was getting a decent amount of frags, but we're not seeing the same level of impact across the board. I mean, I think the big one is Xfero. He's been such a rock for this team, but it felt like Zeta were targeting him. It felt like they were going, let's bully him. Of all players, you're trying to bully Xfero? And it's working. I mean, absolutely blown away right now. RRQ have to turn this around because, like you say, after those 3 best-of-5s, to then start stage 1 on a loss to Zeta Division, I mean, it could be a struggle from here.
I mean, I think I want to add on to what you're saying, because I think it's not just happening to Xfero, it's happening to a lot of these Sentinels, or in this case, the pseudo-Sentinels, where the teams that are running double duelist are realizing that if you have a Neon, the Sentinels are just boned. Like, they're just screwed. Like, there's nothing you can do if you just find them and go at them. So I think there's going to have to be some pretty big changes in methodology in the meta and how you set up your splits across the map.
I am curious about how they'll be handling the next map, because we have seen Zeta do this in the past during those, you know, non-qualification games where they're a little bit more loose. They did exactly this strategy back when Lotus was still in. But with that, let's talk about this. So they had a lot of good retakes, a lot of good post-plant situations.
Yeah, before this game, we were criticizing their discipline in kickoff. It didn't feel like they were ever moving as a cohesive unit. This was the retake on round 3, the bonus round, and I felt like they're so in sync. The way they're peaking angles together, the way they're managing to land these trades was very, very clean. I was so impressed by this. To do that on a bonus round gives you so much momentum.
And look at the assists that are coming through there in those rounds, right? It's like the Sky getting a lot of impact here. So XDL, even though he might not be lighting up the kill feed, was really teeing up Absol nicely. That's exactly what you need here. They had some good, you know, baits with the waylay dash in and the refracts and things like that. So like, it's a lot of little things that you need to just have really well drilled, and they do. And the thing is they basically checked every box that we talked about, that we wanted to see from them.
And even in that second half there, just saw a post plan from them where I felt like it's clean. There's angles that work with each other. There's a mid-wrap. It seems like it's actually been planned. It's been coordinated. So big respect to the coaching staff. I feel like this Zeta division is going from strength to strength.
Yeah, and it's really important to be able to set up your Neon. This is what Euro was doing in the past now. And it looks like Zeta is doing that really well. But with that said, even setting up your Neon also needs to be freaking good. And Absol was absolutely absoling.
He absoled all over him. I mean, this is really... I mean, the way he's maneuvering, he's so confident with the slides. Like, again, it's everything you want to see out of a Neon player. I mean, he's, in my book, maybe the best Neon we've seen, like on this map at least, like the best Neon we've seen so far
I mean,
in Pacific.
He was looking so smooth with it. Like you say, this looks like an agent that he actually understands how to play really well. Like the movement tech doesn't look rushed. You know, we see some of these other Neons where they're new to it. They're not sliding in the same ways. They don't have the tech. They're not tricky with it. But I felt like he really knew what he was doing, and he was hitting his shots. That was another question we had for this Zeta roster. We said, we got to get these guys in aim labs. That was a big thing that was missing, but it felt like it was RRQ that could not compete with the firepower of Zeta Division.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ must be feeling it pretty hard right now, because coming into this, all the predictions, even the Korean casters are like, why, you know, it's obviously an RRQ kind of prediction, but with this in mind, RRQ probably had the same feeling going into this. But Fracture is going to be the next map. I feel like RRQ tends to do okay on these kind of maps.
Yeah. Not all hope is lost. RRQ fans, you have your own map pick coming up. I do think Fracture is a map that will make a lot of sense for this RRQ roster and for Crazy Guy, how he likes to call. I can see them flipping this series on their head, but only if they wake up, only if they are finding ways to play together, if they're finding ways to land their shots, because that's what was missing in map 1, is it felt like they got run over. So I need to see them be awake. I need to see them bringing some fire, some energy if they want to take this series.
I mean, you think it's a map that a lot of these Zeta players haven't experienced at the tier 1 level, other than basically Sugar Zero. So maybe Zeta, but like other than that, they're not going to have that kind of experience there. So I think that's something you're seeing RRQ lean into, where they're like, look, we're going to have the prep, we're going to know this map, we're going to know the little ins and outs, the things like that. Whereas Zeta might not have that prepared yet. So let's see if we can attack that weakness.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, Zeta must be having, Japan must be having a lot of fun finally seeing some success come from Zeta Division. We were talking about, Ryota bringing out the best in his players. Jovi has been credited by Kushi here when we interviewed him that he helps bring out the best in these individual players too, whether it's like mental confidence or just working with them to find the best strategy. With that, let's hear from Jovi himself as we send it over to stage with Jen.
Here with Coach Jovi of RRQ. Now, Jovi, so much aggression from the side of Zeta. Definitely not the type of Zeta that we're used to seeing. So how much did that throw you guys off on split?
Yeah, no, I mean, they came out shooting, and Absol's having an incredible game, so kudos to him. They did have the momentum there, and they caught us out of position a lot of times, and so that was a very good map one from them, but now we know what to expect. So.
Okay, now speaking of Fracture, which is coming up next, why the Fracture pick?
We feel confident.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
We want it.
Right.
That's the map we're going for, and we feel good for it. So.
All right. Can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Look at Jen doubting Jovi to his face. Really?
I mean, after that map, you know.
But it's true. I'm pretty sure, as you guys would know, when you're in the coach's booth, you see a lot of mistakes being repeated. You see the solution in front of you, and when your team isn't doing it, okay.
Whoa.
Let's see. Let's see. All right, Vito is in Fracture.
Yeah, RRQ, it's double duelist, Monya on the Neon, Jemkin being the one on that Rose, but Xpero bringing out this Vito. New take, I'm excited to see how Vito plays on this map.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty interesting that both of them had a similar read on the Sentinel role. We've been seeing a lot of Cypher. Has been what most teams are going for at Killjoy in the case of Divide, but everybody else has been, like, Cypher's the answer here against especially what you're expecting, like the Neon comps.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited for this. I think this is a real Sentinel battle, and I want to see Xfero bounce back after that map one. He's so key to this RRQ roster. I want to see him get involved early and get fired up.
Oh, definitely. We still have double duelists on both sides here, but we got a Waylay facing against Jemkin's Race. It's been a while since I've seen this race. As we send it back to our casters for map 2, Pilsky and Quack, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. It's all ours to really bring us through all of this. I mean, the main thing in our minds, apart from, maybe the Sentinels, is are RRQ finally awake? Do they actually have the confidence to bring us over from this Fracture map?
I feel like they were asleep, and Zeta has just dumped a bucket of cold water on them, and it's really just a question of whether they're going to be able to, get on their feet and actually start fighting, because they were mere passengers over on Split. The double veto is a very interesting thing indeed. That's a good record for RRQ, but that might start turning it on its head sooner rather than later if Zeta continue the way they were playing in the first map. The one thing I'm keeping my mind on is just the fact that the Sentinels on Fracture, such a fluid map, help you keep track of the information game, but Vito doesn't do that. Like, the chokehold is like a warning signal, but it doesn't really tell you that much other than there's somebody there or there's somebody not there, and it's a piece of utility that can be broken.
It's very different from a spy camera, that definitely is for sure, but at the same time, the teleports and the evolution could come in handy. For now, though, just a bit of a teaser. We'll refract back with Zeta.
He was really looking for a pick there. He went fishing pretty deep into the waters, but came up with nothing. Did see a couple of RRQ players there at the end, though, but look at Xfero turtled into tower here.
Interceptor as well. Could give some information someone breaks it, but for now it's just going to be Monyet. Ooh, diving through. Unfortunately falling as well. It's Absol once again, and he's not out of this fight. Just Cushy. Kind of sneak on around through from the back of tower. Be a good way to start, but unfortunately gets spotted at the end.
It's Groundhog Day for RRQ. Losing pistols, Absol's going crazy. Just seems like it is Zeta Division's day today.
Man's going up with Phantom.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? You just got 3. He only brought a Classic into this round, by the way. Look at the way he's tapping away with the Classic. Absol is looking dangerous.
Big level up since kickoff. We'll see if they can finish it here on this map.
RRQ, I mean, back to the drawing board yet again. Jovi pretty confident in the Fracture pick, but we're going to have to wait for the gun rounds to see what they've been prepping. Zeta walking into A main for free. Sparrow will hear all of this.
And he's kind of the only on this weaker side. Unfortunate as the whole team with Classics probably just exits already, just looking to dive the spike.
Yeah, I think looking at the Veto for what it is, it's going to be a little bit more effective against RRQ's comp than it is against Zeta's. I think for Zeta, a lot of the breach utility.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Based on my understanding of how Veto functions, it's utility that doesn't collide with players, so I don't think you're intercepting...
The flashpoint's not
going
to...
Flashpoint, I don't think you're intercepting any of Breach's utility, actually.
None.
Whereas the Sky Blinds, the Trailblazers, those all get eaten.
That is very true. Either way, though, they're just going to dive in and actually
forget about that. It doesn't matter if you get ecoed.
Okay, hold on. Absol's still alive.
The molly
He's
missed.
Got a bit of an angle through. And despite the flashes, Sugar Zero jumping over, and now Absol's turn to go in. He will get the spray transfer at the end, of course. Why not?
Very labored from Zeta Division, though. Has to be said. A second 3K in back-to-back rounds from Absol. Just feels like this man is the anime protagonist of the hour. Nice retake attempt, though. With naught but classics from RRQ, they do a very good job trying to get back in there. Been a while since we saw Jemkin on the Raze. I mean, it is another one of Monyet's signatures, but if they want to play Raze Neon, yeah, it's not like it's not an agent Jemkin hasn't played. He's got 50 reps on it. They've got 2 viewing parties?
Big audience in Japan.
Or is that just a separate camera angle in a different part of the building? Because if it's 2 viewing parties, that's insane.
It is 2.
There is 2 viewing parties.
It said Tokyo below. The other one was Gunma or something.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense.
But here we go. Out with half buy. You're gonna just try to find the assault strike through from Dish, but at the same time, Sugar Zero just kind of lurking around. If he takes down the other, that would be huge. It's big dinks and Cushy down to half HP. The whole team just trying to rush over.
Haven't cleared up Cushy there, and he can hear all of these footsteps as Zeta Division scramble back into that A site. The smokes have elapsed now. Jemkin could catch them on the cross. Paint Shell still in hand as well, which could really make this plant quite troublesome for Zeta.
A little bit. Doesn't really matter, though, if everyone's just still shooting. Xfero will be able to find it. Now Research with newfound confidence. He wants to right the wrongs from the past map alongside Cushy.
Yeah, good stuff from Cushy. Holds his nerve. Evolution given over to Zeta, and Xfero will earn his after defusing the spike. So both of the Vetoes are going to have their ultimates available into round number 4. Will be immune to all of the utility. We saw an amazing Evolution play to end that lower final for KRX from Forsaken. Don't know if we're going to see anything like that in terms of the Veto ult. Putting some impact together. Might be one of the best rounds I've ever seen with that.
Nice, guys. Give me. Never mind.
Would be huge, though, for a comp like this, though.
I think the Veto, like, if we continue to see it, is going to be crazy against the Teo comps. It's going to eat everything. That's the Evolution being popped. I'm not sure by which Veto. Seems like Zeta has got it active. Xfero hasn't popped his just yet. Creeping into A main. It's a 5-man straight into A for Zeta Division, but a full setup, and Xfero is up high.
Alongside his 2 teammates as well around drop. He's going to spot every single player out. Will get his 1, and then TP's away.
Watch it expire.
Nicely played. Can activate his ult if he wants. Tapping coming in here from Zeta, trying to bait out a little bit more utility. Zeta TPing outside of the site.
Okay. Yep, there goes the Evolution. Just trying to set up, allow Monyet to be the first one into the fray. And then for the rest of the team, hold on, Sugar Zero still able to frag until Xfero, that is.
Yeah, great round from Xfero. Off angle on top of the box, goes unchecked for Zeta Division, gives him a freebie. Great movement, TPing straight into spawn, and then he activates his ultimate and cleans up the rest. 2 in a row for RRQ. Won't have as slow of a start as they had on Split, and for a player who I think finished Split with 6 kills, Xfero's already got 7 to his name.
Yeah, you would be right. But this is already going to give you that much more confidence for RQ coming into this map.
Stun nade was fantastic. It's great coordination between both of the duelists from RRQ. Relay bolt into Paint Shell's got them a freebie on the site there. Oh, I'm looking at Absol. He's looking hungry with that overdrive.
Going all the way through from Sand instead. Off angle with Xpharaoh. Ooh, but quickly spotted out.
These are the rounds that you can definitely lose. Now you got a rifle in the hands of Absol. Continuing to be a bit of a nightmare. Crazy guy. Bit of a late reaction to the push through the smoke there.
Absol has full shields as well.
Yeah, RRQ repositioning towards bottom side though. Taking the zip line on over. Crazy guy's by himself. In go the Seekers.
So Zeta would recognize this as well. They're thinking about possibly pushing into defender spawn, or at least the position around Sands. Circular is the first one to fall, but now the utility comes in. Just trying to slow things down a little. Relay bolts, the peaks coming through. Crazy guy starting to become a bit of a nuisance, but still Zeta, the sheriffs are ringing throughout the site, and they found the Thrifty.
I'm looking at Crazy Guy with that orbital. Could have blown up the entire site, but I don't think RRQ wanted to burn through their ults there. Wanted to sit on them going later into the half. The showstopper is something that Jem can only just earn, so he couldn't have just ripped the rocket back into the site there. When did Crazy Guy get this ult active? He just got that kill onto Eco before they pulled the trigger straight out into A main. So I think it was kind of already decided that they were going out A main, and they wouldn't have had the time to really slow down that play and rip the orbital, which would have probably won them the round there. That's unfortunate timing for RRQ. Well, once again broke. Absol with an overdrive has cracked that round wide open for Zeta.
You have more options to continue cracking things through. 4-1, you're straight on into B with Eco on a shorty.
Xpharaoh is getting bullied. Guiding light in hand to dive out tower.
Whoa.
Relay bolt does reply, and it just shreds all of RRQ. Cushy able to take one with him, but the round's already over.
Just fantastic footwork. Crazy guy, yeah. Not much else to say.
4 up for Zeta. Another blinder from Absol here. Look at the ults that they've got access to. Convergent Paths, Rolling Thunder, and you have the Orbital. This defensive half is not getting any easier for RRQ. Wouldn't be surprised to see a timeout. They've got to come out with some answers very quickly here.
Timeout.
It's delicious. Really would be nice if you had a Veto Evolution here.
Well, they do not. Some words in from Warbirds and Jovi. We'll see what they come up with. It's been a slower game from both of the duelists on RRQ's side, despite a hot start from both Xpharaoh and Cushy, who weren't really putting much together on split. We need some consistency here from RRQ. Gonna have to be an effort by committee if they're gonna topple a Zeta, who are looking locked in today. Another great start from Absol. They've got so much money on offer. As mentioned before, 3 big impact ultimates. Like, this is a nightmarish situation to approach as RRQ. I feel like if I'm trying to adapt to what I'm seeing from Zeta, you're gonna have to get active on the map. You can't just sit idly on the sites and let them execute with their big impact ults. You need to start to make these rounds messy and chaotic. Like I said, especially because they are playing Veto, they can't keep tabs on top side, bottom side like you could with a Cypher and a Killjoy. So I want to see RRQ be mobile here.
Yeah.
Okay. If they go B, we push okay, okay guys?
Yeah.
Brit stun.
Okay, flashing dish.
He chip dish. Let's go.
No.
Come.
I watch under, guys. Just go, okay?
Push solo. I'll jump solo.
Run up. Okay, never.
I leave. I bought a chip already, okay? Hot spawn.
Can they exec with...
Don't second spawn, guys. Kill boxer.
Wait, I'm dogging B main, guys.
I'll just focus, okay? You can hide if you want.
B, exec.
It's exactly what you want to see from RRQ. The duelists get mobilized up on the top side of the map. Jemkin bringing over the rocket, and Crazy Guy with the orbital prime. Down it goes, but it doesn't cancel the plan.
Not quite. Shota found a little gap. Absol as well up to the top of tower. This, even though it was a great recognition out from Cushy, makes you wonder if it was just a tad bit too late. The showstopper's still going to help out quite a bit though, but at the same time, you still need to find the positioning to be able to bring it all the way through. Zeta are just sneaking all the way around now, finding little bits and gaps to continue to chop away. It's Shota just nipping at the heels of RRQ while they try to get the defuse going. Xpharaoh hops off the tap. He looks for more frags, but Shota comes through from the top of tower. At this point, the spike just continues to tick and tick away. Xpharaoh knows that he doesn't have any more legs in this race.
Yeah, the ults get exchanged between both of those teams, and Zeta comes out ahead. Great Rolling Thunder and Orbital to be able to delay that retake. Convergent paths halted RRQ over at Gen's side. All three big impact ults. Throwing the kitchen sink at that round is Zeta. Great combination of what you can see there on your screen. Molotov gets thrown onto the post plant, as well as an aftershock from Unders, followed up by a Rolling Thunder. XDL is just sitting in Unders and chucking Breach Utility up onto the site. There's nothing that RRQ could do about it. As mentioned, the Interceptor, you can't do anything about Breach, just throwing everything at you from Unders.
It's rounds like that that really make you feel so bad for the opposing side. RRQ tried everything. They had the right read even. But still, Zeta just have the momentum. They have the ults, and now, emboldened with confidence, they will just stream into sight for free.
Sugar0 on the off angle. Oh! What a transfer from the man. Triples up and denies any hopes at a retake outright. RRQ continuing to struggle.
The man's already halfway to the next orbital as well. This, if any, might just be another upset. RRQ, again, where have they gone?
I mean, it feels like they're sending RRQ into orbit right now. And the woes just continue. Zeta fans have been waiting for some dubs against some of the big dogs in Pacific for a very long time at this point. This would be a welcome addition, but for RRQ fans who just watched them lose 3 best-of-5s back-to-back in kickoff to start their season this way would be tragic.
Why you gotta bring that up? It's sad, but it's true. You were thinking you needed that near line. You need to be a goldfish. Just completely forget about it, but it's all here and there. Xfero will survive for now, but at the same time, this is all about, it's not just, you know, RQ fans, Indonesian fans, it's Crazy Guy as well who wants to have that homecoming ticket for playoffs.
He does. Lovely stuff from Sugar0.
1 HP Brim, 1 dead.
It's one tapping everyone. That is the biggest contrast you can get in the team comps possible. RRQ dejected, Zeta Division giggling away. This game could not be going any better for them. Guiding Light will confirm somebody is over towards Dish. How will RRQ respond to that? They've got 4 on this A side of the map. Xfero was jiggling over towards B main. Hasn't seen anything on Arcade. Trailblazer will reveal that there's no one over here. Just Sugar0 and Zeta now pick up the pace.
You wouldn't have really known. It's a full team push out from drop. At least, though, taking outside of A main gives you a bit more space to work off of, and then for Xfero to spring through. A trap! Oh. It's Crazy Guy with a transfer! In an instant, just XDL left, eliminated out from the round. A flawless picked up by RRQ.
Yeah, Zeta Division just get flattened there. It was 4 on that A site right from the get-go, and RRQ leveraged the positioning well. Trailblazer seeks out Sugar0. Relay ball dropped on his head. Xfero, he really hasn't been out of position for a single round this entire game. Another freebie for him onto Eco.
Nice one, guys. Yeah, just do faster, bro. Everything faster, bro. 2 times faster than Scream, dude.
He's not wrong!
I think he learned that in KRX. Well, he's living up to it. Straight in towards tree. Monyet has sent it into unders off the back of the guiding light. Xfero once again solo on this side of the map.
Quickly into position, but at the same time, Zeta looking to get the spike down.
Yep. Nice open plant here for Zeta Division. Do get a flank on the north side. That means Shooter's got a lot to do here. Got 3 players coming up behind him, and Monyet, indeed he will go faster. Great opener for him as he gets healed up by Cushy.
Still got all the utility alive as well, but oh! Quick shot from Eco to respond. Now you gotta worry about A main. Well, the rest of the team starts to try and reposition. The boombot coming through. It's Absol into the off angle, who will be the main obstacle. Look at how he dances back and forth. Still got the post plants as well, as all the artillery falls onto the site just to try to keep players off of the spike. But Cushy starts to stick it all the way through while his teammates protect him, the bodyguards, to bring RQ up to a 4th.
I mean, that is the dream situation for a Vito. The Interceptor just ate everything. Coming back in on the retake there. I really hope we get a replay of that. Yeah, the Molotov coming on down. I think it might have been a Saturate onto that post planter as well. Look, Monyet gets dealt with. So what do we get here? Are we going to get to see the Interceptor? Unfortunately not. But you can see it's active.
hear it, yeah.
You can hear it. It's active behind Crazy Guys. He's holding the line there. Smoke out onto the spike, and Kushi just holds it to completion. Run it again. Quick tree take. Monyet flanking through the bottom side of the map. It's working for RRQ. Xfero going to play a little bit more aggressively this time, though.
Just hiding around the smokes. Zeta, meanwhile, suddenly just trying to rethink their strategy.
You have an orbital on offer, Suta. One off of his ultimate as well. Kushi, the Seekers can really help them aid on this retake, but it's never even going to get into that position. Great trades here for RRQ. They have caught Zeta off guard and pushed them back to A main.
And then for Xfero to try and keep them contained. Unfortunately, shot by the top of his head. Then for Crazy Guy to try to play around it, deny the spike plant.
Orbital.
He has gotten the kill off the planter. Thinks to drop the orbital as well. Zeta tried to play ahead of it. XDL needs to come up with the goods, only up for one. Meanwhile, it's Eco, who, just a little bit too far off. It's Jemkin to finish off the kills at the end.
It's an optimistic plant. Not one that he will be granted. RRQ slowly but surely starting to pick up steam on this defense. You heard a glimmer of hope in the team comms just before from Monyet.
Round in the half.
Feels like they are starting to get it together. 3 in a row now.
Do everything faster. The way that they've been pushing outside of tree as well just gives them that much more to work off of.
That is Fracture in a nutshell, though. Want to go quick, be fluid. Jemkin starting to get warmed up now, as well as Monyet on the raise. That's definitely going to help them a lot when it comes to the attacking side. Change up for Zeta, though. Going to go quickly through Arcade. All 5 players here.
Wow.
Bunch of ults on offer as well. And it's the same start to the round for RRQ.
First time they're making this play, but Kushi quick with the Seekers will reveal all. Got the Showstopper ripped out as well, but then you have Evolution to think about. Shota unfortunately falls. The bullet's still hampering. And then it's for RRQ to put up their own stronghold up by the south side. Monyet going down. And then for Eco to take out Xfero. Hold on. Jemkin and Crazy Guy just try to look to reset. Objective. Eye on the prize. The spike is in their grasp, and they will not let Eco reclaim it. They end the first half 6-6.
Yeah, great recovery. 4 in a row at the end of things from RRQ is the momentum that they so desperately need in this series. Keeping things very tight on their map pick. You saw some great moments from Zeta Division, but once RRQ started working the map, they started every single one of those rounds with tree control, wrapping into unders, clearing out north side. This is how you want to see a team play fluidly with the Neon. And as mentioned, when you're playing against the Veto, it's not a Killjoy, it's not a Cypher. The other team cannot keep tabs on your movements across the map. That is the ultimate downside of running that Sentinel.
Which means that same issue could possibly affect Zeta as they swap sides over onto the defense. You might have seen a lot from Absol, but now it has to be a whole team concerted effort against an RRQ that's looking to resurge in this map.
Want to see a reverse sweep on the cards if you're an RRQ fan. Do not want to see them upset it against Zeta. At that point, you're starting to question how much punishment one team can take. Sugar Zero, 300 ACS performance from him. Very dependable, very reliable. Pointed out on the desk before this series started that when Zeta tends to struggle a little bit more, his stats just go up when these games get more difficult.
We'll need to be that reliable rock up for this second half as well. Meanwhile, though, for RRQ, then looking back to the double duelist, you got the Neon, you got the Raze.
It's an effort by committee right now for RRQ. All of them within, 3 kills of each other. Doing quite well for themselves, and they are eyeing this dish control. Zeta on the meantime, though, taking a page out of RRQ's book. They're going to go ahead and take tree early in the round. TP away from Shota, but he has got the information he was looking for.
Meanwhile, for Xfero, unfortunately not able to do the same thing, but he at least gets 1 kill.
I mean, that's big. There's no smokes on the retake now, so quite honestly, you're not too displeased with that as Xfero. Absol picking up the pace in towards Sam, but he's been smoked off, and look at RRQ. They are itching to get aggressive.
Off of the flash, slides in. Got the nade ready as well, but ooh, Eco! for the refract, and now it's Epsol's try. Still, though, out from drop, the crossfire is all set up. RRQ are able to pick off Zeta bit by bit. Just Eco left, and there he goes.
Big round for RRQ to win. Didn't manage to pick themselves up the first pistol, but off the momentum from that second half, from that first half, they are carrying it on into the second. It's a good pick from Absol on the Bandit, but I was watching him slide around with it later on into the round and just thinking, like, he is right up in the face of Monyet there with a Bandit getting right-clicked. Like, that is not the tool for the job. That's where you want a Frenzy or a Ghost or something, you know?
Or even a Classic, yeah.
I don't think I'll ever pick Neon and think, I'm going to buy a Bandit. I don't think that thought would ever run through my mind, but I'm also not the greatest player of the day, Absol, so I'm not going to talk any smack.
We'll see, we'll see. Jonto to Shorty this time. Meanwhile, though, RRQ, the full stack off of the Boombot, up bench.
They are testing Arcade, seeing if there's going to be any reaction from Zeta Division. You often have to be a little bit tentative when it comes to playing against breach comps, because at any moment you could get all the util dumped on your head.
Very careful up with plant as well. Showed out the first fall. And then for everyone else to kind of follow on through RRQ, Phalanx formation, everyone marking each other's backs as Eco just tries to fly on top over the top of their heads.
Yeah, they passed the test there. Things got a little sweaty for a moment. Absol creeping in on the flank, would love at least one with the Shorty. And Xfero looked like he might give him that opportunity, but Crazy Guy will provide Overwatch. 8 up for RRQ, and it's a clean anti-eco to start off the second half.
Lovely. All the weapons retained as well, which means bonus definitely on the cards.
I'd love an upset for Zeta Division for every reason possible other than Victoria being right. Nothing makes me more upset.
Yeah, what is...
Especially when she's blatantly clout farming.
Oh. Well... Yeah, even Clinton's not doing it. Like, Paper Thin's not not backing Zeta here.
I think he was feeling a little bit sheepish after how that first map went, though. We have the bonus round for RRQ, though. First gun round up for Zeta. We won't count them out yet. Arcade control once again. Xfero on the other side.
In position, but outside of the smokes. Definitely want to watch out for it. Sugar Zero prepared as well up top tower. He will find the first one. Oh, almost the next, but look at Crazy Guy. Quick response, and now the spike planted.
Pushing on the flank. Xfero has let them pass with the Bandit. That is gorgeous from RRQ. A bonus conversion. And up to 9 how they are dominating this half of Fracture.
Just 2 times speed. Exactly what Monyet said. And then for Xfero to do just as he does as well.
Zeta got a feel for the guy. He just popped his interceptor and got his head blown off 1 second afterwards. That was perfect from Xfero. The trigger discipline is just gorgeous. He's looking pissed.
Locked in.
I love it. After how that first map went, I can't blame the man. They were running him down like a dog on the A site.
Can't do that anymore.
Go, go, go.
Up for the eco round as well, though. Zeta are, well, spreading themselves a little bit thin.
Are they getting their laps in? Gotta check the Strava after this.
Yeah, what shoe they got on?
I don't know. I'm not a shoe guy. You're more of a shoe guy. I saw you walked in here with, I don't know. What is it called?
Gore-Tex.
Gore-Tex. Sounds like a weapon from World of Warcraft.
You might not be wrong. Oh, we got Runeterra here, though. Meanwhile, it's just going to be Zeta just trying to slow down RRQ, a little bit of chokehold here and there, but you don't have to full commit off of it. In fact, the paint shells will actually catch one player off guard.
Yeah, Jemka will take those freebies. One off the rocket now. He'd love to bring that into the next gun round. Off angle from Xfero. It doesn't get much easier. And another off angle from Crazy Guy. I mean, it's really... Ooh, I was going to say it's really quite routine for RRQ, but I think he's just signed his death warrant.
Probably.
Never mind.
Wow,
he's the
down the spray.
He's the greatest.
Crazy Guy.
RRQ feeling invincible. Double digits for them now. It's a bit touch and go in the first half, but man, nothing will restore your confidence in a team like watching them win 8 rounds in a row without much pushback.
Definitely. Zeta probably going to have to call timeout sooner.
Yep. I mean, we talked about it in the previous map. You did not really need much input from Zeta's coach in that last map of Split, but they very much do here on Fracture. Timeout will come in, and we'll see if the right adjustments will be made here from Zeta Division as they head into a gun round. For RRQ, I mean, look at the economy. What are they working with in terms of the ults? I mean, one off the Seekers. They've got the Showstopper coming into this round. Like, they just have a beautiful sequence of ultimates coming up here over the next couple of rounds, and the vanilla gun rounds have been going great for them as well.
Cycle through correctly could just be that much more of a stop going to the end of this second half, which is why it's so crucial for Zeta to have this timeout right here.
We'll see what they've come up with. Does seem like Zeta wants to go for some A main control. The duelists of Zeta Division are going to be pushing straight into tree, which is where RRQ will have their eyes. So we'll have a little bit of a listen into RRQ and see how they deal with some of this aggression.
Hey, go back. Okay, come back. Hey, take off. Take off.
I'll just stun.
I smoke already.
Yeah, stun.
Hey, guys, push. Go, push him in. Come.
Okay.
Classic, and they're just so prepared for it as well. They knew exactly what Zeta wanted to deploy off the timeout.
Very, very good reactions from RRQ. And any kind of adaptation you got from Zeta Division has been quickly slapped away. B main denied. And the A main push on the flank that Zeta had high hopes for did not have much more impact either. Orbital earned off the back of that spike plant. RRQ with 5 ults in hand, unlimited economy. It feels like they are invincible right now.
Sure as ever. A round where they didn't even need to spend that much. Just wait and see what Zeta does. The next few rounds, though, like you said, man, unlimited.
Absol. He's great, but when he gets left high and dry by the waylay there's not much for the man to do. He slowed down quite a lot. I mean, he was electric at the first couple of rounds, but compared to Split, it feels like Absol has started to fall off a cliff a little.
That's when he was running circles around RRQ, but now RRQ are just in formation, in position, truly.
Well, Evolution activated by Xfero. He just eats that fault line for breakfast. Push out on the other side of the map here from Zeta Division. Zeta lying in wait, opens the door at the right timing. Unfortunately, Monyet's a little quicker on the draw. Out come the Seekers. Will reveal that there is a flank in tow and one in spawn, so RRQ just taking dish control.
They could even push into spawn if they wanted.
I mean, I thought they were going to, I'm not going to lie. And they will. Of course they will.
Flash, Xfero. No, he's going to hold out towards Rafters. They want to focus on the flank, because that's where the 3 players are. You've got Rifles, Marshall's there too, so would be wise. They've lost Xfero, but they still have more ultimates. It's going to be Convergent Path from Eco, but Orbital Strike to prevent the entry. Still a shot though, and then for Paint Shells from Jemkin, trying to stall and delay. It's Crazy Guy with the off-angle to complete it. 12-6, RRQ now up to match point.
I mean, nice try from Zeta, but they run into the blender there. 6 in a row for RRQ, trading down ults perfectly. The macro looks great. Have not missed a beat on this attacking side.
10 if you count the previous half in a row.
Nice, guys. Nice, guys.
Good thing this isn't going to the watch parties.
Oh. Yeah, where's the RQ watch party? You don't have that.
Oh, they put a few together. I'm sure we'll see it later in the season if there isn't one today. Evolution active for Zeta now as the chokehold gets dealt with by Monyet, creeping up on the stairs side now.
Zeta, though, wonder if they are prepared for this. Walks up front, unfortunately taken out by Jemkin. Sugar Zero left undetected, but no! Perfect opportunity, but Crazy Guy denies.
Flank coming out now from Absol. He needs something heroic to get them back into this round, joined by Eco as XTL bumbles his way through spawn side, trapped behind the sky smokes. The duelist of Zeta has to do something here, and that's a good start.
Still has utility. RRQ looking to delay with post-plant util. Bit of an aftershock to clear things out, but look at that. You have to respect the showstopper. Does Absol just slide on through? Unfortunately, the off denied it. And then for Jemkin to follow through with a rifle kill onto the last one as well. Possibly a reverse sweep on the cards with this RRQ. Newfound confidence, newfound speed.
That's a bit of a statement from RRQ, and you can feel the hope returning to them in the team comms round by round by round. You had dejectedness as they lost that first half pistol, but then, you know, you could feel them after just a couple of rounds. You got some confidence restored once they switched over to that attacking side. They just went from strength to strength to strength, and Zeta were nowhere in sight. They had a great start on Split. They won that first pistol. You thought they were on for an upset here, but it's going to get dragged out into 3 maps. And now RRQ has all the momentum.
Yeah, this would be truly 11 rounds in a row then. That's how dominant of a switch up that was ever since, you know, little timeouts or backstage talks.
Yeah, good recovery from RRQ. For Zeta though, I mean, they're going to be feeling a little bit sheepish. Have been a streaky team at times, and I think this is a perfect example of it. When everything is flowing well for Zeta Division, when they have a good read, they can put together maps like Split, but it's about consistency and it's about how well they can put it together across the whole map pool. And with a couple of maps coming in for Zeta Division, to be fair, they have had the time to prepare. How much can they put those big map wins together like Split? And how often, I would say, across the group stage is what I'm kind of concerned about.
Playing the long game all throughout, you still have the rest of, you know, the stage to go through just to qualify for playoffs. We want to see it, but down onto the next upcoming map. That's where I want to see a big brawl as we toss it back over onto the desk.
For a moment there, it really looked like we're going to have an upset with Zeta winning it all, but then RRQ remembered who they were and what they can do. And they ended up turning this around on Fracture, showing us what we expect from this team.
Yeah, definitely waking up a lot more there. Easy to see why they picked this map. I think it fit very easily for them, and especially in that second half, just running away with it, to be honest. Zeta, I mean, it was a good start, but it ultimately fell away. And that firepower that we saw in map 1, it just started to disappear, and I really hope they can find it for map 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a tough map, right? Like, especially on the defender side, it's really tricky to navigate, to play that, and RRQ pretty well had the reads, and Zeta looked a little sloppy in some of their retake attempts and things like that, where they're trying to push through angles where there's crossfires already set up, and they like just can't quite read the situation well enough. I do think that it is concerning for Zeta, but it started out so well. I mean, they're up 6-2. And then RRQ ran 11 rounds in a row, so it didn't end well. But there were moments there where you're still thinking, oh, they can definitely get this done.
Yeah.
But then we just kind of went back to normal stuff. You know, Jemkin having a great map. The Veto with Xpharaoh looked really good. I think you're seeing the ideas there with the way that you're able to kind of take contact or at least get info and then TP away to either play for retake or whatever you want to do. So I think you're starting to see like why these two teams had considered that to be the answer for Sentinels.
Yeah, and I think like Jovi was saying there for map 1, Absol was just absolutely demonic. And I know other teams have said that about RRQ when Jemkin turns it up. But I think it's a little bit different in this case with Fracture. It wasn't the Jemkin show when they made that turnaround. It's the whole team kind of stepping up there, especially Xpharaoh, like you were saying, on the Veto. And he was a player that we had a little bit of question marks from the first map especially. And it looked like they weren't targeting him as much this time, so maybe that helps too when you don't have like a whole team of 4 Zeta players ganging up on you.
I mean, you're going to change the game plan pretty quickly when you see that he's starting to hold these sides, that he's starting to get his head into the game, and I just think, yeah, Zeta just were not able to kind of get comfortable in this. And we heard Jovi say, now we understand their level of aggression, now we understand this double duelist that they're bringing, so map 2 is going to be different. And to his credit, it very much was.
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, let's run some of the Xfero moments from Map 2 that looked just so much better when he was on Vito.
Yeah, I mean, so this, with the first one that I really wanted to talk about was the fact that he's able to kind of hold these sights, take that first shot, and get out. I'm not sure what's going on with the replays. Who knows at this point?
Cooked.
But Xfero...
What have you done?
What a replay.
Excellent replay.
The frozen Pacific side. Like, where's that new April Fool's Pacific side? We should put it up right now.
No, but Xfero did do a fantastic job on this veto.
Yes.
He got his head into the game, and he's able to kind of, this is the one. He gets that first shot, and he's able to TP out, sort of Chamber-esque. Now they can give that space in an advantage. They're able to hit the retake. He can pop the ult unaffected by the utility and makes the retake look clean. And then you just carry this momentum through the rest of the match. You're sort of consistently getting multi-kills, and it's an entirely different guy to Map 1, it seems like.
You know, and the more I started to think about it, the more I get why you'd want to go for Vito here, because the way you can set up the TPs, like, it's not like a lot of the maps where you have to, like, turn your back to TP. Yeah. There's spots on Fracture where you could, like, set up, you know, your TP in spawn and then go up to, like, dish and then TP through. Like, there's, like, a lot of actual options here where you can kind of take that first shot and leave safely without having to completely turn your back and kind of change directions, change momentum. So, like, I'm starting to, like, the wheels are starting to turn in my head, like, why this actually is something you can lean into.
Well, now that we've seen the best of both sides, I think what I want to see a bit more is what else Zeta can bring to the table, right? They had a really good formula for Map 1, but we need to see a little bit more variety. And Jovi, he figured it out. He figured it out for Map 2. So as we go into Map 3, which is going to be Haven, in the past, historically, Zeta was one of the greats at Haven, but a lot has changed. So much has changed since then. So I do want to see how Zeta is going to be solving this, and if RRQ is going to be keeping that Monyet Neon, or is it like, which of the comps are we having here?
I feel like it's going to be Neon against Neon again. I don't want to see Absol playing anything else, to be honest. Map 1 was massive from him, and he had moments there in Fracture where he was doing some good stuff. I think it will suit him well if he continues to grind it out, but I am very curious. You know, Haven is a very different map from Split. Very different. Plays in a way that is so different because it's so big. There's those 3 sites, so I think he was doing such a good job at exploiting the kind of closeness of Split, really breaking the angles hard, using the utility well. But I think the question for me is more on the rest of that cast. How are they able to support him? Now it's big, wide, and open because we know Crazy Guy is an incredibly skilled IGL, and on these bigger maps, your IGL has to kind of take a bigger burden in a sense.
I think the thing for me with Zeta here is one of the things that might end up working out a little bit better for them is I think this is a map where you're going to have more comfort, you're going to have better like understanding of the flow of the map as Sugar Zero, but also like their util combos look really, really good on Split, and I think that's probably going to be the case here. I mean, I just assume Fracture was still going to be pretty shaky for them just because it's a newer map into the pool. I mean, the big question is what exactly is Absol going to be playing? Is he going to be on the Neon? Are you going to put Eco back in the Neon like you were doing in Kickoff and then put him on Phoenix or something like that? Or you just keep doing the Neon Waylay is sort of, you know, where I'm wondering the direction, I should say, that Zeta wants to go. That's going to be a big part of this, but they've looked really well drilled, especially on Split, and for a while there on Fracture until they just seemingly maybe ran out a little bit of firepower and ideas.
And back to a point you made before Fracture, is you said, you know, a lot of these players on Zeta haven't had the reps on Fracture. Not at this level, for sure. But now we know Haven's a map that's been around a long time. Everyone understands Haven in the way it works as a map. So I do think that experience advantage won't show as much in the same way. So it's just about them stepping up. Again, I want to see the individuals start to get popping, because it was there in Map 1 and it disappeared in Map 2. I felt like they weren't able to take those fights with confidence. They weren't able to consistently close out clean rounds, keep the economy alive. So really strong start from Zeta Division, and it can go a long way. We've seen it already.
They've looked good in pistols, and so hopefully that continues.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ used to have this problem in the past, not so long ago, where they couldn't reset from a loss from the previous map after they're on a good hot streak. But they seem to have fixed a lot of that. Like you said, experience comes in play. I think 3 losses and 3 best of 5 losses. You really need to be able to mental reset from that. But I wonder with Haven if they're just going to end up bullying Xfero again, because surely he ends up on...
Eat that C site. I would think, and don't want to say too much, but I've had some discussions that C site is very attackable in this meta. So I wouldn't be surprised if you leave Xpero on an island there, no matter what he's on, whether it be Cypher, Killjoy, or something. Let's see what he is.
Oh!
Wait,
okay,
what?
What? For RRQ, so
What?
they're playing the old school Viper comp, Gen G-esque, but it's Jemkin that is on the Killjoy. You do not adjust your headsets. Jemkin is on the Killjoy.
Surely that's a first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, that's very different. On the side of Zeta Division,
It is the Neon Waylay.
Neon Waylay, I think this is, very standard in this upcoming meta, but yeah, RRQ, big role change for this guy. I mean, you talk about C is hard to defend. If your Killjoy's there and it's Jemkin, I'm not going near him.
Yeah, Jemkin, Ewok said it, Jemkin likes playing Sentinel.
But why not Chamber here?
We'll see.
We'll see.
He wanted Timmy to join him. Okay, we're going to sit at our casters. Let's see what Pilsky and Quack have to say about this.
Could just be that maybe there's more utility coming in with the Killjoy. I mean, that's what I'm thinking about at least, but at the same time, it feels like it's a battle of ideologies, the double duelist up against something more traditional. You were saying you like Jemkin on the Sentinel.
I think he just likes beanies.
Get out. Come on.
Man, beanie comfy. That's all I'm saying. No, I actually like Jemkin on the Killjoy. They played this comp before, and they had to put Monyet on a Viper, and I never really feel like Monyet suits the Viper. So I actually like Jemkin as a duelist who usually likes to let the game come to him, play things a little bit slower. Monyet's often the faster end of the equation. For a player who has such phenomenal mechanics, I've always felt like Jemkin would be very good as a Sentinel. So I actually like the comp from RRQ, and I'm eager to see how they're going to execute it in the server, because it's been a comp they've already played before. They've done a lot of prep with it. Let's see if it is going to pay off. Sugar Zero already picked off right at the start of the round. Spammed straight through the dark cover by Monyet, but he has some more friends behind him to try and avenge him if possible.
Yeah, Monyet's got pals side by side as well, so I don't think RRQ are too worried for now.
Yeah, Zeta pushed away. They've lost their smokes, which is going to be a big problem in this round, given that there's no fast lane, there's no cages, there's no cover. No matter where they go, they're going to have to win some aim duels and take some serious territory. Big test for Jemkin, as Garage does get pinched here.
It's already enough info, at least. Pops the Nanoswarm as well, but meanwhile, it's the main rotations that get sent across. XDL, though, got a couple of inserts from Zeta to try to chump them, prevent them from getting the safe transition across.
Oh.
And that's exactly the plan that has come to fruition. Yielded so much fruit as every player got killed as they tried to rotate to C.
I do not know where that round falls apart from RRQ. One by one, Zeta just take their heads off after losing their primary smokes. Not having any cover at all. That's unlucky start to the round. They just pick themselves up by their bootstraps and win every duel from there. That is a classic 1v1 where Jemkin is hitting the left mouse button and Absol is hitting the right mouse button, and there's only one right answer there.
Oh, what a weird turn of events for today. As we start off the next round now as well, all the gun upgrades for Zeta, bar for Shota.
He is going to be the money man with the Ghost and Light Armor. Pushed away inside of A lobby is Eco. He was looking to go fishing and see what he could find there. Ball going up now. Drone dealt with in the back of the site by Xpero. Zeta pushed away for the time being. They don't like the way that C-Site feels. And meet up with Eco on the other side of things. And I do imagine Zeta is going to be the money man as expected. He's probably going to walk his way in towards Garage at some point and see what he can find in that part of the map. Give Zeta a bit of a plan B. But the deeper that he walks, the less he's going to see. So definitely could help Zeta avoid walking into this A stack. That's perfect. There's no reason to commit into A there. You've scanned a player in the close corner. Sugar Zero's seen another. Complete disengage. That could have been a disaster if they walk into A. And this is exactly why you give one player just a ghost or a pistol kept over in from the pistol round. Allows you to avoid these exact same kind of situations.
Just called it so perfectly as well. I mean, the whole team working together now. You got Sugar Zero on this Marshall. Continue to pick him off. Showed up. Could even walk with more. Once again, it's RRQ still trying to rotate across. They're getting pulled all over the map, and they can't quite end up where they want to end up.
It's down to Cushy to see what he can get done with the Classic. A little bit more time to discuss this RRQ role swap. I mean, I like it in theory. The one big issue that I do see with it is that now Monya is your primary duelist. You kind of need, I mean, he can be a space creator, and you have a lot of clutch players that can do well for you in the late round. Nice pick from Cushy. But the thing with Monya as the primary duelist is he's quite an up and down player, right? He has very high ceiling, but he has a low floor. So if you're going to put a lot of stock into him getting a lot of the kills on the side of RRQ and being the kind of tip of the spear and the aggressive player, especially on this defense, then you really kind of got to make sure you're getting the best out of him, I feel. And it's also not going to be as easy to mix an operator into the equation, because you just don't see Monya on the operator very much. To be fair, you don't usually play an operator on this comp as much anyway, but...
With a team like this, with players like Jemkin, yeah, I still think that they still might pull it out at some point, but gotta echo that sentiment for now, though. Zeta just trying to poke their heads all across into C, but the main hit somewhere else.
Jemkin joined by the rest of RRQ. Echo is an excellent salesman. He's pulled all of RRQ over towards that C side of the map, and in the meantime, Zeta are walking up onto B, just trying to pull any rotations across.
You guys an angle, though. Gonna sidestep the shot whisk pass for now, but at the same time, Garage being held by Eco. Oh, off to the shorty, and then the spike to get planted. RRQ needing to find some footing.
Absol is the player to play this one forward. The rest of Zeta Division are very much playing the spike. Absol given a smoke to play in. Reactive paranoia from Sugar Zero will continue to slow this one down. I don't know if RRQ have time.
Absol's turned around, though, so it's going to allow for Cushy to slip on through, but at the same time, it's Sugar Zero now on the top, being quite the nuisance. Xvero trying to locate him, will find him at the end, but then Shota still around the corner.
One enemy remaining.
Time ticking away, and this should pretty much be hands down Zeta's round. Bonus completed.
It's another round where the Garage Lurk is just ripping RRQ apart. 3 rounds in a row. Pistol, they walk through Garage in the middle of the map for free. Here on the bonus, Monya is caught with what looks like his knife out. And the beat site is open for free. And even on the pistol, on the anti-eco rather, the Ghost was allowed to walk straight through Garage. It's becoming a pretty big problem right now. There he is. He's got a lot to celebrate. That is the best possible start here to Haven for Zeta Division. Eco eats a shock dart. He was feeling very hungry. He's got a full meal there, minus 75.
Be surprised if RRQ calls in a timeout soon. Apart from that, though, Zeta. Slow march.
Eco undeterred by the shock dart from earlier on in the round. Let's see if the drone gives him any more post control. He dives on in. Hands Cushy a shorty shot, but delivers Crazy Guy and Outlaw. Full armor on the side of Zeta Division, but a dangerous weapon nonetheless, especially when you're looking at things like the Viper Wall on this comp from RRQ. If you touch that Viper Wall and get outlawed, then it's going to be a bad day for you.
Love that he tried to read the drone timing, though. Meanwhile, it's just Jemkin who gets absolutely smacked.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the positional perfect sentinel play that you would really want, and Monyet's kind of overextended there. Didn't have much brought into the round regardless, so I can understand going for something like that. But doesn't really feel like RRQ are giving Zeta Division too many problems here on Haven. And they kind of mentioned it on the desk. I think it was Vic who said, you know, Zeta have kind of beaten the Haven Kings at times. It's been a very successful map for them in the past, and I was thinking the same thing, seeing that as the 3rd map of this veto. It's been a map where RRQ have been very good at times. They've played it so many times, but they've been a bit inconsistent on it as well.
I was definitely curious to see, you know, what this comp swap, role swap would provide, but right now, just not seeing too much. Meanwhile, Zeta are just having their way.
It's felt like a
round.
Very easy couple of rounds for Zeta, hasn't it?
4 rounds, yeah. Quadruple.
Time for a response from RRQ. Does that require a timeout? The operator was purchased straight away. Didn't see who was buying it though. The big question that I had about this comp coming into things.
A slight glimpse might have been Monyet, which is, at least to say, curious.
All right, Monyet's got the operator, and he's going to be on that C-long info line. I have not seen Monyet buy the op ever. This is a first for me.
Neon long. Recon side. Short, I recon. Open para. I'm blind.
Can't react, just fully blinded up. A crazy guy provides Overwatch from the top of heaven. Everyone rotated across safely this time, as a more singular dimensional hit from Zeta starts to fall off by the wayside. Everyone kind of choked up outside of A-Long for now. Shota able to afford them entry with the Cyber Cage, but it's just two guys. Buddy system, and they will set up a bit of a trip. Xpharaoh, though, just playing around the corner, goes down at the end. It's Jemkin, but what a shot, Shota! A sudden swing off the spike tap.
I mean, you could just feel that that was hanging in the balance. Monyet puts himself in a position where he has to hit the op shot, and he doesn't. And Zeta, perfect positioning and crosshair placement. Over in Challengers Japan, you've seen this guy do some unspeakable things in some ridiculous positions. Always so good in those post plants, whether he's playing Sentinel or the Smokes role. This is his bread and butter. Just playing around terrain, having perfect crosshair placement and tapping heads. That is a clutch that breaks RRQ's money. And Zeta are just picking up more and more rounds. It feels like Split all over again.
What a way to start things off on the final map. Now RRQ grasping at straws to try to find some information, but suddenly the judge goes swinging inside of A site.
It's just looking a little bit too easy for Zeta. A site gets folded yet again here. Jemkin and Xpharaoh to try to do anything that they can, get themselves close to their ultimates going deeper into this half. That's a good one from Xpharaoh. That'll probably secure him the pit if he dies here. Jemkin nowhere near close to his lockdown because he's on a donut. He's yet to frag on the Sentinel roll. Do imagine many people will have many questions if he doesn't have a great game here.
Yeah, myself included, haven't really seen too much behind the purpose of this, but for now, okay, pit confirmed.
Keeping it expensive for Zeta. Another shot connected by Jemkin. It's good to see him get on the board, but they're not going to have the time for this defuse.
Yeah, just take what you can get. Meanwhile, Zeta, RQ might have had 11 round streak from the previous map. They're trying to build up a streak of their own.
Zeta have got so many ultimates now. And surely you get a timeout from RRQ. I think that's exactly it. Here's the replay. Drone goes forward. Absol says, great. You're on your drone. Cannot wait to get in there. Oh, it's very calm for Zeta. A bit of a contrast to one of many viewing parties.
One of many. Okay.
Things have got to get serious here for RRQ. 0-6 to start out Haven. It's not like this isn't a comp that they haven't played before. Despite the role shuffle, it's only 2 players to swap roles. And when you put Monyet on a Neon, a agent where he has dominated some of the best teams in Pacific on this exact map before, you'd expect him to come up with the goods. But as I mentioned before, like Monyet is just one of these players where his ceiling is undoubtedly one of the best in Pacific. He can just win you a game outright, but his floor is quite the opposite. He needs to start to turn this around sooner rather than later.
Mental definitely does come into factor here. At the same time, just considering the other opponents that they might have in this group, I mean, if you're not able to string this win together against Zeta, I mean, who knows what comes next?
And I think, look, Zeta, if they get the upset over RRQ here, that's a big team to be taking down early in the group. You're going to get so much confidence. Surely they'd make it into the playoffs from there.
It's possible. Vic might be onto something. Apart from that, though, now it's just all the ults. You're able to play off of it. Convergent pass out in Garage. Absol's just to dive into B, but Xpharaoh, quick recognition. He tries to play around it.
He's all over it. Oh, crazy guy TPing down the bottom of C. Long does get caught there. Xpharaoh and Jemkin together, holding down C. That's a little bit more like it. XTL last alive in a 1-on-4. Spike dropped in the entrance of Garage. And after the timeout, RRQ immediately reply.
Impeccable hold. A little bit expensive. They did spend some ultimates into this, though, at the same time. Meanwhile, Zeta are still sitting on their 4.
Through the convergent parts at it. Tried to send Absol up through the middle of the map, and Eco was diving backside of Garage, but Xpharaoh was all over it. Great play from him, front side of B. XDL very idle here. He's just waiting to see if RRQ is going to give him anything extra, because the money is not built up on the defense yet, so every rifle he can take away can help Zeta get a little bit more of an advantage. They've already got a great economy. As mentioned before, plenty of ults in the back pocket, but that is one of the downsides of the comp that Zeta is running. I think you look at the convergent paths as the biggest impact ult that they have on offer. The Hunter's Fury is decent. The rest of them, I mean, the Overdrive's great, but when you already have a rifle or you already have plenty of money, I see the Overdrive as more of an impact ult when you don't have the money. It's the kind of ult that can win you a half buy or an eco or something like that. It can definitely multi-frag on the gun rounds, but it's not as scary.
For sure. Hunter's Fury is the other one, though.
Well, he'll probably just hold on to it because Jemkin's got the lockdown here. So you give yourself a bit of an insurance policy in that regard. Xpharaoh's got the pit too.
Just this hold.
Yep.
Gonna play with Cha.
But that's what you have in mind when you have Jemkin as your sentinel. You just think about the mechanics. You think about how he naturally likes to play the game, you know? Even on the Yoru, he used to just walk around the map and take aim duels at his own pace.
Yeah. That was when he had an op as well. This time around might be different, but okay, Zeta trying to bypass the Viper's pit for now. It's not going to happen so easily. Xpharaoh turned on a dime. He's flipped on the kill switch, and at the same time, Cushy provides some support. Suddenly the spike is just unobtainable, lost into the pit.
Xpharaoh's online. That's the second round in a row where he's had 2 duelists running at him, and he's dealt with it with ease. Absol and Eco both slapped away by one of the longest standing Pacific veterans that we have. He really is the tokenistic member of RRQ at this point. Zeta and XDL. There's a lot of green on the screen. I feel like we're looking at Shrek 5 here.
Get out. But clearly, just sending it into B, not the answer for Zeta.
No, it really hasn't worked either of these 2 rounds. Zeta, similar to XTL in the round previous, just seeing what he can fashion for himself. But RRQ, after a clean gun round in the last and another clean gun round here, they're looking to safeguard their economy going forward for the rest of this half, and that was just perfection from Xpharaoh front B. Drops the pit and closes the door on Zeta.
No pit for the upcoming rounds, though.
10 seconds
so we
left.
start to think about how else RQ might initiate things off the barrier dropping.
Had some hot starts for Zeta in this series, it has to be said. Same thing here on Haven, but let's not forget RRQ, the comeback kings. They've been in so many untenable situations and dug themselves out of double-digit scoreline deficits in bigger games than this one. This is just a groups game.
Very true.
In some regards, I often feel about RRQ that they do need to get to the position where push comes to shove to perform occasionally. And this might be a perfect example of it. Sometimes you do need to put them under pressure and push them into a corner a little bit for them to start to wake up and perform.
Possibly. A little bit of pressure for Amanyet now. It'll be relay bolt to kind of start things off while Zeta hangs back.
Little bit of an exchange over in A lobby. Zeta's been left behind. In the meantime, the rest of Zeta going back towards grass, but it feels like RRQ are once again reading this setup quite well.
Ooh. And you got Jemkin around the corner too.
Waiting to scan with the dart here. Jemkin May go unchecked in the corner if the drone gets dealt with. Eco goes forward.
And there he goes. Oh, instantly just collecting onto 4. All down at the hands of Jemkin with the spike as well. Final kill just goes easy as day.
I mean, that is just vintage Jemkin. He's just getting in these corners on the Killjoy and multi-fragging on the Phantom round in, round out. I feel like Xfero and Jemkin are single-handedly beating Zeta.
Yeah.
But that's just a perfect bait setup. That's exactly what it's designed to do. Xfero takes first contact. He is the cheese. Jemkin is the mousetrap. And Cushy is the guy holding a dart in the smoke.
Timeout.
And it's just such a good read for how Zeta have been trying to play out as well. I mean, repeatedly, the garage, B, they're set up in the right spots, the right traps.
They've been reading these last couple of rounds very nicely, that's for sure. A lot of Zeta fans.
Still happy, but don't know how long those smiles will stay on those faces.
That's still anyone's game here.
Broken by for Zeta though.
Yeah, they're firmly in the lead, but exactly like you say, they're on an eco here.
There's still a chance this ends up 6-6.
Speaking of eco, I'd love him to get a hero rifle. Absol's got an overdrive. These are the kind of rounds that you could definitely see Zeta Division winning if they have a good plan. Hero rifle on eco, Hunter's Fury, a lot of ults on offer. If they get a pick, Neural Theft can help them read the mid-round potentially and better adjust their setup. Jemkin will be the main point of contact for RRQ. He has a lockdown. Needs to be careful where he's positioning himself this round.
Yeah, what is this? You're trying to go all in on the C side. Jemkin towards the back. He's got nanostorms and everything to slow it down. It didn't even just slow. He actually killed off Absol.
Yeah, I think that was spam in combination with the alarm bot nano. There goes the overdrive, by the way. Eco's quite low from the back of that spam as well, so that hero rifle not looking so heroic at this point. Jemkin slams down the lockdown. Saturate puts him under a little bit of pressure, but he's got backup.
And then there goes Monyet, just hopping through. Full trust in his teammates to relay off of him. Everyone in Garage slowly dropping down, and it's just Circa Zero towards the back of site who very easily gets picked off. RRQ, man, what a response!
They're in full control after that timeout. 4 in a row, and none of these rounds have looked particularly close.
Where's the depth from Zeta?
I mean, it's one speed at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is send it. 4 rounds in a row. Get slapped. 4 rounds in a row. We need to see a little bit more, what's the word? I need a gentlemanly English word like Big Time would use. There's a little bit more nuance, you know, like a little bit of a tickle here, a little bit of a rotation there. Let's get some lurks going, something like that. They keep just forcing it.
They keep forcing with the judge. The judge. He's gonna kill me.
Terrible.
Right. Still have those ults as well, but Zeta this time, a little bit of a 4-1 towards A site.
Yeah, Zeta left on the lurk. It is going to be an A lobby start. As mentioned, Xfero waiting in the wings. There's 3 players over here. Monya eats a gush onto the head. And he's quite low to start this round off, but he's got a lot of backup. This is a full A stack from RRQ.
XDL right behind, but Cushy has support with Xfero as well.
They know. They've seen that wall before. That is a corner that often goes unchecked. Zeta really, really wants this neural theft.
Drops the cage.
Yes, Xfero!
Oh! And then Monyet to slide through. No follow-up, or at least an attempt, but Shota stands tall. Then the relay off to the back of site. Suddenly, things have turned around. Zeta are still alive. Jemkin will try.
That's just gorgeous patience from Zeta there. Any Cypher player, any day of the week would have just gone, yep, I'm ulting that body, without really thinking about it too much. Great off angle from Absol, gets it done. And a beautiful response from Zeta. But the patience that Zeta showed there was gorgeous. He's a player that the first time around in Pacific was not so hot, I have to be honest. Like, my memories of his first season in Pacific was a singular Sheriff round, and that was it on Fracture.
He hops away as well.
But yeah, this was, I mean, this and the clutch that he had earlier, he is playing such a great game on this Cypher right now.
All of that was well thought out from the moment he thought to send in the hat, but now possibly an 8th. Odin brought out by RRQ.
I'm out of here.
Sphero spamming away. Same exchange over on a lobby camp, dealt with inside of grass, so Zeta well aware that it's being occupied by RRQ. The drone did spot out Eco inside of A main.
But what they won't know is the sudden push out from RRQ. Xpharaoh, the second one to follow up. It's Shota gone now. Jemkin pushed all the way down C as well.
Drone to re-clear grass. Xpharaoh pushed away as the wall goes up, but exactly right. Jemkin in a corner with the Phantom. I've seen this movie before. It doesn't usually end well for Zeta, but the good news for them is there's a bit of a twist. They're not heading in his direction. Back over to A instead. Kushi plays retake. With the dart in hand. Could try to spam them as they come in towards this A site. XDL does have that Hunter's Fury for the afterplant, so if they try to run down the clock here, Zeta Division, that could be a recipe for success, but they need to make sure they're not losing picks on the way in. In fact, they're going to invest it.
Oh.
Before they even get in here.
Real early on. Does Absol decide to pop the ult and go sprinting at some point either?
Spike planted.
He's going to have to. No point saving it for next half.
Meanwhile, RRQ just trying to set things up nicely. A bit of recon to bait out you to look at Crazy Guy. True to his name. Paranoia prepared as well, just to allow for Xpharaoh to go peeking. Start things off to try to bait out even more utility. You knew that Zeta had that in store, but there's Absol! Overdrive to the top of heaven, and then for the rest of his team to mark down further angles. In an instant, every player from the initial assault has gone down, hitting the deck. It's just Jemkin from the flank now. And at this point, it's way too telegraphed. XDL inside of the shorty as well! 4-8, Zeta in control.
Good reply at the end of the half from Zeta. After just pedal to the metal for 4 rounds in a row, they finally slow things down a little bit, and it does them a lot of favors. Zeta with some key picks in both of those rounds. Good hold on spawn side there. They got themselves in a bit of a util disadvantage with a nice little jump TP from Crazy Guy that baited out the Paranoia, but in response to the second Paranoia out from Crazy Guy, coming in on the defense there, the saturate on spawn side from Eco was enough to kind of hold the line, and then they swing out together. And Jemkin is just too far out of position to really do much for RRQ in that round.
So despite the efforts and attempts, Zeta will still be able to recover off of slight timeouts here and there. Shota, you talked about him, definitely displays the temperance, the patience, the forethought to really bring out all these performances.
Yeah, he's had a great half thus far. Couple of big impact rounds from him. Zeta, another hot start here into Haven. See what RRQ can come up with on their attacking side. This is where I've got my eyes on. Lonyet is going to be running in as the solo duelist here. A lot of pressure on his shoulders. Crazy Guy will probably be that second wave of dive with the Omen. We've seen this comp many times. Usually relies more so on rotations and Viper lurks of finding the right players in the right position. I mean, this is the vintage Gen G comp. So I've got my eyes mostly on players like Jemkin, players like Xpharaoh to find some good timings here for RRQ.
Very pivotal agents to work off of. But for Zeta, though, I mean, the potential for retakes is still there.
They're on the verge of an upset here. A pistol would go a long way to putting the final couple of nails in the coffin for Zeta after a very nice night so far. RRQ creeping up into A main behind the Viper wall. Eco inside short.
It's the best spot to send in a saturate. Just needs the info. Goes for the shots initially, but unfortunately will not connect. It's Cushy instead. Unbeknownst to them, though, Absol inside of A long just tries to stay undetected for now.
Orb goes on to spawn side for RRQ, trying to disrupt the retake a little bit. Absol finally spotted out by Cushy and cleaned up by Xpharaoh. So RRQ not going to slip up on that snag in particular. Sugar Zero with a Paranoia. But that's about where the good news ends for Zeta. This is looking like a very difficult retake.
RRQ do not want to get upset. Not here. Not today. Crossfires all set up. Tactical positions. Smokes as well. And it's just Zeta to try to run Hail Mary into sight. No joy found. RRQ with the pistol this time in the second half.
Yeah, it's a good start to the attacking side. And similar to what we saw over on Fracture, I think that the second half pistol is big momentum for RRQ. What were these shots from Bushy? Oh my god, it's like split all over again. Saw him do the exact same thing on the A site at the start of this series.
Left side.
Beautiful.
Left side.
Okay. Jemkin to be the money man this time.
Yes. Sheriff in hand.
Shadows traveling.
Creep up C long from Zeta. XTL spotted outside of A. The cam is in position there, and Absol with a shorty in hand and a relay bolt, but he hasn't really got much backup behind that. I assume they would have tapped the cam and seen nothing. Yeah, so that's why you've got a big A stack, because you did see XTL make contact at the start of the round. Unfortunately, that's a bit of a misread, and Absol's just in a one and done now.
Just even one would be good enough, but not quite quick on the trigger from Monyet. C-side open for business.
Yeah. Monyet, low on HP here, but only really bought a stinger into this round. He's holding a little bit of cash for later on in the half. Nice open plant. This is what we want to see from Xfero. He is the key player in my mind for RRQ. You want to see this guy active on the lurk and giving Zeta problems in terms of those rotations.
Very Munchkin-esque is exactly what this comp does, but I wonder if Zeta will start to be wise to it in the upcoming rounds. For now, though, just try to die to the spike. At least get some exits as Monyet starts to peer and peek around.
I'm out of here.
In he goes, and down he goes. Nice easy right click for the Sugar Zero to pad the stats a little bit.
You just heard him exclaiming on the stage as well.
Toxin screen down.
And Xfero going to give it a crack as well. He only had a Marshall to play with. Oh, no one gets their old Torbs there. And RRQ, it's a pretty decent start to this attacking side. Pistol and a couple of rifles brought through, but they were quite frugal with their approach to the anti-eco. You can see Monyet with only a Stinger armor there. Xfero only a Marshall and light armor, so they didn't actually really throw that much purchasing power into that anti-eco. They're definitely saving a little bit of extra cash for later in the half.
Gotta be. I'm still waiting to see what this Jemkin Killjoy is all about.
I think we saw it. I think we saw 3 rounds of it that were pretty nice.
It wasn't really utility. It was just in the right position, but here we go. Bit of an A approach for now.
Eco spamming away. Tracer's spotted as he does have the Vandal out. Drone goes up into short, but Eco doesn't opt to follow it in and deposit himself onto that short line. Instead, he's got the Refract active, and he's going to take next contact from long. Seeing Xfero there and an extra player is a big tell. I think if you only saw the Viper, you're like, okay, that's Viper lurking at A. But seeing the second player deal with the dart makes you very, very fishy as Zeta Division. Looks like they might get active in the middle of the map here and just leave XDL on A.
Precisely that. Starting to move around. Eco back over onto B as well, but RRQ then might just be able to kick down the doors on the A side, shift things into a retake scenario.
Yeah, XDL can't afford to get caught out of position here. The troops are quite close. He's going to play on the site.
And wait for the flashes to come through. So far, so good, but into the smokes, it's RRQ who cannot see Zeta. They've managed to anchor down the site.
Yeah, already got a flank in from Zeta. He has not put a toe out of line all day long. Easy 2K for him, tapping away to give Zeta Division their 9th.
What a reaction. Still very possible for Zeta to come up with an upset today.
Definitely possible. That was only the bonus for RRQ, but you see someone like Xfero, who died at the end of that last round, purchasing up a Vandal, and you start to frame things a little differently. Clean gun round win from Zeta Division. Reinvestment for RRQ. If they lose this round, they will be broke. Let's have a listen in and see what they come up with.
Wait. No secret from to only shock that A. I check deeper trip. No trip B. Trap shot one run, okay, just. Oh yeah. One on the trap shot, yes. Let's go clear long. Okay. You want to run? Yeah, John. Oh, never mind. Ah, use already. No secret. Can you shock that the? I check long, guys. I think they running long already. Guys, I think the A1 they have no info. Tight. Yeah, they don't know. Let's try again. Wait. Maxim, this run I go long. I don't have run, okay? You go late short. You like to flat,
Well, Jemkin could be in a little bit of trouble here. Has a lot on his hands with the Neon just around the corner. Absol hits an off angle that doesn't favor him. A good start for RRQ, who now find a free A site.
I don't know how free it is, though. You still got XDL up around the top. Meanwhile, it's a full flank from the rest. Jemkin, he's been so far so good, able to deliver up the first. Here's the information off the light speed as well. Affords that out to Xfero, who unfortunately goes down. It's Shota again! Just lying in wait, the trap to spring. Now the rest of the team just trying to play up around hell, up around sight, just Munyet in a 1v2. Shota, half HP, but he's trying to slice the pie, waiting for the movement. Lets it go past and gets onto the spike. Munyet, though, able to swing around the wall bang. Out for a clutch, brought to you by Red Bull.
The perfect spam through the sight box there from Munyet. I was getting very concerned for RRQ that Zeta was the player left in that one-on-one. I thought that that was going to be curtains for them. He's had a hell of a game thus far. Good fight back from Zeta there. Didn't have the particularly greatest start. Great transfer from Zeta. He is really the one that keeps that round competitive. They lost Absol for free. RRQ got the A site for free, but nothing's free when Zeta's having a game like this.
Now for the next one, it's another slight approach to Zeta, though, trying to get a bit more proactive around A.
Big A stack behind the Viper wall. Zeta left on his lonesome side of garage. In goes, Sheriff in hand. 3,200 in the bank account for him. I wouldn't be surprised to see an operator coming out next round.
Ropes read by RRQ as well. Just very careful movements all across the map. They're trying to regroup and end up on C.
Another good call from RRQ. Crazy guy. Often dubbed one of the best IGLs in Pacific. Been worth his weight in gold right now. I feel like RRQ are often reading this attacking side very well and wandering their way into some pretty free sites, especially versus the eco rounds.
I really love the previous team comp segment. You hear how they use their utility to suss up positions all across the map. Now, though, you've got util, you've got position and angles, knowing exactly where Zeta would come in with the assault. It's just waiting them to flood on through while you pick your targets bit by bit. It's Jemkin with a quad kill.
Nice and easy for him. I feel like with the fast lane getting thrown up to extend garage, that's just making more of a kill corridor at that point.
Yeah.
Zeta Division made it out further than I thought they would, to be fair, but just look at how big of a crossfire there was. Hunter's Fury was almost a little unnecessary at that point.
Not the eco, first time.
15-10 for Jemkin. It feels like in a lot of these rounds, he's either killing 3 to 5 people or 0. So the majority of those frags come from really only 4 or 5 rounds this game out of 18.
Either way, though, as you said, the op brought out by Eco, but nobody's playing around this spot.
He's one off the convergent paths here. He'd love to get an opening pick and then just keep things simple from there. Jemkin is posted and primed.
If there's anyone who would anticipate the op, it's got to be Jemkin.
Absol can't calibrate onto the drone. Jemkin denying the convergent pass. The op will hit the deck, and that puts a lot of pressure on the rotations now for Zeta. They had 3 players in the middle of the map. The trip gets dealt with by Cushy Shock Dart there, I believe, on the front side of B. Actually, yep. And now you get the garage take in from RRQ.
And if there's anything that Zeta has, might be Absol out towards the outskirts of A long, but the pressure is on. RRQ are already deep into the C site. Sugar Zero makes it a good attempt, but still, RRQ pushed through. XDL towards the back end, might be able to buy a bit more time, but the lockdown, oh, how is he gonna play around this? Tries to step forward, but the corner goes unchecked. Jemkin turns around just in time, but Absol's still alive. Lockdown all the way through now for the spike to get planted. He has a nanoswarm, but Absol is way too fast. Jemkin tries to track, but it's Absol out with the Phantom to burst.
Thought Jemkin was on for another one. He had a slow start. At one point, he was like 0-5, I believe. So that means he's gone 18-6 since then, and I thought he was good for that 1v1 as well. Slower game from Absol, who had 2 bangers to start off this series, but that is a key clutch to give Zeta Division double digits.
still in contest to really close this out with an upset. The op retrieve.
You knew that was the round where the op would come out, and Jemkin is usually the player who would be on that line on the defense, so he knows exactly what you want to be doing. Can Zeta Division hold their nerve? They're on the verge of a very big upset here, but the rounds and the scoreline just continue to get closer and closer. And in those kind of circumstances, RRQ are the team with more experience.
Oh no. They're starting to apply that pressure into Garage all of a sudden. The first time in a long while, it's RRQ being able to break through. Hunter Sphere and everything deployed as well, but not much found off of it. It's just Absol up around C-Link, getting caught as he tried to move.
That was a beautiful util combo from Zeta Division, has to be said. Convergent pass and Hunter's Fury into Garage. Out goes the pit on the side to just try to secure this round for RRQ. Monya eating a shock dart. Getting a little bit lower on HP, but with the pit going up, that will close the door on Zeta Division's hopes of completing a pretty unlikely retake to begin with.
They'll still keep that up for the upcoming round, though, but money for the rest of the guys might not be too good. Absol still has overdrive, so that's kind of neat, but either way, RRQ might just be able to tie things up soon.
I mean, you might see it in the replay here, but this round is the perfect example of the fundamentals being the most important factor. You had the convergent pass Hunter's Fury with a bait setup inside of Garage, which is exactly where RRQ went. But if you do not shoot the Sova dart, none of that matters. Your setup still gets broken apart, and RRQ is able to adjust accordingly. Just that one player swinging onto the dart, if he gets it in time, look right here. Yeah, it's a convergent pass into a Hunter's Fury, but Monyet's still able to break that setup by himself. He's got 2 ults dumped on his head and 2 players looking at him.
Timeout.
But the Sova dart is just enough of a distraction for him to come up with the goods there.
RRQ, they are that team that has been tested so many times before, so many repetitions of being in situations like this. So it stands to reason that they don't panic. Just round after round, look to climb and claw their way back.
They know they're in the driver's seat now. The money is broken on the side of Zeta. A rifle and an operator retained from rounds previous. Last time out. Zeta have to come up with the goods here.
Absol's kind of gone absent.
Yeah. I mean, he was the top of the list in terms of the roll call coming into this game. 2 very good maps opening up this series, but the most important one is not the one where you can afford to go missing. Zeta, on the other hand, it seems just thrives under the pressure. He's been phenomenal.
Right here.
Post timeout, what do Zeta Division come up with? 3 classics and a couple of rifles saved over. This is another round where Absol does have access to the overdrive. Creeping up behind the Viper wall. Xfero deals with it nicely. Op is on this side of the map. This is exactly where you'd want it.
Just a little bit of trip outside A.
It's a great dark cover. Denies any info to Eco. The ability to try to find a pick, at least in the early portions of the round. Here's the beat pump. This is all just pressure. Out comes the overdrive in response, but Monyet does nothing. Absol's overdrive is running out.
At least Eco does find an opening pick off the operator, though, but has to kind of stay alive long enough. Almost getting tagged all the way down. Re-peaks again, and then it's Absol. Even with the overdrive gone, onto the classic, he's looking to pick up a weapon. Doesn't matter if Sugar Zero's on the off angle, though, and Eco! Hat-trick completed!
What did I say about Sugar Zero's paranoia? That was the best paranoia I've seen in a while. Straight through the A-Link wall into the site. As Eco dashes back out, he starts it beautifully with the pick onto Jemkin. Dive into heaven. Paranoia comes in right here. Blinds 2 players. He peeks off the back of that, and Absol finds another player blind with the classic. That is gorgeous from Zeta. A round they had no business winning, stolen right out from under RRQ.
Ridiculous. Wonder how much else RRQ has left in the tank off of that. Slight default now to start things off. A little bit unsure as to how they're going to play out or approach this round.
found somewhere in mid. I think that was maybe to clear the B trip, because she's usually been pretty good with those lineups, but doesn't end up converting. Into garage go RRQ, trying to bait out some kind of a reaction. Eco spotted out on the C side of the map, so they know where the op is positioned at least. Xfero in the meantime taking more space on A.
Go, go, go.
It's going to take a little bit of time though. If he does find XDL or something, that could be huge, but otherwise the rest of the team...
I'm looking towards front B here because we saw that shock land earlier. They might assume that the trip's been dealt with. Need to make sure they clear it here. Oh, that's
They're gonna
rough.
walk straight into it. Still though, Absol completely banked up by utility. Just enough for RQ to get the spike down.
Yeah, this is so good to pivot into B with this Viper comp, but the Viper's been lost in the meanwhile. Crazy Guy TPing behind XDL. He's being wrapped on by Zeta. They need to wait for Zeta to get in on the flank here.
If there's anyone who can wait long enough, it's got to be Zeta. And there he goes. Zero theft afforded to the team as well. And Eco's just been lying in wait. Crosshairs trained over to the outskirts of B, but Cushy out from Garage. Hello. 2 kills found. And there's only one left. Position revealed, and it's easy off-angle shot from Jemkin to dish one back against Zeta Division.
It's just rock solid mental from RRQ. After losing a round that they should never be losing, they immediately just reply with a nice B pump. They even run into the trip. That's what I was saying, man. I'm like, oh man, Cushy missed this shock on front B. I think they're getting caught by this trip, but it's just perfect coverage from Cushy. Oh, that's what he's so good at. Remember the opening debut from Cushy was on this map, I believe, on the Sova, and he was tapping away right back then, and he's continuing to do the same today.
Monsters with the Sheriff kills today as well, but right now though, Zeta getting proactive all the way throughout middle.
Straight up through the middle of the map. Absol on the backside of the site with the Bucky here, and he's going to get some action.
Into the smoke. Does RRQ get a good read? Trying to play it safe. Cautious as to the Garage players as well. Taking out Sugar04 now. Checks into the smoke, and Absol's gone. All the Odin spams, all the bullets flying across the site. It's just Eco left, but he's managed to find 3. Reloads and almost gets the collat, but the dink! He's got enough health to surpass himself all the way through to tie up the score. What?
He dinked Crazy Guy, man. If that's a Vandal. 140 in one. I can only imagine just staring at the combat report after that round. That might have been the play of the season from Eco.
Play of the season? We just started, mate. Oh my god.
Oh, the dig, man. Look at the combat report.
That hurts. At least they've got potentially the last possible buy now. Taking things a little bit slower, but RQ wants to speed up into C.
Virgin Pass is there from Eco. He just went massive in that last round, and he's kicking himself. He wasn't able to convert it. It's a good attempt, nonetheless. Sugar Zero and Zeta hand in hand to try to deal with any pressure over towards Garage side. Zeta have taken all of A lobby in the meantime. Cushy with the Hunter's Fury in the back pocket. RRQ anticipating some aggression. I mean, they've seen Zeta just in the last round dive straight through the middle of the map. Ooh.
Just checking. A little bit of a smoke out towards A as well, alongside a drone. It's Monyet's turn to have a go.
Refract's already done for here for Eco. He's not going to have another opportunity to look for a pick later in the round. And just that little bit of pressure and putting up the Viper wall is what RRQ was intending there. XDL has cleared out all of A main, so you're already seeing the rotation come back across from Absol. Here comes the C hit. Eco's here with the convergent pass. When does he rip it?
It's got to be soon. He's trying to set it up just across the back end of the site. Find a big connection along with the paranoia as well. Suddenly it's Absol the burst through. The door's kicked open, but RQ managed to defend. Just XDL left towards the back end, and he's been spotted out by Cushy. RRQ will not go down without a fight today.
I mean, that's just experience in spades. As soon as they heard the convergent paths, they knew that that was going to be a flood on the tap. They were more than ready for Zeta to dive back into the site. That's exactly what these double duelist comps do. And you know how RRQ know that? Because that's exactly what they usually play. They were the ones that kind of picked up the Neon Yoru initially after T1 was running around with ISO and Yoru. added their own flavor to it. They know exactly how these flood heavy comps play. They know exactly how to play around it.
Still, though, Zeta Division coming with their own investment for what could be the final round. Operator, Bucky, Stingers, Guardians.
I mean, this is immense pressure on the A side of the map. It's a fake TP from Crazy Guy with Monyet throwing up his fast lane. The problem is that Eco is just staring straight down short A. So Zeta Division know that this is all a ruse.
Oh! He hasn't spotted out Monyet yet.
It's the same approach from RRQ. Pressure on that A side of the map, and they're waiting for their timing to push out on Ciuta. He feels so bold, like he needs to make a play, but it's going to backfire. Jemkin yet again denying a info push on C-Long.
And then look at the players outside of B, just itching for anything, but RQ's giving them no quarter. Flashes out into the garage, and finding an open site, they spam outside of Link.
Jemkin has the lockdown here as well. That's going to make this an impossible retake. Another 10 seconds that Zeta have to sit agonizingly watching this series and this upset slip through their fingers.
They're wondering, they're questioning, do we start to maybe push out towards the back of C-Long instead? No. Back in the garage. All in or nothing on this one hit. Players outside the Poison Orb though, and it's Xpero. Just wanting to deny Zeta this upset. Just wanting to complete the reverse sweep. It's only one guy left, and RRQ are looking to close this out. 13-11, no overtime. The Kings are back here in Pacific.
It was a nail biter here for RRQ. This is not the way they would have wanted the opening of the group stage to go, but they have been resilient as ever. Took all 24 rounds, and you can see how dejected Zeta Division are after that. It was a very nice try. They played excellent Valorant today. Great individual plays. They came prepped and ready in against RRQ, itching for an upset, but it's not so easy against a team that has been in so many of these pressure games.
Definitely not, but feels as though you can definitely walk away with your heads held high on this one. You managed to push, challenge RRQ to this extent. Zeta were definitely a united front today, and I cannot say anymore that I really admired watching them today.
Yeah, I want to see them pick themselves back up. You know, they didn't get the dub. I don't think it was expected for them to beat RRQ in the first place, though. I want to see Zeta Division not get too I guess, dismayed by losing that game against RRQ. Just take pride in the fact that you were able to push such a strong team so close and continue that momentum through the rest of the group stage, because they are definitely easier opponents here. Yeah, there's still some tough teams, but if you play like that against the rest of the field, I could definitely see them get into playoffs. Okay. And look, a bit like this series, RRQ fumbling a little bit initially, but they got it together at the end.
Nice, definitely true, but definitely still back into it. Great recovery, and we'll toss it back over onto the stage to have the winning interview with RRQ.
Our comeback kings, they've done it again. RRQ with the reverse sweep. Now Xpero, where are you? We need to talk, man. Over here, over here. 네, 오늘 경기 2대1로 승리를 거둔 RRQ 엑스페로 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Alright, massive congrats, Xpero. Right, first question. 먼저 오늘 1세트와 2, 3세트의 양상이 특히 엑스페로 선수에게 굉장히 달랐을 것 같은데요. 오늘 경기 소감부터 들어보고 싶네요. So okay, you guys showed resilience, but I feel like the way map 1 went down compared to map 2 and 3, they were on the opposite side of the spectrum, especially for you. So talk to me about how today was for you.
I think for me, the first map was very rough, especially against the Neon Valley. It's very hard for me to play, and I think Absol played the Neon very well that map, so I cannot shoot him.
아 진짜 오늘 1세트 특히나 개인적으로 좀 힘들었는데 상대 쪽에서 네온 웨이레이를 보여줬는데 특히 앱술 선수가 너무 네온을 잘했기 때문에 좀 총으로 맞추는 게 너무 힘들어서 1세트는 굉장히 힘들었다고 얘기를 합니다. 프랙처에서부터 좀 살아나기 시작했습니다. 특히나 엑스페로 선수 비토를 꺼내 들었는데 마침 제타 쪽에서도 또 비토를 기용하기도 했거든요. 좀 프랙처에서 비토의 장점 어떤 것들이 있다고 생각했는지도 물어보고 싶네요. Now Fracture is where you turn things around. You were on the veto. We also saw the veto from side of Zeta. So what value does he offer on Fracture?
I think Vito is, for me personally, I think he is the best sentinel in Fracture because I feel like the teams, I think almost all the teams play the Teho, and I think the Vito just counters Teho a lot. So I think the Vito is very good.
Okay, but when you guys saw Vito from the side of Zeta, what was the reaction?
I think we're not surprised because we also know the Vito is good. So yeah.
Okay. 아무래도 좀 비토 같은 경우에는 프랙처라는 맵에서는 정말 기용할 수 있는 최고의 감시자가 아닌가라고 생각을 한다고 합니다. 아무래도 이제 팀들이 테오를 많이 기용을 하기 때문에 이 테오 카운터로서는 비토가 정말 최고인 것 같고 거기에 제타의 비토를 보고서도 쓸만하다라고 생각을 했다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 이제 헤이븐에서도 조금 흥미로운 조합이 있었어요. 익숙한 조합이기는 하지만 여기서 또 킬조이가 잼킨 선수에게 돌아갔습니다. 여기에 대해서 또 어떤 얘기를 해줄 수 있는지도 여쭤보고 싶네요. Now, Haven was interesting because we saw a familiar comp, but still very interesting, especially in the meta. Killjoy was played by Jemkin and not you. So talk to us about this decision and also what you thought of Jemkin on the Killjoy.
I think it's because Monyet is real comfortable on Neon, so I think Jemkin asked Monyet to play the Neon instead of him, and for Jemkin, he can play any agent, to be honest. He used to play the Killjoy as well, like before the franchise era, so yeah, it's not hard for him to learn.
Okay, so what did you think? Because that used to be your agent.
I think he's playing it better than me.
Okay, well, that's good. 먼저 잼킨 선수가 몬예 선수가 아무래도 킬조이를 할 때 숙련도도 좋고 좀 킬조이를 그 네온을 좋아하다 보니까 네온이 몬예 선수에게 돌아갔으면 좋겠다라고 얘기를 했었고 사실 푸차 도입되기 전에 잼킨 선수가 킬조이를 했어서 킬조이를 하는데 큰 무리는 없었다고 얘기를 하고요. 그리고 엑스페로 선수는 개인적으로 자기보다 잼킨 선수가 킬조이를 더 잘하는 것 같다고 이렇게 인정을 해줬습니다. 이렇게 해서 엑스페로 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 내일 다시 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, 엑스페로, and best of luck in the future.
Thank you.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.
What a match to end the very first weekend of Stage 1. And this is probably not the match that people would have guessed that would have gone the full distance, nearly into an overtime again in the third map here. And honestly, up against one of the strongest SEA teams in the world, Zeta showed the kind of strength they're entering Stage 1 with. This is what we want to see from Zeta Division. I think they did very well today.
Yeah, I mean, they really put their best foot forward. In Haven, they went 6-0 up. I mean, I can't lie, I was starting to think it was over, but RRQ showed their poise, their experience, fought their way back and get it done in regulation. Full credit to this RRQ team. You know, we spoke about that mental reset, and they showed that they have that capacity today.
No doubt. And just to say one last thing about Zeta is, again, it checked a lot of the boxes we wanted to see.
Yes.
There were improvements in just about every metric that we could have thought of. You know, still some fumbling here and there, still some things to work on for sure. But again, this team has done nothing but improve so far this year, and so that should be giving fans in Japan a lot of hope.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a very promising match. This is a lot more exciting, I think, than a lot of the matches that happen over in kickoff here. But of course, RRQ, despite all our question marks about Jemkin going on not just a Sentinel, but a Killjoy in particular, things did work out in the end. And we are going to be having a chat with Crazy Guy very shortly after this, and a little bit of a special announcement. So yeah, I mean, are you guys feeling better about Jemkin on the Killjoy?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm all for Julius playing the Killjoy. I'm all for it. But I think think it's very simple to play for the most part. You know, you have that passive utility that holds the lanes, and then you have an absolute monster that can stand there and shoot people. I think he can lock down those sites really well, and you know, he got himself into the game quite nicely, put up good numbers there, so not a surprise for me really, and we know how great Monyet can be on that Neon, so it does make sense.
No, and it doesn't matter what Jemkin's playing. He's going to be
Jemkin.
He's still Jemkin. He could literally play any agent in the game, and he's going to drop, 20 kills on you minimum. Like, he's just that good. So it just doesn't matter. I mean, I think you could slot the chamber in here maybe, but overall, yeah, the Killjoy had some really impactful moments. There were some util stuff that did actually make rounds very much easier for RRQ. So there was still very good. I mean, still Killjoy's good on this map.
Yeah, clearly they made it work, and any doubts, Jemkin being the match MVP for today. He really shined in a lot of moments, though. I think there were a couple other players, we wanted to highlight as well, like Crazy Guy. I think that also had some stellar moments.
That's who I picked. He was my MVP pick today.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Crazy Guys got to hear a little bit of that. Yeah, but Jemkin, as usual, showed up for RRQ when it was most needed, and the Killjoy ult at the end there, I think, really sealed everything in and sealed in the win. And of course, we got Beast from the East. We got Crazy Guy here. How are you feeling after Zeta did that to you? Like, push you guys to the limit today?
Yeah, I feel like the today game was very tough for us because Zeta first 2 games they play very fast, and then we need time to adapt that one. So yeah, luckily we can adapt. And the last map when we play Heaven, they suddenly changed to like play very slow. So like we need time to adapt again. So yeah, luckily we got like we got like few rounds to start the comeback.
What did you guys work on during the break? After losing 3 best of 5s, and then a little bit of time to watch Santiago. Did you guys just take a break, or did you actually like work on specific things?
I think most of us we went home to like celebrate the New Year. So yeah, most of us went home, and then after like a week or 2 weeks, we back to practice again because like we know the map pool gonna change. So like we need to see like on new map who gonna play which agent. So yeah, we spent a lot of time to practice. I think.
Okay. Well, speaking of home, which is Vietnam for you, we do have a special announcement. Shall we roll the tape? No.
Deploying drone.
That's right. The finals of Stage 1 is happening in Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam for the very first time for Pacific.
Yeah.
I'm very excited that we're going because Vietnam is freaking awesome. These guys haven't been to Vietnam before. How does it feel to have the finals come to your home country?
I mean, I feel very excited to have a chance to play in front of the Vietnamese crowd. But on the other side, I feel like nervous. Like sometimes I feel like, what if I cannot make it? So yeah, it's like two sides, like bad and good, So I need to try very hard for this one.
Do you tell your teammates that, like, guys, this is really important?
Yeah,
none of you are Vietnamese. I'm the only
You gotta look in. You gotta look in.
I mean, like, I know the master is more important, but for me, this one means a lot because finally we have one big event in Vietnam. People in Vietnam love VALORANT, but we don't have like, good team from Vietnam, so this one means a lot to us.
Yeah, I mean, I think we don't get to hear a lot about the VALORANT fan base from Vietnam, but it's actually huge there. It's a really popular game, and people are definitely cheering you on.
Yeah, like if you went to any like internet cafe, you will see like 80% of the people will play VALORANT. So yeah.
Well, this is why we're going to Vietnam. We got a crowd there who definitely loves it. Now, these two gentlemen have never been to Vietnam before. Do you guys have any questions about?
Just say like
you want to know about the food.
I want to know about the food, man. Like, what should I eat while I'm there? that's the thing I'm most interested in.
Top 3 dishes, like your favorite thing that you miss most.
Yeah.
I cannot pick top 3, because all the food is insane. You just need to choose the correct restaurant, Okay. But just one thing you guys need to remember: it's gonna be very hot in Ho Chi Minh. It's gonna be very hot, so aware of that.
It's humid as well, right?
Not really. Just hot.
Okay. That's not as bad. I can do that.
On the day, it might be like 35, 36, but at night it will be like 15, 16, 16 or something. Yeah. So like different.
Southeast Asia things. But you don't have a dish that you miss the most?
Yeah, I have, but that one came from my city, Hanoi. So.
Oh, you're from Hanoi? You can tell us.
I really like bún chả. It's like
yes.
we have like they have it here, but not good like in Vietnam.
I mean, yeah.
Sometimes I just ate for fun.
Yeah. Can you tell them what bún chả is?
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Yeah. It's like you have a soup, hot soup. You dip the noodle and meat inside, and then you just eat that.
That does sound good. I don't know if I want hot soup in 35 degrees weather.
That's why that food don't have in Ho Chi Minh.
I mean, okay, what do you like in Ho Chi Minh?
Ho Chi Minh,
I'm sure you've been, right?
You should try like cơm tấm. It's like rice and pork rib.
Oh yes.
Yeah, it's very good.
Okay.
It's
Really
delicious.
Yeah.
I mean, I can eat that like 5 times a week. So you guys can try.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, the food there. Everything is good there. Everything is so delicious in Vietnam. But what it's also delicious is Pacific merchandise. So here's a little preview into some of the artwork that we'll be showcasing there. It might be on some of the merch. And you know Pacific has cool merch. Like they have very creative things. Like we had a keyboard at Ascension just recently. So I don't know what we're going to have in Vietnam.
This comp is looking like my ranked games. This is crazy.
I was going to say, like, where's the initiators? There's none. Where's the sentinels? There's none.
Can we get a recon?
Yeah, right.
You have a human drone.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Oh man, I mean, I think this is going to be so huge coming to Vietnam. I think anytime we have an event in Southeast Asia, it's always really special. You can really feel the passion from the audience, the fans of your teams as we go into these countries. But for you, it's like, how do you feel about being the only Vietnamese representative? How do you actually feel about that? Do you feel like this is my spot? Like or is there something else you want?
If I say I don't feel special, it's a lie. I feel very special because I'm the only one. But then other side, like, I don't have any Vietnamese people here to talk to. Sometimes I just want to talk in Vietnamese, have some chat, have some fun, go out to eat. But I don't really have that chance.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay, well, who are the people that you want to see in Vietnam watching you?
I want to see my fiancé, of course.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's got to be
That's
special.
a huge one.
You
Yeah,
know, you get to play in front of really important people in your life. I hope you get that. I think we all do.
All right. Well, I know, again, the Vietnamese fans are very happy and excited that it's coming to Ho Chi Minh. Do you have a message that you can share with the fans? It can be in Vietnamese as well.
You want me to share like what I feel or like?
Just a message for the fans and what they can expect, and if they should be excited to see you.
Xin chào mọi người. Mình biết có rất nhiều người cổ vũ cho mình để mình có thể có cơ hội để trở về Việt Nam thi đấu. Nên là mình sẽ, cũng như trận Zeta hôm nay, mình sẽ không từ bỏ, mình sẽ cố gắng nỗ lực mọi trận thi đấu để có thể biến điều đấy thành hiện thực. Cảm ơn mọi người. Hẹn gặp mọi người ở Hồ Chí Minh.
Oh man, I wish. Okay, because we have no Vietnamese translator. Do you have a message for the English-speaking fans? I'm sure it looks like you could feel whatever essence of that message, but maybe one more in English for the English-speaking fans.
Whenever I stream whenever I stream, there's a lot of people just come up, or like sometimes people message me to say good luck. I hope to see me in Ho Chi Minh. So I just want to say, like, same like the Zeta match, I will never give up. We will try every match like the grand final, so I can be in Vietnam and play in front of them.
Ah, man, I love it. And I'm sure, you do so much for the country. We've seen the contributions you made to Vietnam. So, I mean, you're like a hero. I feel you're like my hero. I wish I did that for my country. But anyway, thank you so much, Crazy Guy. I'm so excited, to go to Vietnam. And thanks for joining us here on the desk. And congratulations on today's very difficult win.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Exciting stuff. We're going to be at Thysky Hall in Ho Chi Minh. We got the venue reveal today. And for those of you who want to buy tickets, more information will be coming out on that very soon. So keep your eyes peeled on the Pacific socials so you can book your tickets and come join. Because, the last time we had a road show, was in Japan.
Yep.
How freaking awesome
It was so
that
cool.
event?
It was so sick.
Yeah, it was 10,000 people in the venue. This was in Tokyo, so I imagine we're gonna get the same kind of energy in Vietnam. But I feel like Vietnamese crowd is even like more electric. If you see the way Crazy Guy is screaming on stage, if that's a representation of his country, it's gonna be wild.
We need ear defenders. If everybody's as loud as he is.
But
I expect it to be absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Like, I know how passionate the Vietnamese fans are, and just how much support they give, and how many people tune into these esports events here in Asia, and like they are going to be going absolutely wild. And I can't wait.
I absolutely can't wait. But that's still a couple weeks away, at least another month, and we are just finishing the very first week of stage 1 here. Most things have fallen into place in a way that we've sort of expected. I think just now was one of the bigger surprises and potential upsets between RRQ and Zeta. But what are you guys most looking forward to as we move along through stage 1?
I mean, for me, I think I really want to see more of this Nongshim in this day and age. You know, they had an amazing Santiago. How did they recover? Are they going to drop off? Do they make it out of this group? Because we know how stacked that it is. I'm excited to see them develop more than anyone.
Oh, that's a fair point. Very fair point. Because, I think they didn't have a lot of time to adjust since Santiago. And we want to see now that they have a full week to do that. Let's see what they come up with next. How about you, Paperthin?
I think I'm just really starting to believe that PaperX is going to do something special this year. They've already gotten a second place. They look like this is going to be their map pool, their meta. Like, they don't need to play what everyone else is playing. They never have. They never will.
Yeah.
And I think they're showing that, even against Nongshim, they're ahead of the curve already. Like, by a mile, it feels like almost.
Yeah. That's a fair point. Global Esports is another team off meta, and they're doing also really good things. Now, who else is doing really good things? We're going to find out in this build diff results.
Oh, no.
It's not good for me
today. It's not good, dude. I think we got cooked today big time.
But Sparrow started picking up at the end there.
He did pick up. He did pick up. But I mean, I had Jesse Bash there as well. He didn't have the greatest day at the office.
It's crazy picking an IGL.
I don't think it's me today, despite my brilliant track record.
Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, we weren't that bad. Everyone else was worse. Yes!
I'll take middle of the table.
Good job, Vic. I guess.
Well done.
Imagine if you had gotten the Zeta win, too.
Yeah. I know. If I got the Zeta win, I'm the worst winner. I'm like the worst
in total.
Oh, of course I am.
Oh,
I'm finally in the lead.
Yo, I'm up to like.
Stole it from big time.
It's okay.
Achilles is last. Yes! Yes! Let's go! Let's go! This is the greatest day ever.
Oh, he's going to be so upset.
Oh, my God. It's so good. Because I know this is one of the few parts of the show that he'll stick around for.
Please, anyone watching, clip that moment. Tag Achilles. He really wants to see his
it needs
score.
to be all over social media.
Definitely. So it's been a great day for some of us here at the desk. And next week, we're going to have a lot more exciting things coming up. I think we saw a really good preview of what's to come. And we also saw some teams that we were kind of surprised by in not such a good way, like Gen G. And they're facing PaperX, who actually looks good. Gen G not looking themselves at all.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm really looking forward to that Nongshim KRX game. Nongshim not quite as, the same dominance that they were at in Santiago. KRX looked pretty solid today, so I think that could be a very close game. I think the other one for me, Full Sense Zeta. I think if Zeta managed to fix some mistakes there, that could be electric.
That should be a actual really fun match, and it'll really show you the actual power level here of Zeta. I mean, they're already in a really good spot to potentially make playoffs just by taking a map off of RRQ. That actually could be a huge difference, and then T1 DFM. Man, DFM has a lot to work on, so that's a concerning one for me.
But the universe is such that DFM and Zeta can never,
They can never be good together.
Yeah.
But I'll take it. At least one of them is showing a good form here. It's been a really exciting day here to wrap up this weekend, gentlemen. Paperthin, big time. It's been so good beating you once again at Build Diff.
Unbelievable. Anyone but Vic, please win next week.
We'll see you next week for more VCT Pacific action where I continue to dominate.
I'm rooting for question mark, okay? That's who I'm rooting for.
See you guys. Have a wonderful week ahead. We're going to enjoy some cherry blossoms here in Korea. Bye.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Oh, Trevor this time.
means that Jesse Bash goes down. Free is coming alive in the middle of the map.
Relatively early off of it. Now Sylvan's trying to go P-game, but Free is just picking them off.
And light armor trying to cut Mako off at the heels, but
So first half, you have to try anything, anyway. You're gonna get it about barrel drawn.
sticking around, that's ballsy.
Looking for the fight, but unfortunately, Al Hyunmin up towards the door. Looks for the right peaks, but can't find the frag. KRX just trying to live true to their legacy as well, hoping for a singular kill, a singular more round. Oh, KRX to close it out at OT 2-0. Expect a full flash up for the storm, and then suddenly lightning strikes and have a slight crossfire and a flank from XDL slowly marching through. RQ wants none of it. They just want to break through, bulldoze everything down. Actually, all the way through. Oh, wait! Final second, and XDL comes up with the Red Bull clutch. It's a full team push up and drop. Now outside of A main, gives you a bit more space to work for X-Sparrow to spring through. A trap! It's Crazy Guy with the transfer! In an instant, just XDL left, eliminated after the round of flawless.
Has a lot on his hands with the Neon just around the corner. Absol.
Light speed as well. Affords that out to X-Sparrow, who goes down. Now the rest of the team just trying to play up around hell, up around sight, just Monyet in a 1v2. Lets it go past and gets onto the spike. Monyet though, able to swing around the wall bang. The Kings are back here in Pacific.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 POSA 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings.
VCT Pacific 2026.